ever, never been. you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed. Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974.
I like the way that you say my name. In the evening when we're far away from distractions, there's something special about that time of night. You like how I get into the mood, treat you like a man while I lose. There's something special about the time of night. There's something special between you and I.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for the final online championship Sunday of the road to Boston. We've got 2 spots left, 4 teams that are looking to grab it. We'll find out who those 2 teams are by the end of the day. We'll also crown our 3rd North American regional champion. Welcome to the broadcast. We've got a wonderful show in store for you here. We got 28 minutes and 32 seconds until Dignitas kicks it off against the reigning world champions NRG. It's going to be a fun show here. James, voice check. How you feeling? You doing okay today?
I'm feeling pretty good, except for that redacted NRG series. You know, it still stinks. It still stinks.
Well, don't you better not get too comfortable here, Herc. Dignitas is coming for him today.
Oh, yeah. Don't get too comfy, man. He was like, oh, I don't know why people get so excited. They're only playing till tomorrow. It's okay. We wanted you to get to play one more time, and we even, brought it to you first so you get it over with quickly.
I think it will be over quickly. I agree with you.
Yeah, hope springs eternal, but don't worry. It'll all be over soon.
Here's the thing. I predicted Redacted to win that series because it wasn't Championship Sunday. Unfortunately, Stacks, it is now Championship Sunday, and the champs are still in the building. So
it is.
We might have a different story by the end of the day.
Yeah. Again, this is when they turn it on, and they've at least got to this point. This isn't too much different from the first Open, though. I mean, they've been pushed to the limit by everybody they've played. They just came out on the better end in enough cases that they're still alive on Sunday.
For the hopes of a lot of the teams, their hopes lies on Dignitas right now. Dignitas needs to be NRG to keep hopes of other teams alive to make it to Boston. We'll talk about that here in just a moment. Let's talk about what happened yesterday, though, because lots of action went down, folks. All these teams, they're trying to make their way to Boston. You could be there right now with a simple purchase of a ticket, rl.gg/Boston 2026 tickets. Actually, you probably have to get on a plane as well to actually get to Boston, but you can be in the building once you get to Boston if you buy a ticket there. It comes with a Rocket Pass. Go check it out. Let's talk about yesterday's action here, because there was some fun results, some interesting matches. No sweeps across the day here, Herc. Dignitas started things off against the new challengers, United Rogue. Got put to the test there, but ultimately did come out on top.
Yes, sir. Looking good. It was a little scary at times, but Dignitas did look pretty solid, at least in my opinion. There was a lot of things that needed to get cleaned up as far as their offense went, Bora in particular, and he came into it with everything ready to go. This duo is so gross, by the way. For those of you who missed the last Open, Dignitas, we didn't get to quite go through because there was these 2 questionable whiffs that we don't talk about, but 5UP hasn't missed since. So I'm happy with it.
What do you mean he hasn't missed since? See, there was a passport. That was a sick double tap pass from Evo.
We turn our heads and we don't judge, all right? The same way we're not judging you ending up in the lowers.
You're in lowers too. I don't know.
Yeah, but
everybody's in lowers now. What are we talking about? Everybody's got one life.
Y'all didn't expect us to do this, though. All right, okay. I didn't expect us to miss that, but we did end up missing it. We did end up doing a lot of these pass and play things.
Yeah, that's the play I was talking about,
really
by
fun.
the way.
Yeah, the post follow-up thingamajig. It's fun. Get used to it. We'll show you more in the next one.
Are you saying you're gonna miss more? I'm so confused. I wouldn't be surprised, but I will say this. Dignitas did actually beat NRG in the Swiss stage. I think this Dignitas team, all jokes aside, is a scary team. I think Bora is really the hinge of this team, though. I think he's going to really have to play well. 5UP, he's been consistent. I think defensively, though, he's had a few missed touches, but I think it's always because he's so ambitious with his plays, which I think is a net positive for Dignitas in the long run. But Evo's been brilliant, especially you watch from his perspective. He's so good at operating the camera. He can see everyone all the time, and it lets Dignitas have some creative approaches at the midfield when you're not rushed and you got that good camera work from Evo to rely on. So as an NRG fan, I am a little bit worried for this Dignitas matchup. They look pretty good.
They've got hopes, still distant hopes, of Boston here. Dignitas does need tiebreakers to qualify for Boston today, but we'll see. We'll talk about what needs to happen for that to happen a little bit later on. Shopify Rebellion, #1 team in the region right now. Stacks here going up against M80 yesterday. Had to go to Game 6 to become the better green team here.
Yeah, the word of the day here is talent. There is so much mechanical talent on the field in this particular matchup, and you just saw clip after clip after clip. You saw that there from Kofer. We might see that a little bit later on. We might see a lot of this series a little bit later on. Just back and forth, though, seeing big play after big play. A little bit of controversy as well as we get to the end. I think Rebellion ended up having to win this series like 5 different times. It's fine. I'll give M80 a lot of credit though for all the disappointment of their season or their split being done here. They've absolutely put on a show. There's a lot to build on here. There's a lot to look forward to. This is a team that, I kind of refer to them as like landmine teams because all the top teams in North America have to kind of dance around the minefield that is teams like this if they want to qualify for any given major. And these guys could certainly make a lot of noise on the road to Paris in a month or two.
No, I mean, Herc, a lot of people, by points right now, Shopify is the #1 team in North America, but that is given a fluky result from NRG and NA Open #1. Most people would consider Shopify to be the #2 team in the region. Would you still put them at #2? Where would you power rank Shopify given these results?
My hot take is I do put Shopify now over NRG, and that's just coming from a place of consistency. I think right now they truly are looking like the better team. There is a world where we go back to what is normal and true, and everything ends with NRG, of course. No diss or rage bait to James, but right now in the online world, Shopify definitely does look like the better one.
Yeah, that's a world that Shopify loves to live in, is the online world. But we won't
Well,
into that.
you guys might not. You know what? I'm not gonna go
Interesting,
there.
yeah. So Stacks, between M80 and Shopify, who won again?
That would be Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about NRG versus Redacted now, James. Tell me how this match went. Yes, what a match it was.
I will say that this was a great match. This was such a fun match to watch. I think we talked about who's the face of the new wave of this NA talent, and Talk was one of the names floated out there, and boy, did Talk live up to it this series. Talk continues to make plays, but it was everyone from Redacted. You even saw that shot from 2Piece. The series winner from Wavy, a huge goal from him all around. Great stuff from Redacted. I actually would put Shopify third. I actually think NRG, I would put them at #1. Redacted, I put them just behind them, and then I would put Shopify Rebellion. But this event here, I think, could really solidify that list one way or another. But Redacted, so fun to watch. Man, this was the best series of the day by far.
They went the full distance all the way to Game 7 overtime. Stacks, I mean, it was, if there's one match to go back and rewatch, it is this one, and it's not just from the spectacular gameplay, but also the connotation for this team. I mean, it's an unsigned roster here, Redacted, still looking for an organization to represent, taking on the reigning world champs online. Yes, it's not Champ Sunday. Yes, it's not a grand finals. Yes, it's not on land, but still any victory anyone gets over NRG is a big deal. As a roster, they'd only lost the best of 7 online 5 times in North America. So this is a big deal.
Second time beating NRG as well. And it's a really important matchup. So I think Redacted is a team that is elite level, no question about it. But today is the big day. I think this is where we really will have that answer of, who's that 1, 2, 3. I think it's clearly Shopify, Rebellion, Redacted, NRG, the teams that you rank. But what rank you put them, that's what we'll find out.
Is Wavy not the most likable NA pro, and maybe even in the world?
Okay, Stacks, I will say this. I talked about it a little bit with Cheese yesterday, but Wavy is honestly, if I had the power to wave a wand and make a player like another player in terms of how they approach the game and how they carry themselves, I would turn everyone into Wavies. Yeah, Wavy, like he is such a good person and player. You look at how much work he's put into the game, competing in every tournament out there. The work ethic is there, but also just a really kind, humble dude as well. I think, as much as I joke around about loving NRG and, upset about, Redacted winning, I do love to see the success that Wavy's been having because he is an S-tier dude off the pitch as well as on the pitch.
Remember all the things we said about Garrett G very early on in his career and how, we could see this guy being like one of the faces of North America. Wavy, that guy, ticks all those boxes for me.
I feel like especially with the open format of RLCS right now, the beauty of this is the dream. Anyone could dream of possibly having a moment like Redacted had yesterday. And the thing is, I think all the players on Redacted felt the same way Wavy did, he just showed it to us. And I just thank him so much for showing it, because what a fun moment it was to get to live in that emotion with them there. It was a fantastic time there because they were playing some fantastic Rocket League. Let's walk through the progressive top plays, the top moments from Playoff Saturday. Here, Stacks, take it away.
At number 5, we're going to see a lot of 2 series. LJ scored early and often. This was the gold standard among them. Even tried right at the end, like, no, we're going to stop you. No, you're not. You really can't stop LJ on any given day. Just so much talent on this team. Number 4, we get the other side of the coin. And you look at M80, they've got all the pizzazz, right? It's like they're playing horse. You get their little reset, you get a musty off the post. Can't exactly say nothing but a net. M80, a lot of flash, not enough results. They're out again. Try next month. You know who's not out, though? Redacted. Production sheet here says talk dunks on NRG, and the only question was which one, because he was all over them all series long. That one right on their head tops, and we'll see more from Redacted in just a moment. Topher, look at this.
Whoa.
With the defense, the second touch coming off the bounce, just yoink, I'll take this. This game is so easy. It just feels like everybody's going in slow motion with Kofer's on the ball. And then Wavy. Game 7, overtime. It's nothing fancy. It's just the game winner. It's the series winner. It's the qualifying shot that puts Redacted in the Boston Major. Talk to Wavy. Ball game. Redacted. Somebody please sign. Jinxie, Critical, somebody sign these guys.
Get them out there. Get them out. I mean, hey, they're making all the bank at this point too. There's something beautiful about the solo independent story here of Team Redacted. I kind of want them just to reveal the name.
Price tag's just going up.
Well, I also don't want to spend too much time on it, but I do think it's such a great story that you know they're getting offers, but they're holding out. So they are basically betting on themselves to continue playing at this level. Because if you have bad results, you get knocked out early, your stock plummets. You might get even worse offers. But the fact that they're holding out and they're improving their results, like I really truly hope they get a great deal.
I hope they do too. We'll get to see them play today, hopefully for the title of champion. We'll see how it goes. Let's talk through the scenarios. Redacted, they already have punched their ticket to Boston. They don't have anything to worry about when it comes to land qualification. There are 4 teams left in the running right now. They're the only 4. There's only 2 spots left in the entire tournament. All the rest of the world has locked in their place at Boston. It's just those 2 final spots in North America that you currently right now see NRG and Space Station holding. If we were to stop the tournament right now, they would be the 2 teams going. But Foot sitting on the outside looking in and Dignitas sitting on the outside looking in. James Bott, let's talk about what these teams need to get to Boston.
Yeah, for NRG, it's really simple. I mean, we can go deep, we can keep it shallow. I'll keep it short and sweet. For NRG, really, you just need to win this next series. You finish top 4, you clinch. You get that 3rd spot 100%. Also, if Shopify Rebellion beats Foot, that would be huge as well, because then Space Station is going to get locked in and NRG get locked in, as long as Dignitas doesn't make a crazy run. We could have a few tiebreakers as well. The 2 tiebreakers on the day that we could get would be Dignitas versus Space Station, and for that to happen, Dignitas would have to win the regional and Foot would have to go out 3rd, 4th, or worse. And then the other tiebreaker that we could get, which would be pretty crazy, is if NRG takes down, or if Dignitas takes down NRG and Space Station Gaming win the regional and Foot has to finish 2nd, they have to make the final, then we will have an NRG versus Foot tiebreaker. So it's going to be pretty crazy. Yeah, Dignitas, if they lose, they basically just have to win the whole thing and hope for something too. So it's going to be a pretty crazy day.
It's going to be a wild one here. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, like if NRG beats Dignitas, tiebreakers are off the table here pretty much. It's like Dignitas needs to make a deep run for this to happen. So we'll see. We'll keep you guys updated on the results and the situations as the matches progress. For this first one, all that matters is for NRG, if they beat Dignitas, they are in. If Dignitas wins, lots of things get exciting. We got 14 minutes here before we kick off the gameplay today. We got 14 teams already going to Boston. We're gonna play a little game. This is called One Word. I'm gonna point to you, and production's gonna put a team on the screen here, Herc, and you gotta tell me, you gotta describe that team in one word. One word. We can't reuse any words, okay?
Ooh.
So Herc's gonna go first here, and let's see what the first team is that pops up in our new
Is this just
One
like the
Word
first word that comes to my brain?
just who do you it could be anything. It could be the word that you think best describes the team. The one word for GK.
Oh my, I don't know. James laughing at me is making me nervous. And it's so
James
sad.
laughing is 2 words.
All I keep, oh, that's me.
Gotta be
original.
one. Original. Okay. Interesting. Any elaboration there?
Honestly, when I think of those 3 players, I think of low-key like OG Rocket League, like watching them, getting excited, and then it's one of those teams that you always kind of hoped would happen one day, and now it has. So
Okay. There's an authenticity to GK. I like that. James, you're next. What's the
All right,
team is?
who do I got? Which team you giving me?
Twisted Minds.
You know, I think the word that pops up to me is revenge.
Revenge. Ooh.
Yes, do you want to guess why? Or you want me to?
I feel like they have constantly been second fiddle here to Falcons, and also there's a chip on Monkey Moon's shoulders. I can see the word revenge.
And not only Monkey Moon, but
on
TRK.
On
TRK as well. But
Yeah.
the reason, but it's such a good.
TRK's got it the worst.
But you can see what I'm saying, though. It's also, I feel like it's revenge for everyone on this team. It's revenge for the org. They're not only looking to prove that they're the best in the world, but also overcome Falcons as well, which they've been able to do online. But this is the event for them to get some revenge.
Okay. Well, that's a go. I like Twisted Minds for revenge. Stacks. Let's see what team you get. Power.
Ooh. How about, of course, Locky. Because they're very lucky that somebody else took care of wildcard for them in the last open, and they didn't have to run across them.
I feel bad for production, who's even having to guess how you do this. What word you're saying.
Okay. I can see it. Let's see. What team do I get here? I'm gonna do one as it pops up on the screen here. Redacted. Ooh. Oh, for one word. How do I do this? I word that like encapsulates that they're like the people's champion, but that's 2 words. I can't do that.
This was your game, man. Unsponsored. How about that?
Great. Popular. We're gonna go with popular for Redacted. All right, Herc gets the next one. I like that one.
Okay.
Just tell us we gotta go faster.
Yeah, they said to like
Kick us
speed
in 11
run
minutes.
it. Them.
Ooh.
Them. They're them.
Them. I love that. They are them. Okay, interesting. I mean, they're not winning right now, but yeah, I do agree that they're them. Okay. James, who you got?
Let's see. Team Falcons. I'll say bold move. I think replacing TRK with Drawley, that's a big move. So we'll see if it pays off.
Okay. It's a bold strategy. We'll see if it pays off for them. Stacks. You get. Ooh, made in Brazil. Sad Astro and Raise Bowl.
Shadow. Is that they're still kind of living in furious shadow.
Oh,
2 out of 3.
I thought you were talking about Homeward Bound for a second.
So
Shadow's a cool word too, but you're meaning kind of a like.
I couldn't say Dark Horse, so that's 2 words.
Okay. Let's see who I Shadow works. You can't say 2 words. That's the challenge of the game.
Yeah.
Trying to describe these teams in 1 word.
Oh, but we can have a 2-word team name.
4.
Oh, I had such.
We're moving on. We're moving on. We're just gonna put it. We're gonna say 4th for Shopify Rebellion, and continue on.
Oh my God!
What team do you get? Gentlemates.
Oh, French. That's all that came to my head, and y'all aren't even French.
Okay.
Y'all aren't even French.
Oh my God! French question mark?
I'm sure there's another team that
I
won't be
said the first
offended.
word that came to my head.
Oh yeah. Okay. There's not one.
This is good. They are the French team. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
I like it. That's good. You're not wrong. You are not wrong.
They're French org for sure.
It's a French org.
100%.
All right.
What does James get? Continue on here. Ooh, Furia.
Oh gosh, I would probably say hazy. I feel like things are looking hazy for Furia. They haven't really had much success lately. I try to look into their future. All I see is fog. All I see is fog. But
Okay,
maybe
okay.
maybe there'll be some sunshine that clears it up. I don't know.
That's so deep.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he's getting cerebral on us over here. You know, almost getting my brain workout. Stacks. Can't say French.
Of course I can.
There's Belgian.
There's one obvious word here.
Belgian.
No,
You wanna
actually, I'm going to go with reloaded.
What?
I like that. I like that. A lot of good.
All the
job.
attention was like, oh, what are they going to
One
do
job.
now? You know, Juicy can't be
No,
the guy. Kenny,
I
all they
think
do is they go
reloaded's
win the
better.
kickoff land. They reloaded.
I like reloaded
The
better.
word was
Wave.
blue.
That's what better
Okay.
than blue.
I'm glad someone approves. How many more we got here? I'm not even sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got 3 more. Herc,
Okay,
who you
lock
got?
in.
Oh wait, no, it's me. It's me next. Sorry, I forgot how this works. It's gonna be I'm gonna say hope. I'm gonna say hope for
Aw.
Project De La Cruz. They coming in with a hope and a dream. What a story it would be if they could pull it off. That's what I'm gonna go with hope for the region there. Let's see who Herc gets.
Oh gosh.
There's 5 fears.
I should
and-
definitely think a little more.
Oh, it is 5
Ooh.
fears next.
French. Oh, sorry.
Inspiration.
Inspirational. Okay,
Have you
I
ever
like that.
watched
That is
those
good. I like
Sully
that. I like
interviews?
that.
They're so cute. He his interviews. Every time I watch them, I sit there and I'm like,
Yeah,
That's a good one.
I get that too.
I like it. This is good. Your team's coming in with hope. Let's see. I think is that all of them? Maybe that's all.
Is that all of them? Are we done?
No,
4,
it should
5,
be,
6,
I think,
7,
one more,
8,
right?
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There is one more. Yeah, who's that one?
subs
Let's
hard.
see. Oh, Ninjas in Pajamas.
I believe.
James.
I'll say stealthy because we didn't even see them coming.
Sneaky.
But
And
I'll also say too that I think that maybe they could go deeper than people are expecting. I think this team, they could surprise us just like ninjas.
Yeah, I'll say, I feel like in general, a lot of the discourse I've seen online, people will power rank ninjas pretty highly, and then people will be like, where is all this ranking coming from ninjas? Forgetting how well they looked in Copenhagen, forgetting how strongly they've appeared in the European Opens. I don't know. I feel like they're just maybe where they are, to borrow the word for made in Brazil, they are living a little bit in the shadow of the other teams.
You might say
that are-
stealthy.
that are happening. They're a little. They like it that way? Stealth is intentionally being in the shadows, right? They want to be in the shadows.
I don't know. I feel like you could be
One
naturally
kickoff.
stealthy. My dog's white. When he's running out in the snow, he's not trying to be hard to see, but I can't really see him,
You got a point there, man. So
You know
you're
what?
saying
Fair
you're
enough.
saying that they are instinctively camouflage.
naturally
in the Rocket
stealthy.
League. It's those pajamas, man. What are they? They're like camo pajamas. All right, here's all the names. Who do we feel like got the best one? Who got the worst one?
I really love Gentlemates. Perhaps the greatest for me.
That's a good one. I like Revenge for Twisted Minds too here. That's a good one.
I actually
Fourth
do.
made me laugh. I'm not gonna lie.
I actually really do though like inspirational. Honestly, for 5 fears because you look at that region. I didn't think they were gonna make it. I thought Pioneers are gonna make it 100%. And for them to beat Pioneers and make that run and be here to lock in for Boston, that is an inspirational story. That's cool to see.
It is. It really is fantastic stuff. We'll get to see all these teams play. And hey, maybe at the end of the day, we'll come back. We'll give one word to the 2 remaining North American teams who qualify once the day.
You're going to allow for any amendments?
No. We gotta lock it in, folks. We can't give a different team French here. Let's talk very quickly, folks. If you are in college, you want to play Rocket League, we got a great tournament for you. The CRL is back. Registration is open right now. It'll be open for another 2 days till February 10th. The qualifier begins February 15th. We have 2v2 and 3v3 tournaments going on. There's 16 teams in league play, so more spots available. So a better chance of you qualifying than ever before. There's also a last chance qualifier for the championships when that comes up later on this year, folks. Grab some friends on campus, register today, have some fun. 4 minutes and 55, 54, 53 seconds. This is how clocks work. They keep counting down until we get to where we're going, folks. We got 2 teams going to be clashing here momentarily. And if you want to watch them from a new, fantastic perspective, hit push.tv/RL Esports. You can check out the crowd cam. A new way to watch Rocket League. Not actually new. We've been doing this for a few years now, but a fantastic, maybe innovative way to watch Rocket League, similar to the way that you watch sports at home, folks. The prize pool, 15 points. So important to so many of the teams still on the table today. $21,000 doesn't hurt either. They're going to continue to try and rack up the points. We've got 5 matches to play. We have our quarterfinals, followed by our semifinals, followed by the grand finals, with hopes of Boston for 4 of these teams. The other 2 looking for the prize money and seeding here, folks. Tiebreakers are a possibility. If we were to have to play a tiebreaker today, we will be followed immediately after the grand finals. It will not be on a separate broadcast. Keep yourself locked right here, and you will catch those tiebreaker matches if they so happen. So here is the schedule. The grand finals there to be determined at the moment. We might have a magic mysterious 6th match if tiebreakers are necessary. Let's kick things off, though, with the most important match of the day, it feels like. NRG versus Dignitas, an elimination match that would send NRG into Boston with a win and keep the hopes for Dignitas alive with a win. Also keep the hopes up for Foot, keeps and it makes things questionable for NRG. This is a fantastically important match here, Stacks, for Boston qualification.
Yeah, and this is the biggest moment in the careers of all these guys here on Dignitas. I mean, they know what's ahead of them. They know it's a long, long road. The key for them, obviously, is going to be just staying grounded. You cannot get it all in one go here. You've got to take it game by game against the team that I think is synonymous with the word mentality in North America. I mean, this is as big an underdog story as you could get with a signed team, no less, here in Dignitas.
James, is this the biggest match of NRG's career?
No, it's not.
Debatable.
I think that would be the World Championship that they won, would probably be the biggest one. But I do think that this is a really important matchup because as an NRG fan, I've watched a lot of NRG. I've watched a lot of this roster as well. It's been an up and down season. Finishing outside of the top 8 was truly unthinkable for the most consistent team in Rocket League's history. You're used to them getting to grand finals. If they miss a grand final, it's something to be worried about. So for them to finish outside the top 8 was truly shocking, especially after winning the World Championship. They came back in Open 2 and dominated everyone. I think they lost 6 games total from the 6 days of competition that they played. But already, this event, it has been pretty shaky. You know, they went to 5 with CL, they went to 5 with Shuffles Kittens, they went the distance with Redacted. It has not been that same level of dominance whatsoever, and they actually lost to this Dignitas team in the Swiss stage. So, you know, the NRG, it's been up and down, but this is an opportunity for them to remind everyone that, hey, when it really matters, when you're on your last life and you have to play your best, otherwise you're going home, we're the best. And I think they'll prove that.
It's not often that the best team in the world is going to Champions Field every single match, but so far, across group stage and main stage, Champions Field has been the final destination for NRG every single match. Let us know who you think is going to win in the Progressive Fan Vote. Can Dignitas get it done? Hashtag DIG. Or will NRG advance and punch their ticket to Boston? Let us know who you think is going to win. We'll make our picks on the desk as well. Herc, I'm going to start with you. You have affiliations with the Dignitas organization. You have an emotional investment here, but does your brain agree with your heart?
Always. The D in DIG stands for delusional. And if you know anything about us, that's exactly where we're staying, and that's how we win. And
are you saying you're delusional?
Yeah, but you know what? We were delusional when we thought, you know what? Can we beat NRG the first time? And we did it. And to the boys out there, we got the magic in me. Don't worry. I'll be singing the song off stream. We're taken care of. We're fine.
Look, I love this is the Lightning McQueen mentality of I just never thought I couldn't do it. And you get it done here. Dignitas going to take on the champs again. James, obviously you're picking NRG.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shock.
Yeah, but I will say, Herc just casted confusion on me. I almost hurt myself. Maybe that's the strat.
That's how we get you.
I believe in NRG. I think they're gonna bounce back. I truly hope so. I mean, they need to lock in. They need to clinch Boston. This is a clear opportunity for them. I think they'll do it.
Okay, Stacks.
Well, with all that bias aside, I'm going with a more scientific approach. I woke up this morning, and as I emerged from my holo, I saw my daily Wordle. I saw my daily crosswords. I saw my daily rattle. You know what I did not see? I did not see 2 more weeks of Dignitas. I think that they go out here and all the fun of the day just disappears. I've got NRG here.
I'd also be
You're like
kind
an
of a fun
annoying
day.
little groundhog.
Yeah. Fascinating. Okay, well, I've also got NRG on this one. I think this is NRG's match to lose, and I don't think they will. It is Championship Sunday. This is their home field. We are in their element. Unfortunate for Dignitas. A perfect 75-25 from chat and the desk. Guys, we are in sync out here. Congratulations. Let's kick off the final Championship Sunday of North America for the Boston split. The road to Boston has been nice and long, but there's 2 seats left on the plane. One of these teams going to be going. Let's see how it goes down. NRG versus Dignitas.
Championship Sunday, the last online North American Sunday until we get to Boston.
That was a fun one.
NRG gotta win this one. They have not qualified somehow, if you can believe it. Up here against Dignitas.
Me?
NRG, well, they got the talk show yesterday. Dignitas, what can they do? And funnily enough, Hercules, my favorite stat today is that you'd think that, oh, well, Evo just gets a massive dunk. Hang on a second. I'll bring up the
Your
cool
favorite
stat later.
stat is what, Jorby? That we're already on the board?
It's 1-0 Dignitas. I'm sure you love that one.
I do love that one. I couldn't be happier with that one. Everybody was like, oh, Herc's delusional. Herc can't do it. Sit down.
We've got game 1 brought to you by Progressive, and of course it starts with an explosion. But NRG, so long this trio's been dominant in North America, and you'd think, okay, Redacted are probably the only team with a head-to-head lead on them, right? Redacted 2-1 in the head-to-head. But technically, if you have a minimum of 1 series, Gen G also have a winning record against NRG. 1-0. That's my favorite stat of the day.
It's a good one. I honestly slightly approve of it.
Well, Dignitas do start off well here. Evo gets the dunk. I'll talk about Evo finally finding a roster that he's able to gel with. Bora and 5UP. Bora really a lot newer than 5UP. 5UP taking that big step forward. NRG pushing a little bit here, trying to find another demo. And a good hold from Dignitas. Still need to find a way out. NRG find a way to get the ball back. Beast mode, double tap. Can't find the net. It was saved by Bora. Cleared out. Dignitas hold on defense.
That's exactly what the name of the game is right now, especially in the early stages of this series, is Dignitas's focus is going to be on defense. That was the weak spot all throughout yesterday for them. They had looked very, very solid on a lot of their attacks and their pushes. It was just really getting Bora, you know, grounded and confident on the back end. But so far, so good for this team. We're just going to see how long it lasts. You see Daniel trying to be cheeky and move him out. And this is where that NRG pressure starts to build and starts to form.
NRG holding. Bora got caught on the post. 5UP bails him out. NRG looked like it was going to be a short goal. Bora finds a way to dive back quickly. NRG not giving up the ball. Even here, Beast Mode. It's a good challenge from 5UP. Beast Mode chipping Evo. That chip actually prevented any 50. Dignitas forced back to the blue half. Despite getting some of their boost, moving towards the midfield. Beast Mode loses this touch. Dignitas hold with the 1-goal lead and a demo as well. 1 man back for NRG. You made the first save. 5UP sets it across. Bora's playing a deep second man. No one's gonna go.
That's such like a risky play to do too. I know a lot of these teams want to attempt these centers on, especially a squad like NRG, right? But it's so readable, especially if you're not going to be committing within like the first half second of that play forming. Like you can see it here. He wanted the center to 5UP, and it would already had gotten red there. So Dignitas trying to hold on to the 1. It's going away as soon as that went in. You saw it. NRG did it back to him. 5UP lost this one away, and the 50 just straight into the nose of Atomic, and well, of course it's going to be spot. So tied game overall. Dignitas gotta get back into it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, NRG are just gonna keep building.
It was good positioning from Atomic on the play. See, the 50 helps out, beat the Dignitas defense. Slight pre-jump there from Beast Mode. Atomic also demoing Evo, but no play there for NRG. Couldn't keep that momentum going. A lot of explosions in game number 1. Cleared out for Dignitas. You know, most of their defensive stands have looked pretty good. NRG had some significant pressure on them for about the first minute, really the first 2 minutes of the game. Only 1 goal to show for it. This is a nice scoop and drive from Atomic. Beast Mode will swing it out. Daniel was also right there. Everyone was stacked up from NRG. And they'll hold on to the midfield.
So far, I mean, like I said before, name of this particular game is defense for Dignitas. NRG are very aware of that. They did hold on fairly well, like you said. It's more about getting that transition out and giving yourself a decent opportunity, too. They tried to here, but it all got cut off very, very quickly from NRG, and even the clears alone from NRG are wasting time that Dignitas need. There's only about 40 seconds left in regulation, and Atomic's already cheating in their half. Looking for the ball, fakes the center. That's a big demo, though, from 5 up. And he gets back in time to make that half clear.
Oh, no touch for Dignitas. Beast Mode gave it up to Evo. Find Atomic again, no boost. Corner protected by Dignitas. Bora on the transition. Evo will sit right underneath. Bora gets the demo. Not quite there. Atomic on the transition, downfield. 5 up, there to meet him, avoids the bump. Daniel there quickly. Beast Mode in the area. Up high, has support, but no touch, no play, and game 1, overtime.
I mean, most people wouldn't expect it to be this close, but I mean, if you know ball, you know that this is how it was meant to go down. NRG play a very close game, and so does this new Dignitas squad. Neither of these teams go for a full shutout unless handed the opportunity, and Dig are nowhere to be seen. You saw the commit on that last attempt. It was almost like a little bit of a bait there that Atomic did. He plays with his food almost. Beast Mode kind of, you know, scattered him around, but NRG right where most expect them to be in the lead, taking that golden goal and series point.
You said it. Atomic looked like, or made it look like he was going to go the opposite direction, and he switches up at the last second to win the 50. Very smart play from Atomic, and a nice, stable game 1 from NRG. The first few seconds of the game, Evo got that first goal. But after that, Dignitas were playing a ton of defense. NRG yesterday, that wild series against Redacted, think back to that game 7. They actually had the game. They had it. They could have won. Daniel missed a wide open net right before Redacted went and scored the goal. So NRG, all they got to do is don't miss. They don't miss this time. Good bump from Beast Mode at the end of that last play, too, for Atomics. NRG, they start off on the right foot here. Again, Boston qualification on the line for them. It is must win. And it's a good start for them. Dignitas had trouble getting anything going.
Yeah, I think honestly, you know, Dignitas, for starters, needs to play their game. This team has only been together, by the way, for I think 7 weeks, which in retrospect, in comparison to NRG, is nearly nothing, right? You're still learning about each other. You've got somebody coming into their debut. There's a lot of, you know, experience difference, but like I said, it also opens up the door to be almost, in a funny sense, but delusionally confident, right? You've beaten NRG before. If you are Dignitas, NRG are very aware of what that had felt like before, but of course, you're not playing the same NRG. You're playing an NRG that is in unfamiliar territory of losing, going down to a lower bracket. They're miles away from where they are used to being right now, so they're going to play a much safer, cleaner game than what Dignitas is probably used to.
Dignitas get back onto offense. Atomic trying to stop the attack with a demo. This gets a free ball out to Daniel. Dignitas in game 1 had a lot of trouble actually hanging on to the midfield, playing a lot of defense. Bora, who is no stranger to the highlight reels this split, almost put another one to his name there. NRG just do a great job controlling the ball, controlling pace of play. They're still trying to find that rhythm right now. Dignitas have done a great job collecting their boosts. No one's getting too starved out here. Quick attack, though, from Daniel, and it's a great diving stop from 5-up to prevent the first goal.
I love that play, too, because not only did it take all 3 members of Dignitas to defend, but it took all 3 to get them out, too. You look how fast this transition had to come through. 5-up was already in the way, ready to go, and it forced Daniel and Atomic to already start thinking, is there a pass coming in, a solo play? They opt for the solo, of course, and Dignitas, again, enter game number 2 in the lead.
I mean, that was an excellent goal from Bora. Beast Mode was coming from behind him, trying to defend the air dribble. Daniel's got the top side of the net, but Bora just got such great momentum on his shot. That was an excellent goal from Bora. Just said that he's found himself on some highlight reels. Might have got himself on another one there. Great opener. Especially compared to the first. Uh-oh, all of NRG going forward. And that's not something you're really used to seeing. That's twice in 2 days I've seen NRG kind of, well, Daniel just needs to hit the ball. That's not really a positioning problem. You just need to get the touch there.
Just a tiny bit. I mean, it's on them to definitely not be having Atomic and Beast Mode in line with each other at mid, right? Because any clear is going to do exactly what we just saw. But my goodness, I mean, if you're Dignitas, you're running away with that 1 goal and you're trying to hold on to it. You're going to see if maybe he can turn into a 3rd one here. Beast Mode does take it away and bumps Evo off the play, but 5-up stands his ground. And there's the clear that you were wanting for from Daniel.
And there's almost a goal. Bora coming out of the net to make the save. Beast Mode will keep it checked. Atomic actually left that corner boost. 5-up now has a full tank. Trying to get in Daniel's way. Evo had the read. He was looking at Beast Mode the whole time. He knew Daniel didn't actually have a play right onto the net. Saw Beast Mode, got the save. Good defense again from Dignitas. Now NRG had some brutal pressure on them in game 1 that they withstood for a while before NRG finally collected. Dignitas with some insurance now. That defense, that's where it really starts to become a problem for NRG. They do get down the field as Atomic slips underneath it. Trying to find a quick read. Daniel got up early. Beast Mode comes across, pops it above Evo. Daniel shoveling 5-up like he's shoveling the snow out of his driveway. Beast Mode collects the first goal from NRG.
You can see, like, the pure willpower from NRG to make sure that that ball was going in that net. You go back to the phrase of NRG being like, we are not a defensive team, stop quoting us as a defensive team. And it's fair, they do heavily, tend to rely on the fact that they will outshoot other teams by nearly double of what they do. And that was one of those moments. They are more determined to shovel someone out of the way than have to sit there and defend. And they're gonna try it again here. Beast Mode to the backboard, Daniel in that corner. Wants to get the wraparound, but the 50 goes back. And they gotta try again.
5-up. Oh, so many demos. Atomic, he got deleted. Beast Mode sends one of his own. Dignitas was hoping for a quick hit over to Bora. Evo was downfield. Didn't really get a productive touch on the ball. Still Dignitas, they get to the midfield. Evo, 2 touches in front of the box. 5-up, keeps it in play. A little extra space for Bora, but immediately closed by Daniel. Still, it goes right out the 5-up, off the ceiling. It's covered. Bora went the whole way back, and he just gives it right back to Atomic. But Atomic had trouble handling the ball. Bora sends it across. Evo was still getting set. Atomic gets his corner boost. 5-up, fakes the challenge. Evo drills it, no one's ready for that, so you had that initial fake there. Still works out, though. Bora wins the touch. Gets down quick, pass in front, shot! Denied by Beast Mode. I don't even think 5-up went for the shot. I think he just knew he wasn't getting by Beast Mode there. Try to control it as much as possible. And Evo has the midfield. He gets over 1, tried for the bump. Daniel gets right around him. Dignitas have wasted a ton of time on the clock hanging on to this ball. Even trying to add a 3rd to try to put game 2 under wraps. Here come NRG the other way. Shot easily denied. Beast Mode, catch across, couldn't keep it going. Atomic quickly up and will give NRG a lot of time. Beast Mode getting back there as well. Excellent work from NRG, but they can't get downfield. And Dignitas hold on to their lead, hold on to the ball, and pick up one more for the road. We've got a ball game.
You can see how quick these cuts are coming in from Dignitas, and that is what is setting them apart from that game 1 and game 2. They are able to keep up with NRG right now, right? Everybody knows the one thing that you can do to actually play a decent game against NRG is have really solid rotational defense. You gotta have your high and your lows covered, and Dignitas have that right now, and they have game 2 in their back pocket. They've been here before. It's cool, calm, and collected, and it's one game at a time.
And one game apiece in the series. Bora picking up a big old hat trick that game off of 5 shots and 2 saves to boot. Speaking of saves, you had 7 total on the side of Dignitas. But a much better game 2 in actually controlling the midfield, putting long pressure on NRG, and really putting them through the presses a little bit. Bora starting off with an electric goal here at the start. I'll be honest, wide angle ain't gonna do it for me there. I'm gonna need POV on that all day. And of course, this one going in, that was after really great pressure from really all of NRG, but a couple of really nice 50-50s. Dignitas actually find themselves in a solid spot right now versus NRG, who are trying to qualify for Boston. Their path is still theirs. They just got to win this series, but Dignitas are making it a tough bout right now.
They definitely are. Dignitas want to keep their hopes alive as well, although the chances are much lower. They're not impossible. We've all lived through the Gen GK and all of that era of time, right? So there is always a world where it is possible, but every single time you gotta find a way to take down NRG. So that is the goal, one at a time. Bias aside, Dignitas definitely have figured out, you know, the kinks that were going wrong on their defensive end, right? It's NRG trying to, you know, get somehow even faster shots on Dignitas to confuse them, or you just continue doing what you did before. Send Daniel in looking like a lawnmower, taking out all of Dignitas, and there's your easy answer.
You know, it has not been a pretty weekend for NRG, and it continues to get uglier. You got a double move here. Evo with a great 50. Daniel gets bumped out of the way. 5 up, squeezes it through Atomic. And Dignitas again putting NRG through their paces.
I like how I go full bias aside and I just instinctively screamed. We'll see how long that lasts, though. I'm not gonna lie, NRG is a terrifying team, especially when they're down, but pinch from the side it's showing confidence. Center out, Beast Mode's able to keep it away. Right now, NRG, they won out of their half. They're kind of swimming around. This ball gets sent down over to Daniel. Daniel takes his wide, slowish shot. But for NRG, there hasn't been that many opportunities. This is the better one, but 5 up on nothing makes this clear out.
Both games, Dignitas' defense has looked solid and continue the pressure that they were putting on in the midfield in game number 2. This is a decent start. Atomic stretches, and that midfield boost will not spawn for him. Corner protected by Bora as well. Nice job from Bora, utilizing the space. You get one beat. No one was ready for Dignitas. Oh, 5 up, huge miss, and they are punished big time. Daniel off the bar and down. You gotta hit that one.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It's a rough miss, but hey, it's a clean shot regardless. Back to scary territory. It's tied game overall. NRG wanting to build off this from the kickoff. This one goes out. It's Evo that has it. Flicks over one with enough power, and Beast Mode's gonna try and carry it all the way from his end on over.
NRG definitely haven't been perfect either. I think back to, it wasn't just Daniel's open net miss in game 7 yesterday. There was also a couple of other opportunities that weren't on target.
Atomic. Now mid, it's up to Dignitas to really just find that momentum again here. You can see NRG swarming around their side like sharks. They feel the 50 coming in. Here's the follow from the backboard. Nobody committed from Dignitas. Instead, Dignitas just gotta play the patient game against NRG, see what moves they get. They try and drop it down. Evo doesn't commit on here, takes his time, it's a clear on in, and there's NRG trying to work their way out.
NRG trying to resurrect his beast mode. Atomic just to pull away, give Daniel the free shot. Dignitas still getting in the way. Beast mode and Daniel gotta hurry back, and they get beat. Bora sends the missile downfield. 2-1 Dignitas.
Bro is actually so insanely confident with a lot of these shots. It is rare you see somebody this excited to, you know, take one down on NRG. A lot of people want to time them a little bit less, but they get their lead, and you go into these next 2-10, waiting for the next NRG attack off the sidewall. Daniel's gonna show it how it's done.
That was a really good 50 from beast mode. 5 up, doesn't get any of the 50 there. And you see Bora coming off the posts. I mean, he's got to defend pretty much every option there. Daniel puts it right above his head. Bora ends up ahead of the ball afterwards. But it all started with a rocket 50 from beast mode off of Evo. So they make up for beast mode. And Daniel trying to get back in time, and the scoring just keeps on going. Don't have to wait too long. Off of the kickoff, they win it immediately. Evo can't handle the ball. Nobody can get there to help him out. Bora gets smashed against his own post, and NRG all of a sudden have a lead.
Yep, NRG doing the classic NRG thing. It's always in preparation to follow each other up on a couple of those shots. And Dignitas wasn't prepared for that one to hit post and, you know, just have another attempt for them to go again. So now NRG back in the lead. Evo's gonna try and correct that here, and he will.
Jeez.
Played it on the timing with it too. You know, you thought it's a little scary to end up in the 1v1 on Daniel because he did already jump up. It's the placement that floats it in, but any higher, that could have gone bar now.
And Daniel was sitting like Atomic was gonna get more of that ball on the 50, but you saw how much boost that he had. To try to reposition, I mean, that ball bounced probably in the worst spot for him. So Atomic couldn't get enough of it. And Dignitas' 50s get them a third goal, but their defense has completely fallen apart in Game 3. What was rock solid for the start of this series is just completely fallen apart. Beast mode finding Bora again. Guys just getting picked on in the net.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with stuff like that too. And if you guys didn't catch it in the very, very corner of your eyes, 5 up was all the way in NRG's half. So that was 2v3. NRG fully aware of that. They full sent. And I mean, at that point, I mean, if you're Bora, you're trying to scare him, right? You're trying to make him nervous because that's, unfortunately, that is the weak point on the Dignitas defense right now. So if you can exploit it, it becomes a very easy shootout for NRG.
And to be fair to Bora, a lot of those 50s not working out. Ends up being a little panicked on the goal line, wondering which way he's gonna have to defend. Ideally, you never let NRG shoot the ball. You don't live in an ideal world here. As Bora tries to go downfield. There's no boost for his follow-up man. Evo does get this one. Good catch initially. You gotta find a way to hold the midfield. 5 up conceded it to Daniel. He's got the release, back to Evo. Slips, oh, wait. No, there's just no way I just saw what I just saw. Pass, shot, denied. Beast Mode said you shouldn't have blocked your teammate's shot. That was just a little, honestly, my brain's melting a little bit. I need that one on the replay afterwards.
That's so valid.
Yeah, I mean, 20 seconds. Dignitas have nothing right now.
They don't. It's so frustrating. You can see that, you know, the hope is still alive. They're still trying to go, but that accidental save might have done them in. 10 seconds to go here in Game 3. If they can get past the midline, they might have one last Hail Mary. Evo's already on the cheat up. He gets the bump. Unless it floats in, it might be out. But here comes 5 up. He's going to try one more time. Goes under and to the ground. They tried it, but unfortunately, NRG, they continue to prevail against Dignitas.
5 up's got to be internally livid, but you need to delete the neurons that stored that memory real quick, because he had the ground pinch, and it certainly looked like it had goal written all over it. 5 up getting the top honors on Dignitas, but really, you could make the argument that it never should have come to that for Dignitas. Their defense had just melted. NRG scored what felt like 3 goals in about 30 seconds. And I'm curious if we did grab that attempt on the replay. But either way, Beast Mode gets a nice 50 there, and NRG just kept on scoring 4 goals to the 3 for Dignitas, despite some close chances. And really the one that'll definitely hurt 5-Up at least until the start of the next game. We do not see that attempt. But either way, it certainly looked like a goal. Still not what you need if you're Dignitas. NRG have the driver's seat, Hercules, but it has not been the prettiest game.
No, it hasn't. I think that was definitely the best, and that came from a result of Dignitas getting absolutely flustered on defense, and then of course with themselves when they had missed that opportunity there, and even the second one. And like you said, if you are Dignitas coming into this next game, you've got to completely put your emotions aside from what that game number 3 was and just re-enter brand new. So they're going to try to here. Going to start with a pop-up into the nose of 5-Up. NRG are going to play from their side. For now, Dignitas, they're going to try and spark some momentum, but it could be short-lived here.
Bora flipping quickly. Oh, maybe he'd be able to get to that 50, but Atomic gets a clean touch and bump. Good coverage from Evo. Dignitas immediately back on defense. See if they can shore that up. You saw good things on the defensive half in the first 2 games. That rips back out here for NRG. For Dignitas, I don't think you can feel too bad about how things have gone so far. 5-Up can't find the net there, didn't have boost to really adjust. Tenuous possession for Dignitas.
That first minute or so has been pretty split back and forth. Beginning of it to Dignitas, second half to NRG. This flick over 1 though from 5-Up is a quick cutoff play. And Beast Mode and Daniel are already going to try and turn this 1v1 into something. But Bora manages to retain possession for Dignitas. He's got nothing in the tank, so most he can do is just like that, just throw full pressure onto the ball. But for now, they're going to play the back pass here, go get that boost, not allow it to get stolen. It's a shot sent off, and Dignitas, although defense isn't the strongest it's looked in a while, it is survivable.
Looking a little more like games 1 and 2, as Bora almost found a way to put it in solo again. Had a solid series overall, except when he gets caught on the goal line, and Evo, I think maybe had a little confusion as he's coming back. Wasn't sure exactly how it was going to bounce. If you look at his POV, turns off ball cam, and he just knows it's coming down. He knows he's got to be in position for it. Timing is of the essence there. Daniel had momentum, and he doesn't have any such trepidation that Evo did. Easily gets the dunk on him after what was a huge clear down the field, putting all of Dignitas back. Dignitas, it's a good touch from 5-Up. See if they can get downfield.
There's that, those 50s that are kind of lacking for Dignitas too, and NRG recognizing, a lot of these quick cuts put them straight back into that blue side. Beast Mode wanted to play with the ball a little bit there, but Evo quickly cuts it off, and Daniel's gonna have his turn with it, tries to leave it down. No bump on Bora, as Dignitas get to walk away with this for a split moment. Dignitas have been denied every transition out, except this one. You see what 5-Up can do with it. He decides to, recall and prepare his Beast Mode, and Atomic were rushing towards his face.
Way to dive back there from Bora. Beast Mode up again. And here's the high pressure from NRG. Daniel with no boost. Midfield spawns for him. Dignitas tried to take advantage of NRG having to retreat. Bora holding the ball and went around to starve them out. And NRG get another deep clear downfield. And as we start at game number 4, Atomic, congratulations to him. This is his 1,000th game played of Rocket League in North America. He's the first in North America to actually reach that mark. The second overall next to Torsas, and he almost binned that one for a second goal for NRG. Dignitas holding on defense.
Well, Hopefully for him, that 1000th one is a W, but Dignitas are going to try and change that, although they continue to make their lead. Passed over to Atomic. There's the shot for the top bin. It's just off the mark, though. Only over a minute left in regulation, although it is just a 1-goal lead. Is a very strong place to be if you're NRG. They tend to hold on to those for what feels like years.
I mean, NRG have had complete control of this game. You've seen 1 or 2 real pushes from Dignitas over the last 4 minutes. Here's another one. 5 up. Could not quite get the 50 out to Bora. Evo, just a pot shot. 5 up sitting close to Evo. Evo thought he saw the net and tried to get quick across. 5 up was playing from behind. Another bounce. Dignitas were starting to get a little bit of purchase here at the midfield. Decent 50. Back to 5 up, but Beast Mode's there. Bora sitting back behind Evo. Evo sets it to him. Hard 50. 5 up on the right side, and he has no chance to go for it. Beast Mode high in the air. Evo getting a demo. Dignitas have to keep possession. They're out of time. Evo trying to get there. Gotta find a way to go. From right here, 5 up. That's a heavy touch. Trying to bump Daniel. He does chip him and puts Daniel right back into position. No time. Pass to Bora. Bora, goal!
Dignitas have been playing so far behind each other, and finally the commit comes through. And look at Evo. It made Atomic go just enough to be out of reach of that ball. A tied game with 1 second on the clock. Let's see where it goes. It goes to overtime.
Well, Evo had a similar look about 2 possessions ago, and he ended up sending it too far across. His teammate wasn't ready for it. This time he's able to get it back, and Bora's able to take the shot. That's a good 50, but the shot is wide. And Beast Mode may have had it covered. That's in! Dignitas just stole game 4!
Call them delusional, call them whatever you want, but they are making this a proper series. NRG fall in this game. It was a very, very close one. Dignitas played the mass majority of that game from behind on NRG. And towards the end there, they ramp it up at the perfect time. I mean, you said it best. There was like 2 moments where Dignitas definitely were just behind. They're just playing behind from NRG, and NRG realized that Beast Mode would make that clear, and then Daniel or Atomic would already be up, ready to go. But towards the end of it, they got their rhythm back a little bit, and it's a tied series overall.
I mean, this is just a little crazy. NRG, they have not qualified for Boston yet.
Nope.
Now, if they lose, they're also not completely eliminated. I think if the results fall their way, I don't remember it. I need Stacks or Gibbs or somebody to tell me exactly the results. D-Rack, tell me what it is again.
You need a D-Rack.
I don't have it in front of me. I'm too busy watching these highlights, and somehow Bora and Evo getting it done. Actually, 5 up getting credit for one of those goals as well. A key demo at the end of the game there, and well, I start thinking about that Dignitas defense again. NRG had immense pressure on them for multiple minutes, only came away with a single goal. And now here we are. It's a tied series when this easily, with 1 second left, this could have been 3-1, and people are probably starting to sleep a little bit. But here we go now. You think the players are leaning forward in their chairs. I think maybe some of the fans at home, maybe the NRG fans, are leaning a little farther in their chairs.
I'm pretty sure James, I could feel him sitting up in his chair when that happened. And definitely the rest of them around the world too. Bora is that player to keep an eye on. He kind of not necessarily makes or breaks it, but definitely has, more way on whether they succeed right now. Evo's the one that really has just been leading the charge on all fronts of it. So it's a well-rounded roster if they are cohesive.
Here we go. NRG really not having their way with NA like they usually do this weekend. Redacted came and stunned them in Game 7 yesterday. Them to qualify for Boston. Now this ball rips out to the side. Dignitas, not in the same playoff scenario as NRG or Redacted were yesterday, but still really forcing NRG to earn every inch of space that they get. Showing that you can just hold for a while. You can play on low boost on defense. You get one clear. You can get through NRG today. It's not true all weekend, but it might be true for Bora. Shot forces the double commit. Daniel credited with the save. Atomic was there. Evo stretches across, and no dunk on Daniel.
And something to take note of, if you guys didn't see the original qualifier match between Dignitas and NRG, it did go the distance to Game 5. So these two are very familiar with having to play, you know, the marathon route against one another. It's not too big of a surprise to NRG that this version of Dignitas is able to go toe for toe with them. In the corner, 5 up wants to get him out, but everyone from NRG has managed to put their 50s in the right spots. As they continue to build the pressure, another shot from Daniel, just off the mark. It was a great save from 5 up, but every attempted clear gets sent straight back into the blue.
Bora did not get a clean touch there at all. He had some space. He wanted the quick attack. Been better served. Get something he could easily control. Get this one down just above the bar. Dignitas here halfway through Game 5, playing a lot of defense with a transition. But he gets bumped off the play. Evo coming to support 5 up. 5 up with a dunk. Atomic having to dive back. Only a couple pads to his name. Bora gets off the sidewall. Atomic is rolling quickly. And that's about the best touch you could have hoped for. It doesn't skirt out to NRG. They get a clear out downfield. Beast Mode's ready for it. NRG still hold the midfield line despite Dignitas starting to inch forward on some of these plays. A good double 50, but they have to dive for the follow-up. Now they're under pressure. 5 up gets there, loses his boost. Evo also no boost. Bora 30 in the tank. Atomic forced out on the 50. Bora buys a little bit of time, but not enough. Everyone's still on small pads or less. Canisters start to spawn. Dignitas continue to survive, and they break out here. Here comes Bora, one-on-one. Has Daniel beat? Daniel can't make the save!
You talked about Dignitas running low on boost. The minute Bora had gotten that 100 pad, you knew he had all the time to work with. The most monstrous flick over Daniel's head to put Dignitas into the lead.
That was a beautiful goal there from Bora. A couple of goals from him. And NRG, they keep running into new guard peakers. Talk yesterday. Bora with a couple today. Evo coming across, double tap. No, it's not available. I'm fully, just based on how it's gone for Dignitas on defense, I've watched them hold these low leads against NRG, something we're used to seeing NRG do to teams routinely. Dignitas are taking a page out of their schedule here.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I had talked about at the beginning of this series, and if you guys ever tuned into the stream, I made mention that right now Dignitas are very aware that defense is going to win most of their games. They've got it on lock as far as their offensive strats. Another big clear, get sending straight back into their side. But that defense, if they have it together, it is very difficult to get past Dig. So we're going to see if they can build on this one. Clear out mid. Bora back to his favorite spot, the sidewall. The failed Musty, though, does nothing more than just allow his teammates to really just get in position as NRG try to get out of their side. Shot from Evo. It's exactly where you expect it to be.
I mean, this was a personal execution. Evo puts the barrel to his head and fires the cannonball. Poor Daniel, 2 times he's in that spot to have to make a save. Bora shoves it in through the top. Evo shoves it in through the center. I mean, Hercules, we're talking 20 seconds, and Dignitas are gonna put NRG right where they were yesterday, down 3-2. But maybe they have a chance. No, 5 up makes the save. Here's Daniel on the redirect. That's way too light and way too easy for Dignitas to make the stop. 2-0 Dignitas. 3-2 in the series. Can they take down NRG here?
There is always a world. NRG are not unbeatable anymore. They just are extremely difficult to play against. And Dignitas are figuring it out. They wavered a little bit throughout the series as a whole, defensively they were struggling, but once they really got it on lock, NRG didn't quite know how to deal with them. They outshoot them almost tenfold, 6 shots alone from Daniel in this game. So you can feel, you know, the desperation really to push Dignitas out. And one thing, you know, that NRG haven't done quite yet is completely knock out Bora. You take a look back at this play, the confidence to flick that into that upper 90 over Daniel, and then of course Evo joins in on the fun enough to stress out NRG into their first timeout.
That Bora goal, you know, you see Daniel make those saves. I mean, everyone on NRG makes saves against mechanical plays, but Bora shoves that into the top. And it also has just so much power that there's literally nothing Daniel could do about it. Such an excellent shot from Bora. Less than a poor save from Daniel. They're really doing a great job. Again, I think it's Dignitas's defense that is what has carried them here. NRG, they've had all the pressure. You said it, Daniel alone, 6 shots, 11 shots total in that game for NRG. And they even had a couple of opportunities, actually right before Bora's goal, when they had them starved. You saw 5-up Evo, they were trying to get dimes, no canisters were available. NRG had pressure, but Dignitas found a way to get a car in the way every time. There just wasn't a free rebound at pretty much any point, despite NRG being able to mostly starve them. So it hasn't been enough. They haven't been able to demo them on defense either. And Dignitas have covered it so well, and then they transition, NRG come back. Dignitas have taken advantage of miscues, of missed touches or no touches from NRG. I don't think we saw much of that last game, but they keep getting caught out. NRG are so used to winning the 50, covering their teammate, and being able to just play the next ball, right? There was a play where Atomic was in the midfield. Daniel's positioned for Atomic to at least get a 50, not to get completely destroyed by 5-up on the 50. And now Daniel has to turn tail and run, and it looks a lot worse because Atomic just got absolutely destroyed on the 50. And this was happening against Redacted too, where Redacted started winning 50-50s against NRG, who are usually so clinical in that. And now we're on Neo Tokyo. NRG could very much just lose the game right here. Dignitas looking good on D. Can they capitalize?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Dignitas on match point, right where they want to be. A lot of teams that are in the underdog story are hoping they get this win here, but the rest of the world want to see NRG at Boston. Big reminder that if NRG win this series, they do get their spot. So there's a lot of pressure riding on them here. 5-up, taken out of the play entirely. 50, dead balled in, nobody there to commit from Dignitas. Instead, they're gonna pop it up and play it, and there's those interceptions that Dignitas are gonna try and use to really slow NRG down.
Well, to give a little bit of copium to NRG fans, you know, when the other team has NRG on match point, in this open, they're 5-1. Now, that just tells me that, wow, NRG have been put on match point a lot this tournament. Obviously, that one loss came in Game 7 versus Redacted. Bora and Evo, again, back here on defense. We'll try to improve that mark to 6-1 here and force yet another Game 7.
Right now, Dignitas, they're trying to, you know, really keep an eye out on when those boosts spawn in, because that was a huge difference maker, was when NRG was able to start boost starving them a little bit. So another shot up towards backboard. Bora had it covered. Reset forward. Right now, Dignitas, they just won out of their half. You can see Bora already on the other end of the field, just waiting. He goes for the pass, he flicks it back, it's high. It's a good idea. And they go again. Evo to the ceiling, to himself, off the top. He has the flip if he wants it. 5-up's gonna go on his turn, and they just keep going. Down, over to Bora. In Dignitas, their pressure goes, but it's the same as when NRG goes to dig. NRG are also going to stand very strong.
Dignitas find a way to retain possession there. Bora didn't get the bounce that he wanted. NRG finally get this ball downfield. There's no real shot opportunity there for Dignitas. There was that one that was high from Bora. 5-Up gets the ball, still in control of the ball. Atomic, frozen, weak touch. Evo can't get through 2. 5-Up trying to take this away from Atomic. Daniel comes to bail him out. Bora was already diving for it. And Beast Mode gets down the field, another hairy situation. But NRG get out of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, they played the 1v1 a little slow, hoping for a different result this time. Atomic does put a hand up on it and gets that 100 boost on the attempted way out. 5-Up over Atomic. Is anybody already there? No, it's Daniel just clearing out to the corner. And Dignitas are going to try and spot each other here. It hits the side of 5-Up's car. He's got nothing in the tank. Most he can do is a shot. And Dignitas, they want to build on this little bit of pressure that's almost been handed to them, right? Instead, the most they can do are just these really annoying touches. It's a sidewall attempt, but nothing to come from it.
Beast Mode going backwards, just trying to create some space, trying to get something out. Atomic, not a ton of boost here. Daniel also on dimes. Beast Mode deleted. Finally, NRG get a little bit of breathing room. Dignitas fully back on defense. Way to manage it. It did not look comfortable at all for NRG. Able to get their cars behind the ball. Atomic was getting harassed downfield. Bora's only got 5 boost, and it's a free goal for Dignitas. NRG are in trouble.
Let the Bora farming begin. You saw Evo in front of Beast Mode. You saw them both going together, but he doesn't even need him at that point. It's just a clear shot on through. Dignitas, they've done a lead against NRG nearly 3 times now. 2 of those resulted in wins. And this one, only just over a minute in regulation left.
Definitely didn't have this on my bingo card.
I had it
And
on
Daniel
mine.
rips
Should've locked
it.
in.
It's just off the post. Beast Mode isn't going to get there. A minute left. That was a chance for NRG to tie things up. Pass out to Beast Mode with a little bit of space. 5-Up closed. The pass immediately denied. Bora. He got bumped by his teammate back into position, and Atomic gets bumped. He returns the bump. Feels like a game of billiards. And they somehow force this ball through. Beast Mode will collect the game-time goal.
This is the most NRG play ever. Look at this, no boost on Beast Mode. It dead balls down, and he immediately just parks, reverse, and goes, no, we're side flipping on in. This isn't the end of it. 41 seconds and a tied game between the two. Full commit from Daniel on this one is a little nerve-wracking for them, as Dignitas gotta defend. And here they come from the sky. Daniel tries to waterfall it down over to Beast Mode, but they recognize that 1, NRG is low on boost, and 2, Dignitas, they have the patience to play the defensive game right now.
Oh, Bora read the bump attempt early, got out under Daniel. That was excellent from him. Unfortunately for Dignitas, they're getting bumped! And he ain't avoiding that one! NRG come out late, and they have a lead with 13 left.
I swear this is the most almost synergetic, team versus team I've ever seen. This scenario is what we just watched in Game 5, and now NRD are dishing it back to Dignitas. Even with the air, 10 seconds on the clock, off the ceiling. 5-Up has to 50 it backwards. He didn't have a choice on this, and here comes Bora. One bump on 2. This one could do it, but it bounces up into the sky, and NRG are going to continue to play it. 5-Up catches over to Evo. They all have the boost and the means, but do they have the space? No.
Beast Mode avoids the final bump and helps get NRG to a decisive Game 7. This one is going to be for the Boston Major for NRG. Dignitas will call a tactical timeout as we head to Champions Field. That last play, the one right before the ball hit the ground, and Bora, he had a pre-jumping, I don't remember if it was Evo or 5-Up. My eyes were fully on Bora's pass. But he had a teammate pre-jump, and then he got all this extra oomph on the ball that his teammate wasn't expecting. And it just was a little too much, and it goes by him. But NRG, I think they survived Neo Tokyo. There was a lot of struggles there in the first half of that game. They had trouble building pressure. They had trouble getting out of their own half, but they were really doing what Dignitas had been doing all series on defense. That was just holding the line, wait for the opportunity to get downfield, and we're able to settle down. 2 goals off of 8 shots for NRG to force this game 7. And Dignitas still have the chance to do the funniest thing.
I am so excited for this game 7. I just want to get straight into it. I know that this timeout, though, is going to be extremely intense because in reality, throw is a very harsh word, but it was a little bit of a throw. They did kind of fall to the pressure of, you know, finding that lead and holding on to it for a bit. And that was once that weird little goal line, you know, situation had happened with beast mode. You could just feel everything start to feel shaky for Dignitas, and NRG got back to where they felt comfortable, which was just basically bullying the Dignitas defense. So we're gonna see
look,
if
it just hasn't been like. We talked yesterday about how NA, the new guard, that's been the story of this split, right? And I think that NRG, having the struggles that they are, some of their own making, some of it not, really kind of further encapsulates that. Like, how often have we really seen NRG challenged for multiple days in a row like this, put to the test? It has been a while, and so the new guard is stepping up. With some of that older generation, not the oldest, but the older generation like Evo, who's been out for a while trying to find the right team. Even 5-Up, just a little newer than Evo, but he's been around for a while. And then you had Redacted yesterday with similar players doing the same thing, actually finding ways to test NRG and even beat them. It's a new era in North America. I'm calling it right now. It's not NRGs for free anymore. The King's Throne has been challenged.
I mean, you gotta remember, kids like Bora have grown up watching the greats, watching NRG make those wins until it was their turn. They're learning from the people they're going against. And like I said, NRG players like Daniel and Atomic and Beast Mode, they created them, but they also show them how it's done.
Yeah, this time 5-Up trying to get up. Great job from Daniel, leaving that one. Kind of faint on the 50, so 5-Up ends up dropping that ball straight down. He's last man. It's got to be into safety. He can't get it done. NRG find the scene here 40 seconds in. Evo not be able to scoop that around Daniel. Bit of a ghost touch. Don't know if the result would have been much different there. Beast Mode right in the wing, and NRG will try to build some early pressure. Evo goes the whole way downfield, picks up a demo on Daniel. Atomic and Beast Mode will help to bail him out of that. Beast Mode gets bumped. Daniel stuck in the corner. Evo works around him, and just maybe a little more patience from the second man. That might be a goal for Dignitas. Now they're forced to hold the ball, try to keep possession. Evo gets a nice timing on the boost spawn. Gets this 50 out to Bora, who misses the ball.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an awkward read there from Bora. It is gonna cost him. Yeah, Atomic definitely spotted him going just a little bit too early on that, and he was playing from behind the ball, so he knew. And thankfully to Atomic, having the flip to be able to just push it on in is a great sign for NRG. Up 2-0 very early on into this game 7.
Yeah, good push from Daniel, capitalizing on Bora's miss. Certainly can't give the freebies up to NRG. Good avoidance on the bump from Bora. Atomic still going to make it awkward for him. Beast Mode in the area. Everyone from NRG pressing. Evo against Daniel there. On a touch out. Beast Mode just sitting in the third waiting for the ball. Let it drop. It's good enough for NRG. Dignitas, it's starting to get a little worse. 0 boost for Evo. 0 boost for Bora. Only 47 for 5-Up. This kicks out. NRG's in the area. Atomic shot denied. Beast Mode up early. 5-Up gets there in time. Dignitas still playing low boost simulator. Only 20 boost in the tank for Evo. 5-Up gets demo. That might actually help him out. He'll spawn with a little more boost than he's had. No dunk for Beast Mode. Daniel swings across. It's off. Evo barely survives it. I don't know how Dignitas have kept this ball out, but still they will. Dignitas just feel pressure even when there is none. Diving in front of ghost attackers. They do get the 50. Evo swings across, wins the ball, but Beast Mode already in position, already out. Dignitas get a little breathing room, but can't hang on to the ball.
Yeah, you just got 2 minutes to hold on if you are NRG. They've done a great job at the boost driving game, the double around, no follow. It comes in a little bit slow there, and both members of Dignitas are able to work together to get it out. Bora is gonna try and clear it on his own. Atomic from behind him, but Daniel makes it clear, doesn't even have to worry about that one. And Dignitas losing precious seconds. They really got to get it together soon, otherwise this is just gonna become impossible way too fast.
That was good coverage from Daniel. Nice 50 from Atomic as well. Felt the pressure coming from behind. 50 goes out, that's just straight to Beast Mode, off the board, bounces on the bar, off the ground and out. Daniel underneath it. Bora will delete Beast Mode and hope Dignitas can actually get downfield. So much time chewed off the clock. Bora is the challenge underneath. Bora needs that midfield boost, he'll get it. Beast Mode will go back to the corner. Gives a little bit more space. Daniel's trying to chew it up. Beast Mode gets bumped. He needs support. But Evo, there was an NRG car all over him. Dignitas finally get back on the orange half. I think they spent a grand total of 20 seconds here in game 7, and they only got 50 more of those left. You can't miss the ball. Atomic has completely stopped. And I'm curious if NRG will call for the pause. It looks like yes, they do call for the pause. So we'll figure out what's going on there and get him righted up. But it really looks like NRG have complete control here. Dignitas in desperation mode after putting them on match point. NRG looking like they'll qualify here for the Boston Major.
Whoa. You ever remember that one time Dignitas had to score 3 goals in like 14 seconds during COVID?
I can't believe you're bringing something that happened like 6 years ago up.
I think about that very often.
I can't. You dug so down deep into the copium. I think you summoned a Balrog. That is some greedy copium coming from you.
But
hey.
it exists. That scenario existed. So.
But this was NRG calling the pause, and we saw Atomic very clearly DC'd. And we'll see what time they immediately set it at. But I think this actually is good for Dignitas, believe it or not. You get to reset the momentum. You get to get back onto the kickoff. And you get to at least try something on the kickoff. If you can get a quick hit, if you can get a good win off this initial kickoff, you score quickly, who knows? They scored with a second left earlier in this series to tie the ball game, but you need 2.
It's a tough one to do, especially like you are definitely coming into this with like frustration. You had maybe like 15 seconds to breathe here, right? And just kind of reset the mental and hope for the best. They are coming into this one down by 2 though. That goal, like, there's no world where it stands, but.
Well, I mean, no, the goal only happened because Tom, we were all watching.
I'm not that copious, but.
I was gonna say, if you're holding out hope for that, I got a bridge to sell you.
Not.
But I'm out of
No.
I'm out of metal beams, so.
At the beginning of this one too, they showed the NRG chant flag for good reason. You know, this for a very, very, very long time has been the best team in North America without a doubt, and the world. They've just been wavering a tiny bit. You know, like I said before, they're not unbeatable anymore, but it doesn't mean it is not one of the most difficult challenges you are going to face if you are any other team.
This has been an exciting regional, an exciting split for North America and North American fans who, let's be honest, we've all been down bad when it comes to the competition internationally outside of one team that can do something. And this might be the first split in a long time where the 4 leading teams right now, Redacted obviously going to Boston, NRG if they hold for another 30 seconds here, they will also be going to Boston. We'll be talking about Space Station and Foot a little bit later, but thinking of those teams in Rebellion as well, the strongest four, and not just the strongest four, but 4 teams that actually can do damage international. It'd be hard with 5 European teams coming along. But for me, it has been impressive watching this new guard we keep talking about play the way they have. It does give you hope for their international chances. With some of these players on those teams, Wavy included on Redacted, that have a little bit of LAN experience already. So it's not like it's a bunch of fresh rookie faces. They're just newer and finding their way to the top of North America a little more consistently. So it's an exciting time right now, even if NRG do win this, Dignitas can't get the win over them. I mean, Dignitas aren't even one of the 4 teams we're talking about that are going to be going to Boston, especially if they lose this. There's no chance. So, and like we're in game 7 here versus what has been the best team in North America. And it's been so much more fun to watch all of these new players come up, challenge that guard, and finally see NA make the next change in generations. Now it looks like... Go ahead, Hercules.
Oh, no. I'm about to read the same thing you are. You go on, sir.
Well, I'm not reading anything, so whatever you're reading, you let me know.
I just saw, I peeked in and Beast Mode had asked if the goal stood, and I was like, we're on the same level of a little scared. I think everybody's just wants all answers answered.
No, it looks like Dignitas' goal is disallowed as we expected.
Yep.
And the disconnect occurred at 56 seconds remaining on the clock. So the score will be 0-2, and NRG will resume the kickoff at 56. Really, not just NRG. We're not just going to give them the ball. It will be a contested kickoff, as it always is in Rocket League. So 56 seconds. Again, I think Dignitas will need something quick off the kickoff if they have any hope here. But in Atomic DC, might have been the South. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. I mean, only one way to find out. You got to go back in there, and playing something back off of the kickoff too versus mid-game does change things up a tiny bit. So we'll see what strats get pulled out of the book from both ends of the field.
And we will be getting started shortly. Thank you for all of your patience at home. We appreciate all of you who participate by viewing, who participate by putting your very smart opinions in chat. And you can learn a lot by reading the Rocket League Twitch chat. And we appreciate everyone watching outside of Twitch as well. If you're watching on YouTube, hello and thank you. We love each and every one of you for supporting the world's most exciting esport. Here we go. And also the most mechanically difficult esport. Here we go.
Tell 'em.
Bora. We'll start it off on the kickoff. They do get it to Bora clean, but an immediate challenge from Beast Mode will knock that away. Every challenge for NRG is about 3 or 4 seconds shaved off the clock. And this one will roll right back. Dignitas won't get that immediate pressure. They're going to need something deeper here. Evo read the touch. Atomic with no boost gets a perfect clear downfield to Beast Mode.
Yeah, Beast Mode played the sheet up, and this own goal might do him in. Oh my goodness. I mean, first off, Beast Mode already up in the air for this one, and you don't even have to do any work on it at that point. Unfortunate for Dignitas. He goes straight back into the kickoff with the last 30.
Too resilient. NRG find a way. They get that goal, and of course, 5 up. We're not going to give them any kind of hard times for that own goal. He had a NRG player bearing down on him. 20 seconds now and change. NRG playing with house money. Not the first team to qualify for Boston, but qualifying nonetheless. And a difficult road to do it. An imperfect NRG still find a way to come out the victors here against Dignitas, stay alive in open 3, and punch their ticket to Boston.
So excited to see this team on LAN again, just how everybody had hoped. And it works out for them. NRG, we will see you very soon. In about 2 weeks' time, they'll try and make their return to the big stage, right where they belong.
Again, great job from Dignitas. Really solid effort. Really this entire game. Game 7 was just clear NRG front to back. Game 1 was clear NRG front to back. And I think that's part of the problem there for Dignitas when you have to rely on your defense to be excellent for the entire series. and you don't have enough offensive juice, it will be hard to beat a team like NRG. They join Redacted on the journey to Boston. They still got more Rocket League to play today. We have to crown a champion here in Open 3. We got seeds to decide. Don't go anywhere, because some of these games are going to be nuts. So make sure you stick around. Keep the stream up. We'll be right back.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
The Champions Field streak continues. NRG having to go the distance against Dignitas, but the distance they do go. And NRG, the reigning world champs, have punched their ticket to the first major of the season here. And it will be NRG representing North America at the Boston Major, folks. It's going to be a great time. We're joined here by the coach of NRG, sir. Sathy, what the game sevens? What's happening here right now?
Now that banner's up, I think we just want to see the banner all the time, honestly.
Hey, I like it. A good save. I mean, it was close, and then you got to Champions Field, and it wasn't close at all. You guys iced up there, and you've punched your ticket to Boston here. Got more work left to do here today, though. So SSG's coming up next. Just quickly, what's different about playing against them?
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously like a top tier team. I think that game 7, like you saw, we expressed a lot more confidence. I think today, because we played a bad Friday and Saturday, today was about rebuilding kind of our habits and what we're supposed to be doing. And I think you saw kind of that confidence slowly coming back throughout the series. So hopefully it's just taking that game 7 into the beginning of this next series.
All right. Well, yeah, they'll be the top 4. Grand finals are coming up after that. Congratulations on making it to Boston. I'll see you there, bud.
Thank you so much. See you there.
All righty, that is NRG through for North America here. They've got a date against Space Station a little bit later on here. A back and forth one here, Stacks. It looked like Dignitas had it at times.
Yeah, again, you could tell the sense of urgency was there for this Dignitas squad, and they had to have confidence because they met up in the Swiss and it went their way. So, they know they can play with these guys. They were not, fazed by the aura of NRG on Championship Sunday. And they were very physical with NRG. I mean, you look back at, we'll probably see it in a moment here. The goal where they went on to match point, ultimately ended up being the game winner, I think, in game 5. They were very physical at the back line of NRG. They were very disruptive. And, they scored kind of a lot of open nets as a result of that. And, give him a lot of credit. I mean, Bora played out of his mind. And, whoever actually ended up finding him to sign him to this team deserves a lot of credit because they've got a real winner.
I found out if you want to know.
You agree? Oh, yeah. What do you got? What do you got?
So it was a full team effort. Eclipse said that when they were looking for their third, he spoke to the boys. He said, hey, is there anybody, in your ranked 2s lobbies that's kind of really stood out to you? They name dropped Bora. They tried out scrims. They said he was by far their best one. They said it was a very similar finding to when Eclipse found Seiko back in the day. And they just went with him. They knew there was something special about him, and we'll see how his career starts to unfold from here out.
It's what every coach and manager dreams of. Finding a player in the rough there that no one else knows about, get to put them on your roster, and we'll get to see more of Dignitas later on this season. But with this loss, they have been eliminated from the Boston Major, and now the transfer window begins for them. We'll see if they make any adjustments here. NRG on through there. We can finally put a team with some hue in their logo, lock them in there in North America. NRG with 24 points. That 4th spot still up for grabs between Shopify Rebellion and between Foot Esports and SSG there. We'll see who gets to take that one. Interesting note on the points. All 5 teams in the event still could possibly emerge at the end of the day as the number 1 seed here in North America Stack. So lots to play for, even if you've already punched your ticket.
Yeah, that's how much parity there is here in North America. It is that close at the top as far as the points go. We can say all we want about, the relative skill of all the teams and how great we think, Shopify Rebellion is versus NRG and, where Redacted might fit and all that. Any one of these 5 teams can still end up as the number 1 team. And what a huge advantage that is, too. I mean, NRG could probably win the Boston Major from any spot. But
they could.
Any of these other teams, they'd love to have that number 1 spot to maybe get a better early matchup.
It'd be a nice luxury to have, to be the number 1 seed. And hey, get to call yourself the number 1 seed going into the Boston Major is a pretty fun title to get to hold. That a lot of teams, I think, have, especially in North America, have just been like, oh, NRG's going to have that, so we're playing for second. Now that the fire's lit in their eyes as they know that the possibility is here. So let's continue on here with teams hoping for that glory. One team that's currently sitting on top, Shopify Rebellion, going up against another team that still has to play their way into Boston right now. Currently on the outside looking in, Foot Esports. A lot of work to do here, Herc.
Oh yeah, there's a big difference in, storyline. Foot Esports, as the old saying goes, is going to be the underdog coming into this one. But of course, with a pretty decent sized chip on their shoulder, they've kind of been counted out a lot by a number of people. But if you take a look back at what they've done throughout this Open 3 in particular to get here, they're not that bad. I mean, they were number 4 in their group respectively. They ended up taking down the likes of, 90210, but more notably, they were the ones to take down Gen G to come into this in the uppers. So they can go, head to head with some of the top teams here in North America, but Shopify Rebellion is in fact a whole other story.
This is a big team for sure to take on. Foot has come through the uppers in 2 of the 3 events online regionals so far this season. They've always started strong. This is when they finally get into the bracket or having to play the teams that are at the top of the leaderboard. The results have yet to really go their way here, Stacks. They need to make it to the finals, bare minimum, to make it to Boston. Really, they need to win those finals to be able to hold the fate all of their own. If Space Station were to make it through NRG, that would mean they would literally have to win. So lots on the stake here, but no matter what, they have to win this match if they want to hope to go to Boston.
Yeah, and they've positioned themselves well, though. I mean, they are about as in control of their own fate as you could ask to be at this point with how everything else around them has fallen, and they've done it with their defense. Foot is, I think, something like this, the second best defense in this event. Problem for them is Space Station's number 1 in terms of goals against. It's if you don't let the other team into your net, boy, you have a hard time losing. The problem is they're up against a team right now that just about scores at will with all the talent on that team. I mean, this is, I think I said it in the last Open, this is as close to a super team as you could build without taking any of the pieces out of NRG.
True. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Is it the budget super team, Shopify Rebellion? Or is it Foot Esports, #FUT there? They'd like to prove that they're the real super team, and that starts right now. They are NA1 Open champs. When NRG had that bad split, Shopify was the team that emerged at the top of North America. Can they do it again here for Open number 3? Herc, Foot Esports, are they making the run, or is Shopify shutting them down right now?
Oh man, my heart is always with Cheese, but I can't go against Shopify on this one. I've got Shopify Rebellion for sure.
Okay. Stacks?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the cheese is about to expire here in the Boston major split. I got Shopify Rebellion here. I think there's just too much offense there for this Foot team to contain.
Cheese is so weird because it's just it already is expired. It's milk that expired, and then we're like, this is good. So then it expires again, and we're like, no, now it's bad. I don't understand it. Either way, Shopify is coming out on top with this one. I do think Shopify has the Space Station sitting in the wings watching this one. With this, if Shopify were to win here, Space Station also clinches that 4th spot. So many teams care about this result. We've got Shopify winning on the desk. You've got them winning in chat. They're clearly the favorites, but we didn't call them favorites for nothing here. Shopify got to get the work done if they want to prove it against Foot Esports here. A spot at Boston waits on the ticket here. Foot versus Shopify to continue on Championship Sunday.
3 out of the 4 spots for Boston have been locked in. Foot, they've got a long way to go, but it's still possible to claim that final spot, but they are going to have to run the gauntlet. First step, try to take down Shopify Rebellion. Let's get into game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
Funnily enough, James, all 5 teams that are not in contention, I guess, 2 of the teams, Space Station and Foot, can still get the 1 seed. Even Foot. They have.
Is that how the math works out? That is, wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That is.
It's been
a very
crazy
competitive
split
first split. Very competitive first split. I think also interestingly as well, Shopify Rebellion, Redacted, and NRG, if one of them wins it, guaranteed that number 1 seed as well. So we will get our answer on how that 1, 2, 3 ranking stacks up. But the big question right now is, can Foot steal that spot from Space Station? They'll have to finish 1 place better. And right now, Jorby, that means they've got to make the grand final through Shopify Rebellion and then through Redacted.
I mean, look, much like NRG this weekend, Rebellion haven't been a perfect team. it hasn't been easy for them in a lot of their games. So if recent history is an indicator, James, Foot could absolutely do some damage here. But I do think that I agree with the desk in that this is going to be a tall order for them. Foot have been on the outside looking in pretty much the whole time and have really not looked like they haven't belonged there. So this will be a case of can Cheese and company step up to the plate and play a level above where they sit to try to beat this Rebellion team.
We'll find out, Jorby. This first minute and a half, though, battle for possession. Rebellion having a few more opportunities, but we see Foot work their way up. First killer trying to wall dash to prevent that chance. A little hesitation as well. Had Sosa faked out there. Now a handoff to LJ, who tries to get it around Frosty.
Well, and had Cheese there as well, but ended up just giving it up. LJ's downfield, stealing boost. And Kofor just couldn't find a way to get back to him. First killer. Pass in front. Pass to nobody. Kofor, it's a heavy touch, but Cheese.
Oh, no! I mean, that's disastrous for Foot. First, they get out of rotation from the double commit. Cheese actually gets bumped off the sidewall, still tries to put a hand up, but ended up knocking the ball into his own net.
Lots of own goals this weekend. Wavy had like a hat trick of own goals yesterday. We had 5 up own goaling at the end of NRG Dignitas when that game was pretty much already decided. And now you have Cheese at the start of this game, very much not decided, trying to recover off of a bump.
That was a bit unfortunate. You saw what he was trying to do there, and you know, a lot of times you do want to have somebody up there challenging, but they never recovered from that initial double commit. So Foot find themselves trailing, and they'll be trailing by even more. Kofor knocks in this one.
Just trouble trying to rip this ball off LJ. No one will go. They don't know how much boost LJ has. He had absolutely none, but no one actually willing to challenge the ball. You saw second man there too. Even if he wanted to go, he might have just ended up running into his teammate. Maybe he should have. He might have bumped him into the challenge, but they gave LJ the space with no boost and made it easy for Rebellion. You can't do that in this situation if you're Foot, where you are on the outside and you need everything going your way.
Now, this is not the first step that Foot needed. The one team that could really throw things off here in North America, where everything is still up for grabs, which is crazy. Team still fighting for that #1 seed, which will be invaluable. And then Space Station and SSG, or Space Station and Foot rather, still fighting for that 4th and final spot. Cheese, chance to get 1 on the board. Frosty couldn't connect on the bump, and this one will be cleared out. That was a nice chance from Foot, but couldn't connect on the bump to clear the path and weren't able to convert.
Still in some trouble here. Cheese having to avoid traffic. Had a great initial touch. Yeah, Foot having a lot of trouble hanging onto this ball. See, late to the 50 in the midfield and forced to punt it away.
Kofor dribble around his own corner. Frosty going for the ground double. No, goes right by it. We saw Kofor hit a nice ground double on the highlights, and I think that play really made popular by First Killer, who was a specialist at the ground double. Jeez.
Wow.
Trying to get something going, but nothing really going, Jorby, so far for Foot.
Yeah, I mean, Kofor easily drills this one. But you're right, it has not been easy. On defense, just survival mode. Frosty gets some space. Did freeze Rebellion for a little bit, but that's a beautiful follow-up touch. Just not much LJ could have worked with there. That shot was wide to the post. And now there's a chance for Foot to actually get some purchase. Frosty jumps early. Cheese is diving forward. Desperate move with 30 seconds left, down by 2. You got to send the house. You try a ground pinch. First Killer doesn't even have to move.
And First Killer also baiting in Sosa. Gets the clear out. Does get demoed, but the damage is done. Time melting off the clock. And this has been a routine victory for Shopify Rebellion. Didn't really seem like they broke much of a sweat.
Yeah, it felt really easy, and off that Cheese bump, it kind of told you how the rest of the game was going to go.
It did set the tone, didn't it?
It in his own net. Yeah, that was tough for them to kind of get back from that. Luckily for them, game 2 resets. and they can figure out how to get by them. They generated 6 shots, Foot did, but I don't even think I remember more than one.
It's tough. That's what I was going to say is what was the most convincing one? I think for me, the most convincing chance was a shot where Frosty had a chance to land a bump. If he lands the bump on the last player back, I think it might have been LJ, not quite sure. But if he lands the bump, probably going in or has got a great chance, couldn't land it. Rebellion just seemed so comfortable, so in control for the entirety of that game. And I think this is a little bit of a worrying sign in game 1 for Foot.
Yeah, you at least wanted to see them be able to put out a little bit of pressure, something consistent in the midfield to make you feel like there really was a chance, but I fully agree that Rebellion kind of just ran victory laps around them, especially those last 2 minutes. A lot of accredited saves for Rebellion as well, so it's not as if Foot aren't getting to the box, but you obviously need to generate some sort of quality opportunity. We'll see if they can get it done. A lot of broken opportunities, I think, were happening between them. I remember one where Frosty and Cheese, they kind of tied each other up in the third. So we'll see if they can figure out the spacing, figure out how to get some possession here against Rebellion in game 2.
Slowly running out of lives. Lost one. Space Station fans cheering on Rebellion as they put in one just 7 seconds in. Kofer continues his scoring streak.
Kofer trying to help his old Ord get back in. And he does an excellent job there. First killer, though, with a beautiful pass. I mean, first killer yesterday, James, just always has me. I'll be honest. I think I'm first killer's #1 Glazer. Because every time I cast him, I think I'm always saying how great he is, even if. No, you know what? He's never not.
I mean, as someone who has watched a lot of North American Rocket League, you cannot deny that First Killer is a special talent. We'll get one here unless LJ scores it. He'll let First Killer get credit for that and more routine winning Sosa. And yeah, that's a tough one.
Are we talking to each other? Like, what's going on there? I feel like that is. That's like where I feel like the comms are just silent in that moment.
That's a tilter. That is an absolute tilter. And you're on a different page here. You're already double committing last game. If you're Foot, things not looking very good for Foot. See if Frosty can ignite something. Trying to take it high, gets around one, but LJ's there on the backboard, trying to keep possession of it. First Killer will opt to boom it long. Frosty again is going to try to get something going. There's a pass over. Shot is good. So a revival here for Foot.
Yeah, Rebellion. They see Frosty coming. They haven't had anything threatening to deal with. Kofer's like, sure, I'll let you do that. I can get the pass, and he just misses the 50 on Sosa, and so he gets to rip it on target. That one's on Kofer. He tried to line up that passing play. Great job from Frosty to just get him beat on it, to give Sosa a chance at the net, and there is some life for Foot.
And I do like that slight mix-up from Frosty as well. He shows the flip reset, but doesn't use the reset to pass the ball forward. Instead, he gets back down to the ground quickly, gets more power on the pass over to Sosa, allowing Sosa to get that shot. And now a demo. Somehow that save. First Killer credited for a save, but I couldn't see anything through the smoke screen.
Now, First Killer has infrared vision. He could see the heat trails. Somehow makes that save. Kofer will drop it down and buy some time for everyone from Rebellion to get reset, but Foot trying to build on that momentum. Sosa throws himself into LJ's path, and LJ somehow is the one who demoed him. Ooh, nice fake there from Sosa.
Yeah, a miss or a fake. Hey, either way, he's definitely got Kofer going.
For it. Yeah. He'll take it. Cheese at the 50 up, and Kofer will take it. Now Rebellion right back into position, James, as actually First Killer won't win that boost. It's over LJ's head. Kofer happy to take that ball. Rebellion will retain possession, but LJ can't get the bump.
Yeah, LJ was looking for it. Frosty saw it coming as well. You can see shot by Rebellion, still very comfortable. Cheese creeping up, gets caught out. More disastrous plays here. 4 Foot. Cheese just trying to creep up. You see him, it's lost in no man's land. Frosty's nowhere back to defend.
I think Cheese is just expecting that 50 to come back to him. I don't really think he's considering LJ when you look at his cam, because he's just positioned for a 50 back to him, sitting outside the near post. Not what you want, especially with LJ sitting there. When you're last back, it is a risky spot to sit, because you need that 50 to go your way, even a neutral one. LJ likely beats him to the ball.
Yeah, you could see the panic in Cheese's movement as well once he saw that 50 not go his way. More demos from LJ. LJ's been a nuisance, hunting the back line of Foot, also landing demos.
It is really weird to me that, you know, Kofor joined this team leading the league last season in demos per game. But ever since he joined Rebellion, his demos have gone down and LJ's have gone up. Now make that one make sense for me.
The spirit of the demo. I mean, it's there. That's all that matters.
He gave him his aura. Another demo.
Minus 1,000 and then plus 1,000 demo aura to LJ.
He's just always as he has been then.
Little pass
Swing
here. I like
around.
that. Oh, that was clever.
Ooh, a couple good moves there from Frosty. Sosa gets bumped. Wasn't really in a spot to do anything. Little pressure here from Foot in the corner. Frosty will drop. Shot. Kofor, great position there. Got it right on his nose. No play for Foot. They have the midfield line. Frosty down with Cheese. Frosty with a couple of touches there. Foot trying to maintain possession. The boost spawns. Frosty didn't get it. He goes the whole way back. That's not on target for Rebellion, and Foot trying to keep the push that they had going alive. Frosty gets the dunk. It's wide to the net. Kofor demos Sosa. So no play here for Foot.
Foot has been doing a nice job of landing these demos, but someone from Shopify Rebellion always there to cover. And that shot that was on target might have been threatening. Still Sosa trying to keep this attack ongoing as we approach the final 30 seconds of the game. 2-goal deficit. Much more life shown from Foot in this last half of the game, but that is all going to get smothered out. Kofor getting one, and another tough goal to accept if you're Foot. Cheese not able to get a hand up. Sosa and Frosty positioned upfield very optimistically.
You need
Tough
as
break.
much optimism as possible, down 2 goals with 30 seconds left. But yeah, not a good game from Foot at all. I fully expect the tactical timeout. Heck, if they could have called a timeout a minute into this game, they probably would have. Just has not been the game they were hoping for. They finally put together a couple of good strings, which they weren't really able to do at all in game number 1. Maybe they can build on that, but it gets a little tougher for Foot. Their major hopes on the line here versus Rebellion, and they're getting smashed.
Yeah, this is, I think, a little bit discouraging for Foot fans having to see this. You can see the timeout being called from Foot. Back-to-back games, which did not really go as planned for Foot. You can see a few mix-ups, double commits, less than ideal touches, some mispositioning that really bit them. Not a lot went right. There were some opportunities. I think they landed a few demos, but even still landing those demos, it looked like that still wasn't enough. Shopify Rebellion, you saw the first killer saved through the smoke screen. And things started out not so great either with that flip reset against Foot. I mean, it started out great if you're Rebellion. First killer having so much uncontested time in the air, which is a recipe for disaster. Rebellion, they're so comfortable, Jorby. It looks like they got this one.
The first killer was giggling a little bit. I wanna know what was said there. It's the most giggling I think I've seen first killer do on cams. We've seen him smile, we've seen him get excited, but that was pretty funny. Either way, what's not funny is if you're a Foot fan and you're watching this team be unable to get anything done. But Rebellion definitely need a dominant win like this. They've had a lot of struggles in some of their games where you kind of expect them to be that clear number 2, the team that should be able to take NRG on. And it feels like Redacted leapfrogged them in that conversation a little bit. But
I'll be honest.
They're still a rock solid team, and they still should be in that conversation.
Well, I mean, and I think they still are. Right now, the points leader between Shopify, Rebellion, NRG, and Redacted, you know, if one of them, all you got to do is win to prove yourself as the clear #1 in terms of the seeding, but also I think in the minds of every RLCS fan out there in terms of North America. But it has been such a competitive split. There's been a lot of excitement, I think. I think this new wave of talent has really rejuvenated the region as a whole. We're seeing some excellent gameplay. But right now, this looks like a situation where Rebellion are showing the clear difference level in skill between a team that's fighting for the #1 seed and a team that is hoping to pull off a miracle to slide into that 4th spot. And that is what it's going to take for Foot at this point. Going to have to come back in this series against Rebellion, who have been dominating them. Then they're going to also have to take on Redacted, who you just said, Jorby, you think have leapfrogged Rebellion. So, I mean, things will only get more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the vibe of the community around, you know, there's a lot of understandable hype around Redacted, and I mean, they just beat NRG yesterday in a thrilling 7-game series. Sure, Rebellion have the points lead. They deserve to be there 100%, but just getting the vibe from what people are talking about when it comes to these teams, there's a lot of excitement with that Redacted squad and their potential. Here's First Killer, puts it up high, puts it down low. First Killer's just nasty. Doesn't matter how many years he's been playing.
And Jorby, you say all that, and all I'm thinking is, yeah, and somehow Foot's gonna have to beat Rebellion and Redacted if they want to make it to Boston. And that is starting to seem like a long shot. The start of Game 3 after the timeout from Foot also not going as planned. You see the bot kickoff there too going. Even that not really working out for Foot. Maybe they can have something going. Frosty bumped off the ball. That'll be another save accredited to Kofor here. Cheese flip reset pass attempt, but Sosa too far away to make the shot. Not far enough back to really help out Frosty.
Ooh. Heavy pass. Chiefs can't get the ball to Frosty. Trying to put that one in. Here's Sosa again. Oh, Frosty gets kicked. She's still in the area. This is looking decent. Sosa, good pass back to Frosty. First Killer followed it the whole way through.
That First Killer covering the low option as well. Good call from First. Shopify Rebellion turtling up on the goal line. Foot has been able to push the line all the way back a few times, but it seems like every time Rebellion still find a way to make the stop.
Look over to the corner. You know, Space Station haven't even played a game yet today, and by the time they do, they might already be qualified for the major if Foot can't find a way to get consistent pressure. Rebellion see space, they try to take it. Frosty up, but beat clean by LJ. Just so much time for Rebellion to rotate, get a really good look at the field in front of them. Easy read for First Killer. Wifty works out for Sosa.
I love this from Frosty. Oh, Frosty sees that First Killer's gonna block this shot, goes high, lands on the backboard, then goes for the redirect. It's that level of tactics that you're gonna need to break through.
The First Killer's expecting a 50 as he comes through. You pull off. It looked like First Killer might have just been able to get the ball there. And instead it works out hugely for Sosa, and then Frosty making that play, James. Frosty,
he's playing off of what First Killer's getting him. First Killer has been deadly at predicting the shot, blocking the angle, and before we can even talk about that play more, Shopify Rebellion claw back the lead. So despite that glimmer of hope, it seems like the cloud of Shopify Rebellion moved back in and block out all the sunlight.
It was, I believe, Kofor or LJ who got a huge win, a clean beat on the second man defender. And then Sosa just too long before he actually jumped in front of the ball. Wasn't sure how fast Kofor was coming. And now Foot right back where you were. Kofor gets the demo. Quick pass to First Killer, wide of the net. The First Killer not done just yet. That's the kill in the 50. Kofor happy to be there.
The confidence certainly seems to be oozing out of Shopify Rebellion. You know, it looks like a sparring match out there. Shopify Rebellion not breaking much of a sweat.
And timeout already expired as well for Foot, so can't find a way out of this one. Down 3-0.
Oh, that's in, maybe?
Down 4-1, maybe. Jeez, it's a good save, but the rest of his team is getting demoed. First Killer Ball hits back into his undercarriage.
Team bump.
He's and Sosa. They think if we fuse our cars together, maybe then we can win a 50-50. Frosty can't get it done.
Yeah, but you saw the team bump there, and it ended up causing Sosa to get demoed easily. So many moments where Foot has not been on the same page. Shopify Rebellion really tightening the screws, making things difficult, but there's a bump. Another save from LJ this time. Shopify Rebellion keep pulling off these goal line stands.
This is another push here for Foot. Frosty was, I think, looked the best on the team so far in generating chances. It's getting stuffed here on the back line. LJ, first to the play. Lead for first killer off the ceiling. 50 in front of the box. LJ coming across to keep possession. But Frosty still comes away with the ball and tries to get Foot back into position and threatened the bump. Kofor avoided him. First killer had it covered. First killer always covering the second option. They can't really find a way around him too often.
Yeah, the one time they did, it was thanks to a mix-up from Frosty, who Frosty has proved to be creative, but now Cheese, with only 35 seconds left, picks the defense apart. Lovely first touch, sets up the shot. That first touch, such a tight spot, so clean. Great play from Cheese.
95 kilometers per hour on the shot. Giving just enough juice to keep Foot's engine rolling. Here's LJ. Demoed on the play. Maybe a go-ahead downfield. Sosa was a heavy touch.
Oh, careful.
Make it easy for Kofor. Back to LJ. Transition with the reset. And that is not an own, but you might as well have. First killer puts it in 3-2.
And you felt like there was going to be trouble as soon as LJ went airborne, and Frosty got lost on the backboard, jumped a little bit too early, got out of position, was flailing there, and that ended up being an easy rebound shot there for first killer. And if you give away goals like that, it's going to be so difficult to win against a team like Shopify Rebellion.
Frosty, midfield, momentum, low 50, back to Cheese. LJ stops all of it. Puts the ball on the ground. Rebellion walking their way through this lobby, 3-0.
Yeah, this is a dire moment. Each game looks like Shopify Rebellion are just treating it as another day in the office, and it's going as planned right now for Shopify Rebellion. They have been absolutely dominant, a team that looked like the best team in North America after the first open, after the kickoff weekend. Shopify Rebellion had a couple steps back in open 2, but open 3, they're getting some results here against Foot and looking to make a statement. And so far, what a statement this series has been.
And Foot, despite being able to respond a couple of times, it's just moments. There's no sustained pressure. There's no time in this series where we're like, okay, Foot doing really good to build pressure. They really have Rebellion trying to figure out how to break out on defense. It's never really been that. It's been one or two opportunities that you are able to capitalize on, and then more of that. You know, Foot haven't messed up all of the opportunities that they've had, but it's certainly difficult when you do make mistakes, and Rebellion punish those as well when you're already having trouble actually getting offense.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, Jorby, where not only are you going to have to amp up the creativity and have a little more bite to your offense, but you just cannot afford those defensive mistakes. And we've seen Foot make just a few too many of those, making things easy. And oh man, first killer, he'll kick you when you're down, and when you try to get back up, he'll kick you again.
And you know, they don't give you points for curb stops in the game. You don't get extra points for fakes, but I'll certainly give you some points in my heart for that one. That was dirty in front of the net, and really just, again, encapsulates the whole series so far. Rebellion do a fake kickoff. First killer says, I have space, I will take it. Through one,
rebound,
another, no, ready for it.
Man, that is a heart-wrenching goal there. Foot, how much more can they take? Can they bounce back? Down 3-0. Foot hoping, dreaming of that 4th spot in Boston being theirs. And now a chance, Sosa's shot. It's too weak, taken and saved over to the side by First Killer.
First Killer got chipped, had to come down to make the save. Still kept it close. There was no rebound available for Foot to shoot at. First Killer is ruining their day.
Sosa just needed to slot that near post with some authority, but Frosty will come through and make it happen.
It feels like Frosty, the only one alive right now on the offense for Foot in the series. Cheese did get one goal earlier, but everything that Foot have been able to do has been with Frosty at the forefront. Collects another goal for Foot. Will keep them alive in the game.
LJ trying to take it up and over. Frosty has been that bright spot. Sosa will give away possession, and now LJ will take it airborne, gets a bump on Frosty, looking for help. Cheese comes in to break up the play, and now Kofor taking it straight up. Sosa with the challenge. It's out to First Killer. First Killer trying to slow it down. LJ creeping in the back, letting First Killer do work. Kofor now going, will LJ hop in now? Sosa trying to clear it. LJ spots a chance. It's deflected. Foot struggling to get out of their own half. This one does creep by, but it's right to a boosted up Shopify Rebellion. However, Kofor doesn't get the hit he's looking for. Does get a bump and a booming clear. Now First Killer trying to get something going. Foot have some sort of a foothold in this game, Jorby, but they're gonna need to find that next level.
Cheese has the challenge. Everyone needs to get back for Foot. First Killer found the space. I'm playing so far off the ball. Kofor picks up a demo, and that will do it. LJ is the game-leading goal here as demos were traded on both sides, but obviously only one team really had the makings of it there.
I guess that was just the demo art from LJ and Kofor, both landing demos. A brief 3v1 against Shopify Rebellion and an open net. You wonder if that's going to result in a goal. Well, I think that answers the question.
No Foot were able to tie things up late in the last game as well. You haven't really seen as many of the mistakes either positionally or even the mistouches that you had in that first game or even in game number 2. So while it's been a little cleaner, still having that issue, James, of sustained pressure, finding ways to get through Rebellion. You do it here, looking for the bump on LJ. That's a good start. Sosa gets around First Killer. Back to somebody who has to be ready for that shot. How is nobody following that up? It was right between. Oh! Put in the net, but what a save from Frosty.
Frosty keeps hopes alive. The time ticking away. That was a crazy shot. Even better save. Sosa trying to boom it downfield, but it's right to LJ. Foot cannot afford to give up another goal.
No one's up. You just knew. First Killer's up. Nobody's there to challenge. You're flat-footed. And First Killer, now he just crushes your head right here. Beautiful shot.
Too fast. First Killer, first to the ball. And he's killing it this game. 2 goals now, separating Shopify Rebellion from Foot Esports. And like I said before, Jorby, this match has felt very controlled, very routine for Shopify Rebellion.
Pass connects. Foot in desperation mode right now. If they can't pull it out here, Space Station go to Boston and they stay home. Frosty tries again. Pass, but it's just too wide out. Sosa, nothing he could do afterwards. Immediately challenged in Rebellion. Continued to make life difficult. Cheese trying to get around it. And he gets demoed.
Oh my God.
He's just getting stomped left and right.
Look at this.
Down.
LJ gets the demo, ignores the ball, then Kofor goes for the bump on Sosa. First Killer has a clean path to net. Easy goal for Shopify Rebellion. And this, honestly, Jorby, this looks like the Rocket League equivalent of beating somebody up and taking their lunch money.
And you are not getting restitution. Here is Kofor downfield. Excellent job from Rebellion, who are in contention for the #1 seed in North America, to head to Boston and making a good statement at the start of their run here in Championship Sunday. It does really feel like it is going to be between Rebellion, Redacted, and NRG for that #1 spot. Can't necessarily count out Space Station, although they have to work a little bit harder and need a little bit of help, as LJ will send this one up. I think Rebellion really needed a win like this. They came in confident, and they really never let go of that at all. Excellent series from them overall, as First Killer almost puts another one in, and Rebellion put the foot down on this match.
In more ways than one, Jorby. This was a really remarkable performance. And, you know, you have to hold up now that this goal has gone in. 7 seconds left. I have seen it happen before, 2 goals within 7 seconds, but it's going to take some miracles off kickoff. And it is a good or a decent kickoff here for a strat. We'll see what Foot does. Big kickoff, okay. Predicted by Kofer.
Yeah, that one was going to be pretty difficult, because here it's going to be Rebellion almost putting it in. There you go. Foot eliminated from the Boston Major. Space Station qualifying before they play a single game on Championship Sunday.
And there you have it, the 4 teams from North America that are going to Boston. Lots of questions getting answered now, but I think one more important question left is who is going to be that #1 seed in North America? Will it be Shopify Rebellion, who looked unstoppable in this series? They looked like they were a different caliber, Jorby.
Absolutely. Foot, try as they may, a split that had them just on the outside, fighting for contention. Their road ends here. But the road continues for the 4 qualified teams in North America headed to Boston, now fighting for seeding. So stay around. We'll be right back.
Backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents,
Luann?
but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
T-Bates here, and today I have a special unboxing from Blacklight. It's gonna be something you've never seen before. ASMR. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh. Sorry, oh my gosh. It's cool. These are the instructions. It's a piece of art. Smooth as silk. And now, for the finishing touches. The Athena Pro Blacklight Rlcs. Available for pre-order right now.
I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
Believe it or not, it was our first sweep of the bracket. Foot did their best effort against Shopify Rebellion, trying to get their way to Boston, but ultimately running into one of the top squads in the region, maybe one of the top squads in the world. 4 up, 4 down, not even a close series. 9 goals to 5 on this one, and Shopify Rebellion into the top 4. I'm joined by First Killer. Congratulations, sir, on the victory. Do you feel like you learned anything about footy sports or about your own team in that matchup?
That we're very good when we play our game. Yeah, that's what I learned.
You are very, very good. It was a short series there. It kind of breezed past you. You guys made a quick work of it. You're now through the top 4. You have the one team that has not had to worry at all about Boston this weekend. Everyone else has been thinking about, do we make it in? Do we not? You guys came in already qualified. Did that change the way you approach this tournament at all?
Not really. I think in every single tournament, we always just come in like we want to win. Qualifying for Boston obviously is the main goal, but we just want to win these tournaments and just improve so that at the major we can play really well.
Well, you are playing very well today. Congratulations on taking down Foot as easily as you did. Redacted is next for you here in the semifinals. You guys do hold the head-to-head against Redacted, but last time you guys played, Redacted got the better of you. Are you looking forward to the rematch?
Yeah, I am. They look really good.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to see you guys out there. I'm not going to take any more of your time. Good luck in the semifinals. Hopefully, we'll see you in the grands.
Appreciate it, Wave.
All right. That is First Killer here through Shopify Rebellion as they have made their way to the top 4. And we have our top 4 teams going to Boston. Conveniently, they are also our top 4 teams in North American Open number 3. Redacted, Shopify Rebellion, Space Station Gaming, and NRG will be the 4 teams representing NA in Boston here.
It's funny how you can come into the weekend with so many things undecided, but the way it pans out is exactly the way everyone thought it was going to. it's funny. Well, at least, I did predict that.
That was your top 4?
It was.
You were on the pre-show yesterday when we did top 4, yeah?
Yes, I was. This was my top 4.
Team. Yeah, that's right. I don't even remember who I said there. My original top 4 coming into their weekend was NRG, Shopify, Redacted, and Dignitas. But Dignitas looked good, and maybe I think really that was where things could have got very interesting had NRG been taken down by Dignitas. But when push comes to shove, it seems like things, they revert to what you're used to. It was all reliable. In this series, it was all reliable Shopify Rebellion. I'm telling you, that series was about as routine as First Killer's interview right there. He was just like, yep, this is what I do. This is what I say. This is how I play. We score. We win. Boom. All right. See you in the grand finals. That is how it felt. Yeah, it was. I mean, Jordan, in a tournament where there's been a lot of close matches, a lot of champions field. For this one to be the first sweep, it almost felt like, okay, not everything is as crazy as it needs to be. We knew Shopify was better than Foot, and they proved on the field. Okay, good. It was almost a relief.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of set the tone for the major after, not only did it solidify all 4 of the spots, but I think it really sets the tone for North America headed to Boston to play against the rest of the field. And you know that Europe, with how Europe have looked, I mean, they look great over there. That is an absolute star-studded roster list over there in Europe. And obviously, Mina and Sam are right behind them there, and who knows, Power could do something crazy. But like, this is the best that North America have gone top to bottom for the major.
I think that, like, you know, it feels great. Honestly, it feels good to be a North American fan right now. We have been treated to some incredible new players that make you feel hopeful about the future of North America, but also excited about the present. We're sending 4 incredibly competitive teams over to the Boston Major, where Space Station has already taken down Vitality. Redacted has already taken down Ninjas in Pajamas. You've got 4 teams from NA that are true contenders to win the whole thing. And I think that is an amazing thing to see as a fan of NA.
But on the flip side, all the teams coming from North America are clearly the 4 best teams, where I feel like in Copenhagen there was a little bit of like, oh, we didn't send our best, especially notably absent was NRG. And I feel like maybe there was a chance Europe was sleeping on North America there. I don't think they're going to be sleeping on them in Boston, so it's going to be an uphill battle for the NA representatives as they are continuing on that battle here regionally. We'll see if they can get it done in the semifinals. Which 2 teams are going to get to play for the title of North American Open 3 champion? And the bigger thing, too, as well, Jorby, for all these teams, the possibility of being the #1 seed still alive here, and there's a lot to play for.
That's the coolest part to me. Usually we kind of have that locked up, or we're only talking about a battle between 2 teams. Instead, it's all 4. And Space Station could really throw a wrench through it. I mean, Rebellion obviously have the best chance coming in as the #1 seed, but hey, you beat NRG here, and like the rest could just fall your way, and you could end up hopping Rebellion at the end of the day for that #1 seed. And I think Space Station, there's a lot to like about this team, especially with how NRG have looked lately. They've been imperfect, they've been making mistakes, they've been vulnerable, and I think SSG are just as good as a Dignitas or a Redacted in being able to exploit that.
I mean, James, we've been talking about the mortality of NRG all weekend. That's been on display as they've gone to Champions Field over and over again. Sathy said they just make it Champions Field because they like looking up at their own names on the roster. I gotta say,
great answer.
As much as he's joking there, it's gotta be a little bit of an ego buff. Every time you go to Champions Field, they go, wait, my name's on this map and your name's not, right? It's gotta help.
It does feel like it's a home field advantage, for sure. I will say that. That is a pretty big flex. But at the same time, though, just looking at the reality of the situation, didn't really see NRG go to Champions Field once last event in Open 2. They were absolutely unstoppable. And I have no idea what is that X-Spear? I think there's a X-Spear blanket. I'm going to try to unsee that. But Space Station Gaming, I thought, has also kind of let off the gas a little bit. I think they started out the season really strong. But they've slowly, I think, started to come back down to earth a little bit. This would be a really big result, and I think this is a result that they can definitely get. I think Space Station, very capable team. I think a better team than Dignitas, and we saw what happened with NRG versus Dignitas. NRG, they could make a statement here. I think I would never count NRG out winning the whole thing ever. I think, you know, this team has shown us when the going gets tough, they get going, and they prove it over and over again. And I think qualifying for Boston the way that they did was a big point. So, you know, we'll see though. Can they be that top dog? You talked about not sending the best to Copenhagen Wave. Everyone expected NRG to be there. I think a lot of people are wondering, will NRG be able to bring those same heights to the international competition?
Well, chat, let us know if you think NRG's got it right now on the day. Hashtag NRG for the world champs. Hashtag SSG for Space Station Gaming. A team that is definitely, we were using the words earlier of, like, you know, the one-word team names. Space Station, they hadn't qualified at the time, so we didn't even get to talk about them, but you used the word reloaded for Carmine Corps. Stacks did, and I feel like that's a great way to describe this SSG roster. They were strong last year, didn't quite get them firing down range the way they wanted to. They went back, brought in a brand new roster, and they have looked stronger than ever here, Jorby. And this would be their biggest win as a roster, the same way Redacted got their win over NRG yesterday. Were they be able to get this win right now?
Yes, and you know, SSG also are carrying some of that new generation, that new guard we keep talking about this weekend with Reveal, who continues to, I think, be under the radar when we're talking about these players. He is an excellent facilitator, And I love seeing Chronic be unlocked on this team. So I'm very excited to see how Space Station do for the rest of this tournament and headed into Boston.
James, you want to do the honors?
Yes. You know, I will say I'm a little worried about Diaz. Diaz, you know, he has been pretty darn good. But pending a Diaz incredible pop-off, I have to go with NRG, defending world champions. They dominated Open 2. They won it. I think they are going to get this win of this regional, but it's going to be a little scrappier, so expect it to go the distance.
I think James is exposing himself because he clearly didn't watch Diaz yesterday. I didn't see any problems with Diaz. Put Space Station on the board for me. They're going to take down NRG. They're wounded, James, and they're still healing and licking their wounds, okay? I don't care.
I didn't say Diaz was bad. I was saying he worries me. He could be a problem for NRG.
What are you worried about?
I'm worried about Diaz popping off again. That is what I'm worried about.
Jorby, what's today?
Sunday.
What type of Sunday?
It's a championship Sunday.
Championship Sunday. Give me the world champs, NRG. This is their day. They do not lose here, no matter how bad they've looked at a tournament. They've looked this bad before. They've looked worse than this before and still come out victors on championship field on championship Sunday. NRG gonna be, man, chat, we are just in sync right now. They are 2/3 favorite on the desk, 2/3 favorite in chat. Everybody on the same page. Will they be 100% favorites, though, on the field once it's time to get into the game? Let's play it. For the chance to play for the title of North American Regional Champ, it is the defending North American Regional Champs NRG taking on Space Station Gaming. Lots of stuff hanging in the balance here for Boston. Let's get into it.
Two organizations who have had a long-standing rivalry, especially through the entirety of the Open era here in North America. Space Station Gaming and NRG. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive as we kick it off on Manfield Night. And Herc, the relief, I'm sure, is going to be ever present for both of these squads. They had a lot to play for coming into today. They will both be at the Boston Major. All of that has been sorted, but still, especially for NRG, seeding to play for, including that coveted #1 spot in the land, if NRG could win this whole thing.
Oh, yeah. I truly believe this is going to be some very intense Rocket League, specifically because, like you said, right, both of these teams just secured Boston. Now that pressure is off, and they're just here to perform. And honestly, in the head-to-head, they are here to really, you know, put their foot down and say, hey, this is what you can expect to see in about 2 weeks from either end. And there's only one way to show it, and it's out here on the field in this game 1. Majority of the pressure has been from NRG here, and it's going to continue on as Beast Mode takes another shot. Atomic from the corner. From the ceiling down, is going to try and make a center. It takes 2 players from Space Station, and that double commit will give Beast Mode that NRG lead.
And his 18th goal of the tournament. His teammate Daniel has just one more now. Daniel, the helper, on the opening goal for NRG as they just keep the pressure on in the entirety of the first minute on Space Station Gaming. SSG, I think, kind of an enigma here in this opening split as Daniel ranges back and just barely makes the save to prevent a quick equalizer. That's still available in front, but well cleared out to the corner. Daniel in the way, and Atomic will finish off the clearance. Space Station will have to regroup. I feel like if you ask the players, they'd probably be a little disappointed in how they performed. They've probably lost some series that, you know, they kind of look back on and go, you know, we really shouldn't have dropped this. We didn't play up to our full potential. This is a team that probably, by all accounts, should have secured their spot in Boston before today. They're forced to play a lot of defense here. There is a lot to be said for peaking at just the right moment, though, and if they can turn this game around and perhaps this series, there's a lot to look forward to. But right now, all they're looking forward to is Beast Mode, putting more and more pressure on them, and 2 goals early on here in the first couple minutes.
This is exactly what I thought was going to happen too, right? You finally, you qualify, that pressure just kind of lifts a little bit, like you said, because they were expected to have made it in already at this point. And on top of it, they just, in they being NRG, came off of this Game 7 intense match against Dignitas. So they were going a lot closer and more stressed out than they would have hoped for. So here you can just almost see it, especially in the likes of Beast Mode with the 2 goals on his back so far. They are here to just play their regular game, no questions asked. And now SSG finally have their turn. It is going to be a small one at best, although Reveal is going to try and send them back into the orange. Beast Mode already up. It has put a wrench in everything. Space Station has attempted to throw over that mid line. And this is one of the better ones. Diaz tries to go for the bump, and for some reason, the second touch actually doesn't allow it to float in, and their opportunity gets away from them.
Dare I say, this early in the game, ball game, like to have that opportunity on the other side go catastrophically sideways, and then to get scored on immediately after. Just what in the world is happening here in game one?
This is NRG with no pressure. This is NRG going, we got our Boston spot. We're all good now.
I guess.
mean, you could even see the difference in Sathu's interview from yesterday to today, right? Today, it's all smiles. It was, oh, we were happy to see our banner up on the wall. We hope you show it to us more. Like, you could just feel the aura difference between yesterday and up to even right now. The way they are on the field, against a team like SSG in particular, they don't look as questioning as they did in their series against Dignitas. It's a hat trick for Beast Mode. It's pure confidence against the board, and it's 4-0 up in front of their eyes.
I don't know what that was in the corner out of SSG. They just 2/3 dive forward into the same corner, and Beast Mode's got a 1v1 with Reveal. And all due respect, I'll back Beast Mode 10 times out of 10 in that spot. 4-0, the advantage, as you mentioned, her hat trick for Beast Mode, and tried to get a piece of that one as well. He did, actually, as Diaz credited with the save. Everything coming up for NRG. You know, you go back to a couple weeks ago, they were not pushed to match point at all in their entire tournament run, as they returned to form and saved that one off the goal line here. This weekend, they've played 8 games with their opponent on match point, going back to Friday. Twice pushed to Champions Field, twice pushed to Champions Field here in the playoffs. Everything going swimmingly for them now, though. A dominant game one, where they've allowed so few opportunities. Chronic will get one here with 50 seconds left. Up very early from this for Diaz, but just seems too little too late, especially with the opportunity that went by the wayside, the 2-goal swing earlier.
Agreed. It definitely, it feels like they're getting into this one a little late, but better to show up than never be there at all. 1 on the board, 48 seconds on the clock. We're gonna see if they can get back into it. And Diaz, it was a very powerful pop over 1, but Beast Mode is one, if not the one, to try and slow down in this series, let alone this game. Demo to try and send NRG back home and just kind of stop the bleeding as they might be entering game number 2 in about 30 seconds here. Reveal's gonna try and float it in. Another save out for Beast Mode.
The only drama left here in game 1, the final score, the final margin of victory for NRG. That goes out of the corner as the final countdown will begin here at Manfield. Atomic looking for one more for the road. Flip reset off the crossbar to Daniel. Trying to leave it in front for Beast Mode. Everybody running forward now. My turn offense to close it out, but it will be NRG holding on for a 4-1 victory.
They look incredible. This was, quite frankly, the NRG I was expecting to see in the last series, right? The very intense Beast Mode just being backed up by a very clinical Atomic and a solid Daniel. 7 shots alone to Beast Mode, including the hat trick that belonged to him. He's just all over one, and like I said, a lot of this is due in fact to securing Boston, having that pressure lifted off their shoulders. Now it is the race for seeding.
Wonderful to see the near miss opportunity on the other side for Space Station, where they, it looked like they were trying to clear the last defender out of the net, and then it was right before this as Daniel went the other way and scored, by his standards, a freebie. So NRG, they get the benefit of that one play and then go out to a 4-0 lead. They do concede one, so there'll be no shutout here in game one, and I'm sure that will just infuriate and anger them even more, and may God be with Space Station Gaming here going into game two for having dared to score a goal.
For real, I feel like if anything, you just absolutely annoyed NRG for wasting a few more seconds of their time after that. It was a pretty decent shot, I will say. I did like the timing of that pass and play from that one goal from Space Station. I anticipate we're going to get a little bit more of that because that really, you know, quite frankly, tends to be one of the very few ways you can get around that NRG defense when they are back on that end. But for now, it seems to be very reminiscent of that game one with the NRG coming out hot back off the kickoff.
Without the data to back this up, and I don't even know how you would get that kind of data, as that's off the post and off the other post as well. NRG had the play running forward, the demo in the net, nobody there, but the shot just a little bit wayward, as was the follow-up. But I wonder if there is a team that pre-jumps more than NRG. I can't imagine that there is, especially with the chemistry, of course, one of the longest-standing rosters in the world at this point. As that's going to go right out to beast mode, and he could stay with this, which is just insane. Atomic now trying to keep Reveal from having a good read on this, but his second touch gets almost around beast mode. They just seem like they move so quickly. They have such a deep understanding of what their teammates are doing, and you know, yes, a little bit of physical play can disrupt that, as Reveal has tried with beast mode. But here's Atomic now, looking for the double, left it for beast mode, and NRG's on top again.
Oh my goodness, I mean, just look at them. Like you said, there's just a level of trust that they've got that most other teams don't. I also just love how tight he played that down to the ground, as close to the goal line as possible, so it was going in no matter what, and who was going to be touching it next. That one goal lead over to NRG. We're going to see if they can recreate some magic here off the ceiling. Great timing for beast mode to get past one, although a rare opportunity for Space Station. See what they can do to work with this ball. They haven't had possession for quite some time and immediately lose it again. It's a shot from Daniel, but Diaz does race back in time.
Daniel left that midfield boost for Atomic, and he just used almost all of it to get a touch on that. He's got a boost out of the corner as well, and that careens off to the opposite corner. Now Diaz will attempt again, and Atomic right down to beast mode. Daniel is not in the vicinity just yet. This beast mode had to play it to space. Daniel, double tap. Oh, it's saved away by Reveal.
Atomic even turns on it too. I think he also thought maybe that one should have gone in, calls himself off. And they're not too stressed. It's just a funny moment between the two, and Reveal and Diaz. Opportunity completely stolen as this pops up to the air. Atomic has his flip, takes it down. Reveal reads it very cleanly as he tries to transition this SSG roster out of their half. They have been playing for a little bit more of a spaced out game so far, which I feel like against NRG, you want to keep this ball a little closer and have your second man a little more shadowed behind than normal, just because NRG does play such a quick follow-up game. So right now, Space Station haven't been given anything to work with quite yet.
Back and forth they go. Daniel was still way downfield for that ball. That's an awkward play, and Chronic will clean it up on the doorstep. A very, very rare defensive miscue out of NRG.
The craziest curse I could have given them too, right? I'm like, you gotta play it close, you gotta keep it quick. And what do? They play it close, play it quick. They're all in, and a tied game as SSG are in this one now. Welcome to game two. Let's see how long this one lasts. A demo and a flick from Daniel up to the backboard, and I like this read from Diaz. Over to Reveal, we're gonna carry it down. No boost from the last two of NRG though.
An opportunity now for Space Station. They got NRG scrambling, and Daniel just in the way to clear that out. Atomic will turn on this, but Diaz will have the pop towards the center, so Beast Mode has to jump in. Atomic already up, flip reset, try to drop it down to Daniel, and Diaz will crisscross in front to sweep this ball out. Try to create on his own, Daniel in the way. What can Chronic do from the side? He's waiting and waiting, and then he finally gets cleared out himself. Daniel was waiting for that midfield boost. He'll have to reverse for it. Atomic now for Beast Mode. Daniel waiting to use that boost. Here he goes now, high off the backboard, and Diaz is all over it.
I like how NRG is also just allowing SSG to play their game. They're just kind of letting them tire themselves out, whether, you know, obviously not on purpose. SSG does not want to be in their own end, but they are relentless right now. 2 touches around from NRG. SSG have tried so desperately to get this ball cleared, but that midline has been covered on both ends. A double, a tight one, no follow-up in sight. Just a little slow from Atomic on this second attempt. So they continue to stay on that even playing ground. Big flick over from Diaz as SSG gets a little bit closer to that net.
NRG using physical play at the back to try and open up that opportunity, and still just barely cleared off the goal line. And now they have to play some defense of their own. But for how long? Chronic around the boards. Easily rejected by Beast Mode. Atomic rushing forward, does not jump for that. I think everybody from SSG expected he would. Now Daniel just throw it up to the backboard and hope something good happens. Doesn't on this occasion. Atomic to the ceiling, and kind of an awkward landing on the ceiling. Down to 5 seconds now, loose ball out in front. Daniel's gonna have that one with a high bounce out of the corner, and Chronic will clear it away. Last opportunity of regulation belongs to Space Station Gaming, and it dies with a whimper, so we go to OT.
Off the kickoff there, a little awkward from Atomic, but still bounces in their favor. It's a shot on target. And SSG has to thank Reveal for keeping them in that one there. The slow roller out into the NRG half is not gonna, you know, defer Space Station from trying to keep the pressure on. You can see everybody just trying to lurk and anticipate where this next clear is gonna come from. And it's coming from the backboard down. It's almost a dunk in, but Diaz again with the bailout.
Chronic needed a powerful clear, and he got it. But the follow-up from Reveal just a little too late. Beast Mode got his flip from the ceiling. Atomic set it up for Daniel on a tee, and Reveal will sweep it to the corner again. NRG have had their opportunities very early on here, and even late in regulation. Daniel again on target, denied by Chronic, and he'll send it right down Main Street. So Atomic will have to address that out to the corner.
SSG, they've been getting a little bit closer and closer, but so is NRG. Defensively, though, SSG do have the upper hand right now. It's starting to frustrate NRG, and adding demos into the mix isn't going to make it any easier for them. Chronic over 1, but no boost in the tank. He's got to hope that follow-up comes soon, and if not, possession does continue to stay with NRG, and it does.
Diaz just a little too strong for Reveal, who did well to try and stay with the play. But it's advantage NRG, and this could be lethal. Chronic with the clear. And again, just ahead of Reveal was Daniel. So SSG will have to reset. They have to do so without Chronic. Diaz got to be real careful clearing this away. He'll keep it close enough to follow up. Got a piece of Beast Mode as well. And Space Station, against the odds, at least keeping the attack alive, but only for so long. That's a great challenge by Reveal. Excellent read. Diaz there to meet Atomic, but it does fall to Daniel and Chronic out there to cut off the angle. Into the 3rd minute now of overtime. Look out there, here comes Atomic. Right at him, and Chronic there for the save.
You look at the timing of SSG on so many of these shots that NRG have whipped, and look at it now. Chronic does it back on the front end too. It started with Chronic. He had nothing in the tank. Finds some boost and pre-jumps to make the double in OT. I was gonna keep my mouth shut, but I was just so in shock at how patient he was on their back end there, because, I mean, most people would start to waver a little bit when you got that little to your name, but no, SSG managed to hold their own here and take a game in the series.
Well, Chronic, I think as soon as he saw Beast Mode fall off the post just a little bit, realized he could go backside, and he does. Excellent execution for Chronic, who has all 3 goals for SSG in this series. We look back at the highlights for Game 2, and it was a highlight reel for both these squads. Beast Mode adding to his impressive tally. He's got 4 goals in the series, but it's still only 1-1 between SSG and NRG, because Chronic's on the other side of that outlet from Reveal. And you can see Beast Mode just couldn't get back in time. So now he and his squad will have to reset after they dominated Space Station in game 1, outshot them 12-6, even in the second game here with the extra few minutes, outshoot them 13-6. Difference being, of course, that Chronic took advantage of his opportunities. A lot more efficient was SSG as they get back level with NRG.
Now we're gonna head into this third one to see who really and truly can grab a hold of the momentum in this series. It felt like game number 1 was all NRG, and Space Station at the end there in that OT really made them stress out just for a moment. A couple shots here, everybody from NRG trying to spot each other, but all hands raised from Space Station.
Space Station Gaming, if they can win this whole event, could get as high as number 2 in the North American standings. Oddly enough, the fact that they clinched, that's all well and good, but they can no longer get the number 1 seed. So you take the trade-off as that beat the defense, but it was just a little bit too wide. Real had it all sized up. Atomic just trying to play keep away with Beast Mode running forward into the net. Daniel taking Chronic out of the play. And Beast Mode's going to run out of gas, but that last touch made it a little awkward for Diaz. Chance out for NRG. Atomic looking at the crossbar, and Chronic right there to make sure he couldn't get to it cleanly. And Beast Mode's left all alone in defense, no problem.
Right now, SSG, they've been playing kind of like this lurk approach to NRG, just trying to anticipate when the big clear and the transition out comes through. Their timing has been nothing less of impeccable right now. And Diaz on the back end waiting for the challenge from Daniel. It came through, but these challenges from NRG are coming in a little bit slower than, at least in comparison to game 1, and I will compare a lot of it to game 1 just because it was so clean. And now Atomic getting in on it. It's a great pass, by the way, from the 2.
It just seems like they're taking turns at this point. Beast Mode with 7 shots in game 1. Daniel had 7 of his own in game 2. Atomic already his 4th shot, finally gets one to go here as NRG has scored first in all 3 games. Diaz up to the heavens. Beast Mode there to meet him. And Reveal will dive quickly into the corner, but still Atomic able to dance around him. And Atomic could get another one on target, but not this time as that's swept out to the corner. Beast Mode will have a look now. Daniel taken out at midfield. And Atomic will take his time just waiting at midfield. What a win. Win that cleanly on the side wall. His 5th shot is sent away by Reveal.
Not too bad on it, too. I mean, granted, yes, they're bringing the same thing to the table, but it works. As SSG clear that backboard, they got to put another one up to cover it. Otherwise, this is just going to be another shot attempt for NRG. Beast Mode in that corner. A lot to work with. Plays from the sky. Like that from Chronic. And every time that ball is seen, the NRG side, it has not lasted for more than a few seconds. This is one of the better ones. You've got 2 players on a Beast Mode. They try to drop it down, and he still manages to keep them out.
Oh, Daniel with a real awkward spot on the goal line, able to recover. That's 2 incredible recoveries from Daniel and Beast Mode as Beast will take that around to the corner. I mean, Beast Mode had to cover multiple options. Atomic there with the backflip to make an acrobatic save as well. NRG standing on their head collectively to keep SSG out of their net. Going back to that Beast Mode save, he had to cover the angle of just the straight-on shot, then landed on the backboard, got down quickly for the save, and everybody is pitched in here to keep the shutout alive as Beast Mode will guide that out to the side, and Daniel there to slow down Diaz as well. Boy, NRG putting in the work. Space Station, if they can break through, they will certainly have earned it. Reveal, try to get around the defense, and Beast Mode there to make sure there's no rebound.
And if you're SSG, you got to be careful now because you saw 2 commit on that play as kind of like a Hail Mary situation and just really get into it. And they were leaving that 3rd man back alone. And the scary thing about NRG is they're probably going to already have 2 in your side and 1 in your net. But of course, make it 2. Little pass between here, it just right over the nose of Atomic. Reveal had already gone up, so gravity set him down, and NRG's placement keeps him up 2-0 in the last 117.
34 shots as a team here in the first 2, almost 3 full games. Oh, Atomic fell into that and almost owned gold. But now Daniel out to beast mode, and NRG looking for yet another. An insurance goal would be great to relieve a lot of pressure here in game 3. Would certainly put it out of reach for Space Station. Beast mode. There's no way he's getting back to that. Oh, he does. And Atomic now, the boost deal out of the corner. Then he circles around, pop it up, and now he's just toying with him.
I mean, it's beast mode, right? The beast mode we saw in game number 1, by the way, I just was giving prime. So I think if you're SSG, you gotta respect that, you know, they're coming into this 110% right now. 30 seconds left on the clock. A demo from Daniel just slowly starts sending everybody home one at a time. And into the last 20 seconds, they could go up by 3 if they find themselves in it, but 2 seems to be more than enough for NRG right now. As SSG scramble to just get back any possession and some hope in the final few moments of this game number 3.
Space Station held to a series low. 4, maybe 5 shots. That doesn't even get close enough to become a shot. It will be 4 shots in game 3, and NRG get the shutout they've been looking for.
Not too bad. I mean, for a team that's had some very close, scary series throughout this Open 3, this is more in line with everyone's expectations for themselves. I mean, like you said, well over 30 shots alone in the last few games. This is a very confident regular routine NRG. I'm more so weary about SSG. They feel to be almost missing. Chronic has stepped up a ton, trying desperately to lead the charge. Diaz defensively looked incredible. There was 2 saves in there alone that really just allowed them to breathe for a moment's time. But for the most part, this is a very quiet version of Space Station.
Well, NRG halfway now to reaching yet another grand final. You go back to, you know, the RLCS X days, and it was NRG and Space Station just doing battle time and time again. G2 occasionally in that mix as well. It's a battle as old as time here in Rocket League lore. And still in 2026, these 2 organizations continue to do battle with very, very different faces on either side. This youth revolution here, especially on the side of Space Station Gaming, trying to knock off the old guard. But boy, they have their hands full dealing with an NRG team that has hit double-digit shots in all 3 games so far. Still only down a game, and still with their timeout in their back pocket as we get to Utopia. That is off the mark. Beast Mode had to be careful not to own goal. Diaz could turn on this, but there is a kind of a bit of hesitation, I think, sometimes. A tendency to hesitate when you're in a one-on-one situation with these guys, because you feel like it's almost too good to be true that you could actually win this ball, because it's almost like, okay, they want me to win this so that their next guy can come in. That shot comes in and is sent away by Reveal.
SSG desperately trying to get into this one again, but it seems to just be the same story over and over again. They throw the ball, NRG catch it, and the double plays working together to take some shots, just continue to come through. Finally, a moment for SSG, revealed to the backboard. A quick follow from Diaz. Does opt to play it to the ceiling and back down to himself, and you see Chronic just kind of lurking and waiting his turn, but has to set up a new play for them. And as quickly as the Space Station had gotten started, it's cut off. It's over.
Diaz will look to break out, and yet again, Beast Mode right in his face. It happens near the goal line, it happens out in the slot, over in the corner, and it happens even in the sky at midfield. Atomic diving in now. He could still potentially get to that if he wanted to, but instead opts to rotate out. And Chronic has Beast Mode coming in, so he holds his ground, and that's about all he could do. Didn't have much of the tag. Now Reveal. I've been trying to put that on target, didn't matter. The defensive NRG was all over him, and now Beast Mode's gonna put one wide, and the follow-up is absent. Chronic having to put in some extra work defensively, and he does so to at least get the ball across the center line.
Just see what Diaz can work with. He managed to get that corner boost there. Tried to double it to himself off of the ground. Instead, he loses possession to Atomic. Atomic's going to hand this one off, but Reveal had already put a hand up, which is great. SSG do need to be preemptive with a lot of these attempts that NRG are taking into their half. It's a big clear for them, too, if they can continue to follow it up. Reveal would need to do a quick cut. Instead, he leaves it for Diaz to take control of this one. And when Chronic recognizes he's just a little bit too far ahead of the play, and they're going to allow NRG to come in their side.
Beast mode right at Chronic, sent away. Only the 4th shot for NRG. Normally in this series, by this point of the game, we're starting to look at, okay, well, they got 8 or 9. They need a couple more to get to their average for this series. Now Atomic with the musty. Beast mode's forward. Second touch will keep that close to the vest. Gives Daniel time to come up and continue the attack, as short-lived as it was. Chronic on his own. Beast mode doesn't let that get anywhere near the net and denies SSG their first shot on goal. We're down inside 2 minutes. They have yet to get close enough to the net. Beast mode. Infield pass for Atomic. He'll catch that off the defensive effort. Bring it up the wall himself with a full tank and tried to dunk that through Reveal. But Reveal up to the task. He'll stop that one from Daniel as well.
About 90 seconds and still a scoreless game number 4. And Daniel's trying to change it here. Chronic had thrown himself at that ball, and it's for good effort. It does stop the play in its tracks for now. Atomic down and in. I loved it. He had to play that one extremely close on net. But look at this crazy power straight up to him. There was nobody quite ready to go with how fast that had, really taken place, and a lead to NRG when it matters most. Just over a minute left to go.
Picture perfect placement on the pass, and even better on the shot from Atomic. It breaks our scoreless deadlock as we approach the final minute, and you can already hear the timeout brewing here for SSG. If they can't break through, they still don't have a shot on goal in the final minute, and they might have a 2-goal deficit. Chronic just able to get up to the crossbar to sweep that away. Pop over one, but Diaz got stopped at midfield. Atomic now trying to chase Reveal out of the way, and he did get the demo. Had to go all the way to the ceiling for it. Down to 38 seconds, and that goes across. Certainly not going the right direction for Space Station. Up to the sky, Atomic again stops him at midfield. Up by the ceiling, Chronic stuffed by Beast Mode. Nobody's back. Oh, Reveal's gonna get there just in time. And time maybe for one more good push for Space Station Gaming. Again, they have to start by getting a shot on target. Down to 12 seconds. Diaz beaten out by Atomic. Chronic, gotta have it here. Reveal circling in behind him. His shot blocked out by Atomic. It never got away. And Atomic will let this bounce, and NRG. Last game, they don't concede a goal. This time, they don't concede a single shot.
An insane performance from NRG. They continue to do better and better as each game goes on. SSG, they've decided to call the timeout, which will give them just a small moment to really reconvene, because like you said, to not find a single registered shot is something else. It's another level of really getting blocked out by your opposition.
That's just sending a message. Like, and not consciously, but just if you're another team in this tournament, one of the now 2 other teams remaining, and you watch that and you just go, well, they really aren't washed, are they? They're still just as good as they have been. Just an unreal defensive performance. This is a Space Station team that came into this series averaging just under 11 shots per game. They had by far more than anybody else. It was like 10 3/4 coming into this series. And they've come nowhere close to that in any game. 6 shots in game 1, 6 in game 2 with the overtime, only 4 shots when they were shut out in game 3. And then just a defensive case of wizardry from NRG not allowing Space Station Gaming to even sniff the NRG net as we get ready to go to Parc de Paris with the Eiffel Tower in the background on the other side of this timeout. And for Space Station Gaming, you know, there's only so many times you can have a team sit there in this situation, facing now triple match point at the hand of NRG, and just go, guys, I don't know, just chuck it downfield, hope something good happens, because it ain't working right now.
It's a rough one, too. I mean, you do have to also take into account that NRG have played today, and not just played, but a very, very intense series, right? So they are beyond warmed up, ready to go. They know what's gonna work, and the fun part is against a team like SSG, they know them so well. They are not unforeign to this version of SSG, so they are really just playing their game, keeping them back, and just moving on. A match point for NRG here as they look to try and find themselves in another final in the Open.
Statistically, you could make the case that the best offense and defense is on the field in this series. That would be Space Station on paper. It has not been that in practice at all. Atomic wins the race to the midfield boost. He won that ball as well. A little awkward for Chronic as he will wait. Daniel was threatening. We'll see what Space Station can do coming out of the timeout now. I mean, already, I think they've actually gotten closer to the NRG net already in this first 30-some-odd seconds than they did that entire last game. Reveal will pop this one away. Diaz out to the wing, and Beast Mode's waiting with a full tank of boost that he just picked up. Through the corner, Atomic has Daniel circling around. Beast Mode will stay in the play, and Diaz out to try and clear that away, but Beast Mode got a piece of that as well. Daniel's there too. Atomic will take charge, and Space Station continue to struggle to find any kind of a foothold here. Chronic denied by Beast Mode. Daniel will range over, and it's just more of the same that we've come to expect in this series out of NRG.
Right now, SSG, I mean, like you said, this is the most opportunity they've had, and they're going to try and make good of it. Beast Mode keeps him out, but it's not going to stop him again. Another challenge from Reveal. A center to Diaz, blocked off. It's Beast Mode that is really just, it feels like single-handedly keeping SSG at bay, but it is, in fact, a full team effort. Reveal tried to go over one and over two, and still it ends up into the hands of Beast Mode.
Beast Mode with nothing to work with and still manages to get a low flip reset to still pop over one. Now Reveal with Beast Mode just teleporting in front of him. Diaz hard off the back wall, got around Atomic. Now Daniel has two to beat. Got around Chronic, but Reveal is there. Good tandem defense out of Space Station to keep NRG at arm's length. Now Diaz with Beast Mode again hovering around him. Atomic's awkward, and the shot from Chronic. Slotted top left, and Space Station have the lead.
Hope is not quite over yet. They do go for another center play, and they happen to catch Beast Mode off guard. That one goal could change everything if they continue to play some extreme solid defense or just find themselves on that NRG side again, but Atomic's gonna try and shut it down here. Does get this one taken away by Diaz. Reveals up next to see what he can do with this ball off the sidewall. Instead, Chronic had called himself back, which I think was the smarter move. They're gonna play a few of these moments a lot more safer since they have that one goal lead.
Chronic had gone 12 minutes and 16 seconds of game time between goals as Daniel couldn't get around for another touch. Reveal forced to hold his ground against Atomic, and Chronic can clear away. And it may look impressive as Chronic got into the backboard. Daniel almost own goal, and still it's sent away by NRG. Stacks, how could you possibly know that it was that one player in between goals? Don't worry, it's not that deep. He's the only one who has scored for SSG. Threatening to do so here, but that's swept off the goal line by Daniel. Beast Mode has Reveal over on the backside, and still Beast Mode will clear that away. Now Diaz to beat, and he will not do so, but it still ends up with NRG for the moment.
crazy thing is SSG has gotten so close to this net, and yet somehow the opportunity does not continue to fall to them. They still have that one goal in their pocket, and Daniel and Atomic are going to work together to try and take it away. A quick turnaround, setup, attempted over to beast mode here. No boost in the tank, so Diaz will have the beat and the read on the play. For NRG, you're just waiting for your moment to strike, and there's the opportunity. Reveal absolutely shuts it down. And they go for the pass, they go for the play, and Daniel said, no, no, no. I was waiting here the entire time for you guys.
Daniel forward, he's got Atomic running, looking for the boost steal as well, and he just took that out from underneath Diaz's nose. And a 45 seconds. Space Station still hanging on here to the 1-goal lead. Daniel will have to resume the attack after Beast Mode takes out Reveal. This goes all the way across off the 50, and Chronic's got a full tank of boost. That's the guy Space Station wants on it. Now Reveal. He's trying to play keep away, but Atomic won't afford him that opportunity. Diaz got to be real careful as Daniel picks his pocket. Chronic, feather over 1. Down to 20 seconds. Reveal, let that one get away. Atomic, a little too slow for Chronic. Reveal taken out of the play, but it doesn't matter. Beast Mode down to 10 seconds. One more touch. Nobody else forward, though, for NRG. 5 seconds now as Atomic brings it across. Space Station need to hang on for dear life to a 1-0 lead, and they will.
The amount of people who probably just held their breath. NRG almost did it to him, but SSG get away with it. That 1 goal was, in fact, enough. The timer on their side, and they get to go again.
This could be a fun one for D-Rec. If a team has ever won a best-of-7 series with only one player scoring all the goals, that is what Space Station are trying to do on the shoulders of Chronic right now. He's got all 4 for them. The 2 in the overtime victory in Game 2, the 1 they scored in Game 1, and the game winner here in Game 5. It has been a tumultuous series for SSG in this semifinal, but they still yet have life going into Game 6.
Man, you look at this team, I'm very excited to see how this next one goes, mainly just because SSG, that was the most amount of time we'd seen them figuring out how to successfully get onto the NRG side and stay there to take some shots. They went all the way from not finding anything registered whatsoever to finding a single goal and winning an entire game off of it. And for SSG, it is just 1 foot in front of the other, 1 game at a time. For NRG, they just want to shut it down the way they have in the rest of this series. Pass off over to Daniel, takes his time with the flip and still gets read by Chronic.
Space Station concedes the kickoff, and that gambit almost blew up in their face. Daniel just boom it downfield, and again, NRG still has their timeout. Would use it if it goes to yet another Game 7. What a pass, even better shot from Reveal, but Beast Mode. Acrobatic save right in the center of the goal line. Now Chronic out to Reveal, but Beast Mode's already up in the air, and that afforded Daniel the time to jump out as well. Loose ball in front that NRG will converge on, and Beast Mode indirect for himself, and he's just like he knew Chronic was going to win that. Back to Atomic. Now Atomic, second touch, is get it down to Daniel. NRG on top again.
Not too bad. I mean, for a while there, I was getting a little nervous if this was getting predictable or not, but Daniel, nope. Whips out insane placement, a great pass from Atomic as well. NRG up by 1, right where they want to be.
Well, yet again, they let this go deep into their own territory off the kickoff. Can Space Station turn it around this time? Reveal will take it to the heavens. Chronic trying to chase Beast Mode off the goal line. Unsuccessful. And Diaz actually bumped Atomic. Atomic stayed in his way and actually knocked Atomic into the save. A great job by Atomic, just not conceding his ground at all. And an unlucky break for Space Station. Diaz will reload. Over beast mode. Atomic has the save coming off the crossbar. No further attack out of SSG for now.
We'll see what they bring to the table on this one. It's a 50 out to the other end, straight into the nose of beast mode, carries it to the ceiling. Waiting to see if he's gonna also play the 50. Instead, he just allows the possession to Space Station, knowing it most likely was gonna fall back to them. It does, and they bully everybody off the play over the nose of Reveal, and somehow Chronic had rotated in fast enough to take this one back for the team. The Musty isn't gonna be too slow on it, but getting to take the shots nonetheless is going to scare NRG just a bit.
In that previous game, Space Station outshot NRG 6-5 for official shots on target. First time in this series. They've done so, and they're gonna add to their tally now. And guess what? It's Chronic again. Diaz, the demo on one, and he got a piece of beast mode as well.
Such a classic shot too, the feathering of it to really just make use of what little boost he had left on that play to time it so that ball stayed as high as possible going into that net there. Reveal's gonna send it all the way over to Diaz on the other end of the field. Atomic wants to time it. He does his timing as well. And here comes SSG. That's that pressure that they had in Game 5 that's been missing throughout the beginning stages of this series, but has shown up right when they need it to most.
Chronic through the air again. Diaz in the way, and it was really in the way. It went off him right at the last. And now it's on to beast mode. Chip over one. Daniel takes charge. High around the boards, and Reveal was unfooled. That still could be trouble. Who's going to turn on it this time? It's Daniel. Indirect from the ceiling, and Diaz there to send that out to the corner. Chronic will track this from side to side, and away we go again. Space Station looking for a game winner perhaps in regulation. Don't want to go into golden goal territory against this squad. Atomic has Daniel to follow, and Reveal shut him down.
Big catch here from beast mode too. Although they recognize the demos are coming in, but that's not going to slow SSG down quite yet. Diaz around the corner. Big challenge from Atomic. They're going to take these challenges one at a time, too, to really slow SSG down. They've been playing a lot of their attempts from the corner, and NRG does recognize that. The pass on over, it's wide, too wide, which means all follows are red, and we continue to stay tied. Diaz, no touch on Atomic, and NRG get to stay in the game.
45 seconds separate us from another overtime. For what it's worth, Space Station won the only one we've had here. Diaz picked his spot, and Daniel's there to meet him. Reveal has Chronic waiting for a pass. That pass won't get there just yet. Takes the scenic route to Chronic. And now Beast Mode will take charge with 23 seconds. Flip reset. Got the air bump as well, but still sent off to the corner. SSG hit up Chronic. His shot blocked away by Daniel. It was a good drive. Even better stop. Diaz trying to get around Atomic. No such luck. Down to 5 seconds. Overtime looming. NRG trying to break their little hearts, and they won't on this occasion. We go to OT at Neo Tokyo.
A golden goal for NRG would end it here and put them back into another coveted final. On an online open, it could be here. Double commit to keep them out, though, is successful. Not over the last man either. Instead, they got to go again from the sky. Atomic uses his flip to try and set up Daniel, and they're successful as ever. Welcome back to the grand finals, NRG Esports.
Diaz had it all lined up until Massimo said no thank you. And NRG, for the first time in this tournament, will not go to Champions Field. They'll have to admire their banner from afar. There's always the grand finals, of course, and the hopes of the #1 seed still very much alive for the reigning world champion. I think they answered a few questions as well. How do you deal with adversity? How do you put away a team that refuses to die. That's how you do it. The physical play at the end gave SSG just a little dose of their own medicine. They were dishing it out the whole series, and then they finally had to take it in Game 6 in overtime.
Such a great showing, and also just being able to get it done so much faster, despite it being a Game 5, which on paper just feels like a lot, right? In reality, NRG, they came in with a mission, with a plan, and they got it all done, and they looked great doing it.
NRG are back in the grand final. Will they take on Shopify Rebellion or Redacted? Who knows? All I know is I got a car that needs sparking. So we'll take a break, and when we come back, our other semifinal coming your way.
It's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Where's the noise if you want to throw my bass on this squad?
Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Switch it. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound.
I can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cuff been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry?
The reigning world champs and the defending regional champs are back in the grand finals to defend their title. Continue on here in North America, looking for that #1 seed if they can come out as the #1 team here on the weekend. Space Station gave it their best effort. NRG able to finish it off there in Game 6 overtime. I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend. It is Beast Mode. Congratulations again on the victory, sir. You're through to another grand finals. It seems to be kind of a normal thing. I get to talk to you here on Sundays. I look forward to our little chats.
Absolutely.
I want to ask because I get to talk to you so often. What's your routine like on game day? What do you do like before you play your games and like after you play your games? Like, what does a game day look like for you?
So I mean, it differs on if it's LAN or at home. But typically, I just wake up. I think praying helps me, and then I typically try to get some food in my stomach. I'm a picky eater, so there's two things I typically eat. Actually, I usually eat cereal out of a butter bowl, right here. I don't know if you ever seen these, but I usually eat cereal. I like my big bowls of cereals, or I do pancakes or pancakes from McDonald's or something like that. So yeah, one of those two.
Okay. I've seen those butter bowls before. Like I grew up in the South. I know what that thing is. But like, and yeah, they're a good little piece of hardware. So you clean them out. But usually we use them for like storage for like nails or something like that. Is there a story of like how that became your go-to cereal receptacle?
I don't know. I mean, one day, I got 2 bowls of cereal. I was like, dude, let me get a bigger bowl. And I looked at this, and ever since, I got that. So yeah, that's it.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, it's definitely working. It only counts as 1 bowl at that point too. That's good.
Yeah.
You're getting around the sizing, the portions there. I also was curious how much do you watch Rocket League outside of competition? Outside of your preparation, outside of like scouting the teams you're going to be playing, are you watching the European weekends? Do you watch South America? Like, how much are you scouting the rest of the world?
Yeah, I usually watch Europeans, not to like the top 4, I would say. I think I think that's who we're going to be playing the most in top 4. I probably should watch them because it's always good to learn from like the teams and see what they're doing right or wrong. But typically, I don't really watch anything other than EU personally. But I watch obviously NA when it happens. So we always like watch party together with the team like after our matches, and it's always a good time. But yeah, typically, I only watch EU and just the top 4. That's it.
Gotcha. You're scouting the most fierce of competition there. Well, speaking of competition, You're through to the grand finals here. Redacted versus Shopify. The winner of that will face off against you. Who do you want? Who do you want to give the smoke today?
So I think if we want the first, I think we need Shopify to lose, right? So I think we definitely want the first team. We also want our revenge, I guess you would say, against Redacted. I think that would be pretty fun, but yeah, hopefully we get Redacted because that was a close series. That was a banger of a series, but we want to get that back for sure. But either team would be amazing to play.
I love it. Well, hey, Beast Mode, always good to talk with you. Hopefully you get to chat with you again after the grand finals.
Absolutely. Thank you. See you.
Alrighty. NRG, top 2 in North America. Can they make it to top 1 again and get the revenge on Redacted there? They did some good work here. They didn't have to go to overtime, though, there, Jorby, in Game 6. They avoid Champions Field, but it's still not the clean sweep we're used to seeing from the world champs.
And, Daniel hit a cross-field double reset dunk. That was just absolutely ridiculous. Right after Raziers did it the week previous, and Ross as well, I believe. Double resets are somehow becoming common in the RLCS, and also I think we need to talk about a name change for Beast Mode, either Butter Mode or Beast Bowl. I don't know which one, but that is insane.
I feel like that's so when Wave was like, oh yeah, we also use it. I was like, why are we laughing? I was like,
He
I've
brings
done
up the
that.
country butter, and I just died. That was perfect. But yes, NRG, I mean, this is exactly what you kind of expect out of them. Space Station did fight back a couple of times in some of those low-scoring games. You were right, Wave. They did have to fight through a couple of OTs, and I thought there were some good looks for Space Station, but NRG got right back to business. He said it to me right before we went to the game. It's Championship Sunday. NRG been there, done that. Here we go again. And, I mean, they ran roughshod on them in a lot of these games, despite some of those close bouts and close OTs. I still think NRG just looked a class above in this match.
I mean, and it is sort of par for the course at this point. Is what we've come to expect from NRG. If you they are a team that takes a while to warm up, but once they get up to that top speed, nobody can catch them. And additionally, Herc, the difference between the good teams and the great teams through the entire history, the decade of RLCS we've had here, has been how do you win when you're not playing your best? NRG has been struggling, and yet they're still finding the wins.
Yes, and the crazy thing is how many times they were taken to that champions field and still coming out with the win. So huge levels of respect to them for being able to pull all of that off. I feel like it is a testament to how incredible they are as a team and why they have always made the right call of sticking together after all these years.
You saw in that previous graphic, they have now sniped the number 2 spot in North America. If Redacted were to make it to the finals and then beat NRG in those finals, I think they would take that second spot back. If NRG were to win, they would get to take the number 1 spot, potentially. Shopify, though, if they were to win in this next matchup against Redacted, I think they secure that number 1 spot here in North America. Let's get into it and find out who North Americans champions NRG are going to be facing off against to defend their title. Shopify Rebellion taking on Redacted here. Redacted yet to win a major, definitely yet to win a major. We yet to win a regional, despite clearly having the firepower here to do it, Jorby.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Redacted, they did get the latest win on Rebellion in this head-to-head matchup. Redacted had won 4-3, but previously before that, remember the whole way back in Open 1, you had Redacted. They played twice, 2 best-of-7s. Rebellion came out on top in both of those, 4-3 and then 4-1. And I tell you what, after how they looked against Foot, I do think that this should be one of those Game 7 potential matches that we get. Rebellion look like they should. Redacted, at least yesterday, this will be the first time we see them today, look like they should. And we keep talking about how strong the major field is for North America. Well, this is where your potential 2 versus 3 or even 1 versus 3, depending on how it shakes out. I think, right, Rebellion clinched the number 1 seed if they just make Grand Final. So this is huge for them to get that number 1 seed, but Redacted also still in play for that. So this should be a banger match. If we really think North America can compete internationally 1 through 4, then this should be competitive top to bottom.
This is an incredible matchup, and I'm excited to see that we get it here in the semifinals with the grand finals on the line. Is there a favorite here, though, Herc? I hear Jorby saying that he feels like Shopify is the favorite in this one. I'm not certain after the gameplay I've watched over the last few days that Shopify is the clear favorite.
Yeah, I'm kind of more leaning to that statement with you. I don't necessarily think there is like a true proper favorite. In the back of my mind, if Redacted were to play the way that they played yesterday, I would call this like a 55 leaning towards Redacted, maybe.
Okay.
But again, you'd have to be playing the way you did yesterday, and I feel like it is a lot to ask of them to do that 2 days in a row.
Incredible.
I mean, to be fair, Wave, I wasn't saying Rebellion were the clear favorite. I'm saying it should be really competitive. It should go 7. Maybe, decided by a goal or 2. Wavy yawning, or not yawning. I think he's taking a deep breath. Either way. Clean your floor up,
conserving
young
his
man.
energy before he jumps up
What's
again.
going on with the floor over there?
He's focused on what's in front of him, man. Stop trying to distract the wave.
You're right. You're right.
There's
But
also like
it is
on his
close.
floor.
It is close.
It is
Rebellion
so clean.
Rebellion just lost the last matchup to Redacted in 7. And so 2 out of the 3 matches they've had against each other have gone 7 games. I just feel like today is that day where we're going to get another Game 7. You know, is it going to be Two-Piece that takes over? He was excellent. Talk kind of overshadowed him, but Two-Piece did a lot yesterday to help get Redacted over. And I still think Wavy was an excellent facilitator, and yes, he hit an absolute banger redirect to win Game 7 OT against NRG yesterday. But watch how Wavy actually plays with the ball and neutralizes the ball to give his team the best chance for it. I really think, like, the way he's thinking about the game on this team, I think is underrated.
Okay, well, I'm really excited to find out who you're going to pick here. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win the Progressive fan vote. Also, quick correction here. I was saying earlier that if Shopify were to win this, they secure the #1 seed. That's actually not true. At this point, with how close all these teams are, whoever wins the regional will be the #1 seed. Beautifully clean like that. So Shopify and Redacted, both something to play for here. If you lose this, you will lose out that #1 seed. Let's get into it. Herc, who you said 55% in favor of Redacted. You picking them?
I am. I still have that 55 in the back of my mind. I think they're going to show up the way that they did yesterday, and it is probably going to throw off Shopify Rebellion.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
Let's reveal the black bars. Give me Redacted.
Give me Redacted. Okay. He's going with Redacted. So nobody. This is bad. This is not good because I also have picked Redacted in this situation, which means that we are cursing them on the desk, and we could see an upset here. But they are the fan favorites as well as the desk favorites. Redacted. They have earned this respect. Can they live up to the hype here and earn themselves another chance to take on NRG yet again? Semifinals action here. They've played 4 times this season, Shopify and Redacted. Every single one of them in a semifinals matchup like this one. Can Redacted get them again? Do Shopify get revenge? Let's find out.
The #1 spot in the land is up for grabs. Whoever wins this tournament will go to Boston as NA's #1 seed. But first, you gotta get to the grand finals. Game 1, brought to you by Progressive as we kick it off, as always, on Manfield.
And it seems like, as always, you get that guaranteed Shopify Rebellion versus Redacted matchup. This is the 4th time we've seen it this season already. Shopify Rebellion having the upper hand in that record. 2 series to 1 rather. But 2 of those series stacks went the distance to Game 7. So lock in. This might be a long one.
Now, once you reach this point, especially in a given split, you know, it is the last stop on the road to the major. Teams are going to be at their peak. That's when you see them at even strength. We'll go the distance. We'll see if it happens here again. Kofer will collect this one from his own back line. Up to the skies, just short of the ceiling. Bumps Two-Piece out of the way. Trying to get the dunk on Wavy. Now LJ trying to line it up for himself and could only feather a pass down to nobody.
Yeah, you saw Kofer was all the way out at the mid boost. And there's a bump from Talk, but another situation that was similar to the Rebellion play. A dangerous ball in front of net, but second man not there for the shot.
Who will capitalize on those opportunities? Talk just gets a touch on this before going to the skies. And now Two-Piece takes that from Wavy. He uses the ball, and all First Killer can do is pop it up. Wavy shot denied by Kofer. That creates a juicy rebound for Talk. Try to feather it down, and First Killer is in his way. Two-Piece will give a look, and First Killer stays with the play. Boom this ball away, and that's a great defensive stand. And boy, back and forth they go. There's no time to breathe.
Are there modifiers on sticks? Holy smokes, this ball is getting jettisoned across the field.
Heat seeker.
I mean, it doesn't look normal.
Two-Piece ranging back. He'll be called into action as Kofer's shot denied at point-blank range. LJ forced that through. All Wavy could do is just get a piece, and it was just enough with First Killer waiting for the rebound and never got a clean look at it. Kofer to LJ. Wow. The scoreless tie. What a pass.
Beautiful vision from Kofer here. The demo from First Killer sets it up. First, Kofer has to dodge the bump attempt, then sees LJ, gets a perfect pass to him, and LJ slotting that shot underneath the defense. All-around team effort there from Rebellion, from the demo from First Killer to the control and pass from Kofer to the finish from LJ. Fantastic start for the Shopify Rebellion.
Now First Killer trying to launch this downfield. They didn't have anything in the tank, and very quickly, Redacted very aware of the situation. Wavy, a little awkward, does recover nicely, and LJ there to take that ball away from him. First killer avoids contact and will be right there at the goal line to start the counterattack yet again for Shopify Rebellion. It's only short-lived though, only to midfield. Talk trying to add to his highlight reel, his own personal highlight reel really. That's what this entire split has been. But on that instance, he is denied and has to go back and just be a normal Rocket League player for a moment.
And you guys were talking about the talk show. It was just that yesterday and this weekend. But now we see a musty. This one against a Wavy who has no boost. Colfer! What a musty!
How do you get this much power to this point? I mean, Wavy does, I mean, it's a wide turn. He's looking for boost and realizes, oh no, he's the only one who could get to it. Still, just not enough. And at least double.
You saw the reaction out of LJ as well. That was buttery smooth on that musty. Wavy's worst nightmare there. Kofer, what a start he's had.
23 goals on the weekend, more than anybody else in the tournament. First killer only has 2-piece to beat, and he does so. Slips one right underneath, and Rebellion are off to the races.
Wow, this is a crazy start for Rebellion. First killer again, uncontested. We saw him have a lot of space against Foot, and you're wondering, is this Foot just making some missteps? Well, I don't know now. It just might be Shopify Rebellion playing at the next level. They are dominant in this series against Redacted as well.
Oh, Kofer with a clean win. It just seems like everything's coming up for Shopify Rebellion right now. They have Redacted downloaded. That will fall to 2-piece, doesn't have much to work with. And just a flick taken away by Kofer, and Shopify Rebellion can play with a lot of comfort. Now it's first killer, looking to add to the tally. 2-piece with nothing in the tank. Makes the save, but all he can do is just send it out to the side, and more offense coming as first killer dodges Wavy. Wavy has to make the stop at the back. It still just can't clear the zone, can't get comfortable at all. That's going to be left in front. Actually turns into a
double
shot,
commit,
which is just crazy.
I mean, these are well-placed hits by Shopify Rebellion to put the ball in the perfect spot to drain out whatever boost Redacted rather has been able to put together. Redacted stuck on low boost for so long. Such dominant. Oh, holy! I thought Kofer and First Killer might team up for a pinch there as well. They are playing so good right now, Stacks. This has been unstoppable, and a float from LJ who's trying to get the redirect. What is going on?
Well, passing has been on point for most of the game. You forgive them for not being able to generate an opportunity in the final minute with a 3-goal lead to get a demo and a boost steal, and the back pass as LJ takes out 2-piece and gets that to the corner. It just feels like Shopify Rebellion has been playing with their food for the last 2 minutes, and for good reason. They've earned it, and a dominant Game 1 victory.
Wow, I did not see that coming. With the way that Redacted has been playing this weekend, I was expecting this one to be a fight, tooth and nail, an even fight as well. But Shopify Rebellion come out, and it's a continuation from what we saw against Foot. They are untouchable right now, or so it seems.
Well, if this were a fight, they'd stop it. Whoa. The crooked numbers on the side of Shopify Rebellion as they put up 3 unanswered against Redacted, and now insult to injury for Redacted fans. We get to watch how it all happened again. And it was just everybody shooting, everybody scoring for Shopify Rebellion to the tune of 12 shots.
The musty as well. That was a remarkable start from Kofer. Truly, I think that game just reminds you the caliber of player that Kofer is, and the reason why, you know, a North American legend like First Killer, someone who has an eye for talent, picked up a player like Kofer to round out this team, because, you know, Kofer, not only known quite a bit for his physical gameplay, his demos, but also you can see the mechanics there and the boldness to go for a shot like that, and also to be able to pull it off. That was a gorgeous shot and a great game all around from Kofer. He also had that pass as well after dodging the bump attempt from Wavy. I mean, just a great game from Kofer.
Kofer, first kind of jumping onto the scene at the high school level. Really made a name for himself. Got his pro opportunity, has not disappointed, and has been so obvious ever since anybody first set eyes on him. This guy's for real. Going to be around for a good long while. Gopher lining one up off the backboard, and Talk is in his way. That's somebody else who could have a good long career leading North America, who has just had an outstanding start to the 2026 season. Talk. But now it's going to get past Wavy. He got chased off the backboard, and First Killer just watches one trickle on by.
LJ has been so annoying this weekend. You look at how many times he's been upfield going for bumps, going for doubles. That time he doesn't even land a bump, but does enough to mess Wavy up and allow that one to bounce in.
Talk up the ladder. Gonna leave it down for Wavy. His shot high and wide. Now First Killer through traffic, and well, almost kind of induced an own goal out of Redacted. See if Redacted can recover now. Only 3 shots in that opening game. You said you didn't see that coming from them at all at Shopify Rebellion in game 1. Redacted certainly didn't see it coming. Now they have to react to it, and they're still looking just a little bit stunned.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to prove here for Shopify Rebellion, even for Redacted as well, who, you know, you got to remind everybody at home, they're looking for that contract, they're looking for that sponsor. And so, you know, these results, the better they are, you know, maybe the juicier contract they're going to be able to get. They have so much to play for, but a lot of people ranking Redacted as a step above Rebellion, especially with the results as of late. But this Rebellion team, I think, having some humbling performances, reminding everyone out there that they have top tier ability, and they might even be the #1 team in NA, and there would be no doubt about it. They play like this, you know, against Redacted, against NRG, and claim total victory, and they are looking in form stacks.
An abundance of talent, to be sure, on both of these rosters. Infield pass for Talk. That's going to sail way high. Wavy looking netward. Denied by the defense of Shopify Rebellion. Now can they counter? Gopher doesn't have anything in the tank. And they again, Redacted, aware of the fact, maybe just a little too late. They do get the clear, and that pass intended for Wavy cut out by LJ. He's got First Killer just patiently waiting to pounce, and now he will. From the heavens, First Killer can't get the last touch he needed to keep that either netward or leave it for a teammate, and that's going to pitch across. That is still Shopify ball, but only for the moment.
Shopify Rebellion hanging on to this 1-goal lead for now. Wavy trying to get more bumps off the back of that demo. Kofer, second touch, trying to put another hand up. You can see him slow Talk down, but all boosted up for Redacted. Can they make something of it, though?
Well, Talk can trigger the counterattack here, met by Kofer. Did well to get it over to Wavy. This will stay neutral, and Talk had to dive in and kind of keep his teammate at bay, who was coming up from the back. Now Kofer looking at two-piece, bumped him out of the way, but too late. And the opportunities are there for Rebellion, not so much for Redacted, as they've been stuck on the defensive end. Only 5 shots between these two teams. It has very much been a midfield game here, James, but still Rebellion getting the better of it. Maybe a chance to change things now. Wavy shot, denied by First Killer. Follow-up, floating, and saved by LJ.
What a strike, and that's going in! That's just going in! You put that in off the back of the LJ save! That is a debilitating goal given up by Redacted, a tilter.
I mean, it was in, it was on its way in for Redacted. And LJ just barely a shoestring save, and then on the other side, disaster strikes for Redacted. And now First Killer, this is where he's at his best, when he senses weakness out of a team. Kofer almost slipped that one by. First Killer had turned on that and probably expected Kofer to keep turning out. So this could be an opportunity for Redacted. A rare one that they've had, but still LJ just palms everything down.
Yeah, I mean, you could see both players from Redacted didn't have any boost. LJ navigates that first bump attempt easily. And more controlled gameplay out of Shopify Rebellion. We haven't even seen that first goal for Redacted come through yet. Shopify Rebellion, on the other hand, they have made some plays.
45 seconds left in regulation here. Will we see a timeout or a goal first for Redacted in this series? First Killer lob one forward. Demos all over. First Killer calls off Kofer. Now he leaves it for him, and he'll slot it top right.
Rebellion gained so much ground off the demos, and then this little tap from First Killer, he leaves it, lets the player behind him, Kofer, come in, who has more momentum, can get more power on the shot, can read the defense better. Rebellion firing on all cylinders. Meanwhile, the engine can't even get started for Redacted.
For the second consecutive game, a 3-0 scoreline, and First Killer's not content. To the backboard. Oh, disrespectful! Because he's First Killer, and you're not.
Disrespectful from First Killer. Gets some distance from the ball, spaces out perfectly to go for this dunk. Man, it's like watching Shaquille O'Neal just back down whoever is defending him over to the net and then dunk on him.
Boy, watching that dunk, though, that felt like Shaquille O'Neal backing down Muggsy Bogues. He's never had a chance. First Killer, lob it forward. Will they add any more to their tally? Doesn't look like it. This will go to ground. 3-0 in game 1, 4-0 in game 2. Shopify Rebellion halfway to the finals. And the answer to that question, by the way, James, we'll see a timeout before we see a goal from Redacted here in the semis.
Are you a prophet, Stacks? It seemed like you saw that coming. Timeout Redacted?
Yeah.
But you wonder what you can say. I mean, can you... Shopify Rebellion, it's kind of like how it feels watching NRG last open. It just feels like they got motivated, they put in the time, and somehow have ascended to the next level. And Rebellion giving no space to Talk. I mean, we haven't even seen Talk have any time on ball.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, Talk has been, this is not intentional. He's been the talk of the town for this entire first split, especially since we came back from the holiday break. He was so great in Open 2. He's been outstanding here. He was a human highlight reel against NRG yesterday. He's been held at bay. They all have been. Only, 8 shots so far total in the series for Redacted, and nothing through the defense of Shopify Rebellion. And I think there is something to say for Rebellion here, James, of how they've come into this almost with a chip on their shoulders, right? Because they're like, okay, NRG's back. It's NRG this, NRG that. Oh, all hail the kings of North America. And Rebellion's just like, oh, wait a minute. Like,
well, I mean,
at the end of 2025, it was us, and now they kind of forgot about us.
Well, not even that, Stacks, and not just that, I should say, but also people starting to be like, well, I think maybe Redacted might be the clear number 2. Maybe it's NRG, Redacted, then Shopify Rebellion, you know? And I agree with you. It does feel like it maybe is a bit personal for Rebellion. They've come out and have played so ferociously, especially LJ on his bumps and his demos upfield being annoying. And then you have Kofer, who's mechanically crazy, but also selfless. You saw the passes he's been making. And then, you know, you don't have to tell people that, you know, First Killer, when he's playing First Killer ball, can do things all on his own. We saw that this game as well. This is a situation where every piece of the puzzle for Rebellion is fitting in perfectly. Everything's working just as you'd expect when they're working at 100%. It has been dominant.
The next goal they score in this tournament will be their 60th as a team. And it's not a matter of if, but when, based on the first couple of games. And maybe sooner rather than later. That kicks out to LJ. Up high, Talk has to go up very quickly as Kofer was in the air fast as well. But LJ has all day to steal. The boosts are underway, by the way, here in game 3. First Killer will circle back, let Kofer take over, and it's like we never even took the timeout. Another shot saved away by Talk this time, as Talk's been forced to stay on that end of the field way more than he would like.
And LJ still landing demos. Nice little tap down to First Killer as well. First Killer trying to push this forward. You can see Shopify Rebellion consistently putting that ball in an awkward spot for the Redacted defense, meant to waste that boost that they've been able to collect, but Talk does do a nice job of getting out. And this ball hitting First Killer, I think a little unexpected for LJ, who does grab that corner boost, but Wavy gets some space. And LJ bumped off the ball, so this is some good pressure here building. Redacted starting to get some ground.
LJ will just slow play this. Talk and Wavy have all the boost in the world. It'll be Wavy that goes in first. And Two-Piece was just waiting to pounce on that. Just looking for opportunities now. You wonder if maybe they'll start forcing the issue, maybe a little too much. They've at least avoided being starved out. As Wavy will get downfield, he's got the midfield to respond for him as well. LJ just shadowing him. Actually, Wavy took that boost as well, and it still just goes across, nobody diving in for Redacted.
That was nicely done from Wavy. Baiting in those defenders. Getting that ball in a dangerous spot still. We've still not seen that first goal come through for Redacted.
That goes hard out of the corner, quickly taken by Talk. And there's, they haven't seemed overwhelmed like they did in the first couple of games. They were under duress coming out of the timeout. They've weathered that storm. You can see that things have calmed down a little bit. But for how much longer? That's going to kick out. Got a numbers advantage. Talk going after Kofor. Kofor about to run away, doesn't matter. Wavy will score.
You knew that Rebellion were in trouble as soon as that 2v1 was on. Talk immediately going for the bump play, lands it. Wavy, nice patience there. High percentage play from Redacted, and they are on the score sheet.
It comes midway through game number 3. First killer threatening a quick equalizer. LJ forces Two-Piece to come back as well. And he can still circle around on this. First killer doesn't have much in the tank, and Two-Piece strips him. Out Kofor. Slow play to get around Wavy, but Talk there to follow up. Nobody else was diving forward for Rebellion, and for good reason. Certainly no need to press the issue. That's a great pass. It opened up a lot of space for Wavy. What else can Wavy do? Second, no, it's denied. Follow up by Two-Piece, far down and in.
And this was great work from Wavy to generate that chance. You could see him put Kofor in an awkward spot, who got the tip, but then tried to get out and block that shot. And then the shot from Two-Piece threaded around Kofor, who was floating there. This is the response that Redacted needed coming off that timeout.
LJ now flip reset. Right at Talk. This time up to the task. Drops down right to Two-Piece. Good outlet to Wavy. Can he stay with it? Doesn't matter. LJ got a piece. As Kofor, well, this hadn't touched the ground in a good long while. And Two-Piece will get that right back into Rebellion territory.
See how Wavy approaches this. Nice possession again from Wavy. He's going to stay in the play as well, bumping Kofor off the ball, getting the ball back to his teammate Two-Piece, who launches it skyward. LJ has to rely on First Killer to get this out. First Killer, can he cook here? Just enough to get a reset. No, goes for the ground pinch. Goes underneath the defense. Excellent solo effort here from First Killer.
Did it again. Did the same thing. I think it was against Wavy in game 1. No chance. So First Killer gets Rebellion on the board. LJ keeps Redacted offset scoreboard, and here we go again.
There's Demo on the back line. Kofor wants more as well. Wavy able to dodge it, but has no boost after that hit out. First Killer has Kofor across the field. Another pinch pass, maybe? No, that one shut down nicely, and a demo from Kofor as well. So push Rebellion back.
LJ avoids getting starved out. That was critical, too. It looked like he was leaving that boost for a teammate, and Wavy threatening to steal it. Now Two-Piece, quick pass in front. Talk took the shot that basically scored it. Two-Piece will get credit, but what a great team play between Talk and Two-Piece.
Two-Piece, the fake out. You could see him do enough. The defense thinking he was gonna flip forward into that ball, instead just goes back down to the ground, gets the touch to the middle. The creativity there. And after the first 2 games, I was thinking we might see Shopify Rebellion making quick work of Redacted, but this, a fantastic response from Redacted. They are back into this one.
Kofor getting chased away by Two-Piece, still manages to stay with the ball. Pass to First Killer, what a play!
Tit for tat. Shopify Rebellion, they're not going out so easily. Late flip there from Kofor. Nice slot from First Killer as well.
With so many teams, especially in this region, like there's somebody who's a clear shooter and you're like, okay, they're obviously going to be shooting here. you don't ever account for the pass. You have to account for that pass with all three of these guys because they're so lethal, all three. Wavy red at the backboard, first killer's got it. 20 seconds left. First killer weaving through traffic. Got Kofor coming on, couldn't leave it for him. Now LJ waiting patiently. First killer still on this ball.
Still going.
Down to 6 seconds.
Oh.
Round pitch and he can't stay with it. Down to 3. Last chance, LJ. Kofor's there. First kill. Oh. No shot. It's denied by Talk. And Redacted are on the board.
Talk was on the highlight reels for his shots, but gonna be on there for his save on that one. Barely getting enough on that ball. That was a crazy pass as well. Talk with a save that secures the game for Redacted.
That was unbelievable and certainly worth another look. When we look back at the story of Game 3 and how big will that particular save loom in the story of this series and maybe even this season as we try to figure out who exactly will be the #1 team out of North America going to Boston. What a battle out of Redacted to get one on the board here against Rebellion, who have been so dominant in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and this was a situation of Redacted rising to the occasion with some really fantastic plays. Credit to First Killer as well, who I thought played very well and kept his team in it, but this creativity as well from Two-Piece, getting down underneath the ball, faking out the defense, and then going the extra mile of getting the touch to his teammate, and then the last second or 0-second save from Talk off a phenomenal pass. I think many defenses are letting that in. That save from Talk was one of a kind. That was really something special. And that locking in that win for Redacted. I was worried that we weren't going to have the Shopify Rebellion Redacted special with 2 of their last 3 matchups going the distance to 7. I was worried we might see Rebellion just walk away with it and make it be easy, just like they did against Foot, but Redacted has bounced back. And if we get that level of gameplay, all series long stacks, we'll be in for a treat.
Game on here as we get to Utopia. LJ tracking as Two-Piece goes over top. Here we go. Imagine if Redacted wins this whole thing. Again, just how much higher the price tag goes. I think if Jinxie signs them, that they'll like wear his face on their jersey or something. That's right.
I don't know.
First killer will pop it up.
I don't know. You might have to ask James Cheese about that.
James Cheese, Chalkcast, dear Lord. Two-Piece will get the opening strike here. And it's Redacted on top early in Game 4. They were shut out for the first 10 minutes, but since the timeout, it's been a brand new team.
Yeah, and I love that out of Two-Piece as well. Not backing down whatsoever. Two-Piece, instead of trying to brute force his way through, trying to play just faster, no, he's playing smarter. He's reading the defense. He's outthinking Shopify Rebellion, and that is, quality gameplay from Two-Piece, who, you can't forget he was on Rebellion for years. So this might be a little more personal for Two-Piece.
LJ with nothing to work with. Flip over one, still has first killer, and Wavy the save.
Oh, and double save!
That's incredible!
They only gave him credit for one! Another save from
Talk! Are you kidding? Redacted stand on their head and keep Shopify Rebellion out. Now, remember what happened in Game 1? There was the save right on the goal line into an LJ goal on the other side, or rather first killer goal on the other side. No such luck here for Redacted, but 2, 3 huge saves early in Game 4.
Crazy saves, and now Talk keeping possession. Talk trying to get this back towards the middle. Ends up just opting for the boost steal. But the saves have been next level for Redacted. Even that 0-second save last game, it seems like Redacted have reached new heights defensively.
2 minutes gone by. Well, we kind of said it's a matter of when, not if, Rebellion will get on the board in a given game the way they've played so far this weekend. And now it's a real question. That kisses the ceiling, and first killer's got to track all the way. Loose ball for Talk, double tap, and it's just high.
And that hit right to LJ. First Killer getting the mid boost as well. Could be a quick counterattack chance. First Killer goes for the demo. The demo's there, but another save! How does Talk keep doing it?
If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it happened. That is an amazing read. LJ doesn't have anybody forward. Talk will just have this. It just seems like the ball finds him. Kofor trying to get around him. That's the guy you got to beat at this point. That gets by two-piece, and LJ the save as it came down off the bar.
Crazy save there. LJ keeping hopes alive for this game, but Redacted have been squeezing Rebellion defensively. Kofor, after having such a brilliant start, kept quiet these past two games, does get a demo there.
LJ now with 90 seconds, right at Wavy. That's left for Talk, and everybody can reset now for Redacted. No boost for Wavy. First Killer wins one, now two-piece, has Talk forward and Kofor there to make sure there's no redirect. What a defensive performance, and granted, still a minute plus to go. But what a master class this has been to this point for Redacted. It could come to an end here. No, nobody there on the pass after the demo by Kofor.
You can see Rebellion starting to get a little bit desperate there, trying to get that force through, trying to go for those risky plays. Almost got caught in a 2v1 situation there, but can understand it with time running out, still trailing by one. They need something now.
First Killer very patient at the back. Twirls through the air by Talk. Got it over another. There's the demo. And First Killer has his 7th to equalize game 4.
LJ went all in on this demo, running out of boost, but locks in on Wavy. He had one play in mind, and it was the demo, and it was the right call.
Balance that transaction. 30 seconds separate us from overtime now, as Talk now finds his team no longer in the lead. They were already close to tying up this series. Now they have work to do. Kofor the save, chased out by Wavy. Can he get a quick turn? Yes, but LJ is there to save the day. Down to 10 seconds. Talk down to Wavy, and Kofor's there just ahead of him. Last chance could belong to Rebellion. First Killer had it roll out, and we go to OT.
Big swing game here. Redacted chance to tie it up, or Rebellion can claim this game to put themselves on match point. Now you can see LJ again going for that bump on two-piece, but I think Redacted's starting to see that coming.
Oh, that could be dangerous. Talk got tangled up with Kofor and still managed to finish off the clearance. That's a very dangerous ball down in front, but nobody diving forward for Rebellion, and First Killer taken off the pitch. That's a big break for Redacted as they at least get out to the center line, and they can all get boosted up and clear this ball away yet again.
First Killer really nicely handled against Talk, has LJ in support. LJ also being targeted by Talk, actually was forced off that pass. Talk still going for it. Oh, there's the demo, there's the goal! Do you believe it? What a turnaround from Redacted. They're on defense, Talk makes the play, forces LJ off the ball, then the counterattack. The demo, it's a boom boom play, happens so fast, and Redacted get the job done in overtime.
As great as Talk has been individually and as impressive as his stats have been, it has been a team effort that has set up those opportunities, and that's what it takes to get his first goal of the series, an overtime winner to level the series.
Good recognition as well from Talk. You look back on that play, and First Killer sees LJ downfield. He's wanting to go for that pass, but Talk senses the play immediately and is chasing LJ all around. Pretty much takes that passing option away, forces the turnover, and then because First Killer had used all that boost and has fallen out of the air, and then LJ's upfield, that gave a number advantage to Redacted, and they executed that so nicely. The demo, perfectly timed. The shot was there. all-around great gameplay from Redacted, who had a slow start to the series.
Well, whatever they said during their timeout, it has been Jekyll and Hyde here for Redacted. Shut out for the first 10 minutes, held to only 8 shots. Since then, 23 on target, aided only slightly by the overtime here. The overtime ended by Talk, his first goal of the series, after Two Piece had done much of the heavy lifting to this point. He's got 3 to lead his squad here. Of course, everybody's looking up at First Killer on the scoreboard. He's only scored 7 times here in this semifinal, James, but it still has only been enough for 2 dubs. And now, this best of 7 turns into a best of 3 with an NRG waiting in the wings in the finals.
Yeah, but I think this is what we wanted as fans of North American Rocket League. You want to see this competition, this all-out fight for the #1 slot. In the past, we've seen this region be dominated by a team where it's like, oh, so-and-so clear #1. Well, we've got some real contenders here. Shopify Rebellion starting out this series looking like the clear favorite in this matchup. They were waltzing all over Redacted, but then like you said, Stacks, after that timeout, this Redacted team has ascended, defensively making some huge stops, especially Talk. Talk has been showing what he can do on the defensive side of things, not just offensively, and then Two Piece's creativity as well. Two Piece, the player who you expect to be the one last back, expect to be that third man, the bulwark between the opposing team and your goal. No, he has been the one upfield, the vanguard on the attack, making these creative plays, getting around the defense of Shopify Rebellion. And then you got Wavy also going upfield, being annoying, landing demos. I mean, this was a beautiful response from Redacted, who are really pushing Rebellion to their limits.
The next question to answer here in this semifinal, do we think it was so much what Redacted did during their timeout, or do we think CJ said something stupid to curse Rebellion? As we're back underway now in Game 5. Timeout still available for Shopify Rebellion. As LJ try to dance through, and Kofer's going to be all over this ball.
Talk, double reset, forcing that through. Still nicely done by First Killer. Doesn't land cleanly on the wall, but still gets some help from Kofer. LJ going for that extra touch. This is such a treat of a series so far, Stacks. Redacted really answering the call.
Oh, Two Piece tried to pull the string on him just a little bit. It's a good pop by Talk, but it only goes as far as Kofer. Talk can go follow it himself. And now Two Piece gonna have a look at First Killer. Won that from him. Wavy shot. LJ got a piece of it. And now Two Piece doing all he can just to try and keep that available, but First Killer had him read like a book.
Ooh,
this
big bounce.
Out high. Yeah, big bounce for Rebellion, but Wavy is all over it. Now Kofer right at Two Piece with no follow-up.
But you can see Wavy, no boost, Two Piece, no boost. Talk has to save the day. Can he keep going? Talk, pass in field, but because of the boost situation, no one there to take that shot right away. Battle for possession in the midfield. Two Piece gonna try to dribble this.
Incremental advantages, they add up very quickly. Talk in an awkward spot, racing back, and made sure to play that from the inside out. Talk plays away from First Killer, and FK couldn't take him out in the air. Now Kofer has to just gently send that out to the corner.
Such good work.
Got past one, and Wavy's there to follow up.
Nice positioning from Wavy. Kofer did well to get past 2, but Wavy so well positioned to deal with that flick. Seeing that flick coming from Kofer, who was trying to get it past the second player.
First Killer doing all he can, trying to put in a lot of work here for Shopify Rebellion. It's not enough. They're back on defense with LJ. Waiting to see who's going to win this midfield contest. So far, shots relatively equal. Nobody's got more than one. Wavy shot. Finally, he gets a second, but it's denied by LJ. I think he's been in the way of both of Wavy's shots. And the frustration mounts here in a very tight series.
Another nice positioning play from Wavy as well, reading Kofer's hit perfectly, being ready on the goal line. We're starting to see Rebellion get some chances. Pre-jump from First Killer, and that again broken up by Wavy.
can't overstate the turnaround here for Redacted. And just what would it mean for North America, for competitive Rocket League in general?
Oh, big ball!
Couldn't get a piece there. He was kind of forced across. LJ will score on the doorstep. First Killer put in some work here as well. 1-0 Rebellion.
Not only getting the touch, but also landing and getting the bump on Wavy. That was beautiful from First Killer.
Talk ranging back, forced to his own back line, and it's Rebellion. They haven't led much since that timeout. In fact, I'm not sure they've led at all. Two-piece off the backboard, and LJ has Kofer streaking downfield, trying to time up that corner boost so that would spawn for him, but he couldn't. But First Killer had a full tank of boost, still sitting on the midfield boost, waiting for it to spawn. Now Kofer, indirect, on target, and Talk the save. Wavy in a tough spot. He's gonna run up the back wall, and he does make the stop.
Talk will have boost, though, for the counterattack. Quick jump from First Killer, breaking up the play. Talk stealing the corner, though. Wavy trying to get the pass. The flick is there. The shot is good! Beautiful play from Wavy.
Wavy has had some beautiful setups as Kofer breathing down his neck, gets the pass away, and two-piece on the spot. His fourth of the series, and we're all tied.
Wavy getting that ball in the hood of his car, also getting it on the left side, changing sides so that he can get that infield flick pass, and Two-Piece didn't miss a beat. Two-Piece has been critical to the offense of Redacted.
Kofer with a powerful clear, and Two-Piece made sure to beat First Killer to the midfield boost. But it's all eyes on Talk right now. What else does he have up his sleeve? Wavy has Talk forward, tried to chase down Kofer. Won that through, high off the backboard, and First Killer just ahead of Two-Piece.
Oh, big touch from First Killer as well. If Talk gets it by him with all that boost, could have been dangerous. And now Kofer will have a chance with boost. Trying to get that touch up, but Two-Piece shuts him down. There's a demo by Wavy. Talk going for goal. LJ can't get back, and Redacted take the lead.
Talk comes up huge again, but guess who's the centerpiece of this one? It's Wavy again. 2-1
The demos
with 17 seconds.
The demos from Wavy, they are leaving their mark on this series and all over the cars of Rebellion.
Could it be 3 on the trot to go on match point and really flip North America on its collective head? It is!
Match point for Redacted. Timeout forced out of Rebellion. The first 2 games so one-sided, back-to-back shutouts. You might be thinking in the back of your head, will we see a perfect sweep? But then a new Redacted emerged out of the timeout. The Redacted that you saw take down NRG. They surged back, 3 straight game wins. Massive defensive stops. All-around team efforts. Two-piece finishing these opportunities generated by Wavy. Wavy being a wrecking ball down there, landing demos and bumps. And even fighting through adversity, having to come from behind this game late.
This is spectacular. This is a masterclass in mental as well. So many teams, when you go up against a team that has the pedigree and reputation that Shopify Rebellion has, even down to their coach, you think, all right, they've just got our number here. That's what mere mortals would think. Redacted are just a little bit different. And they have scrambled back 3 one-goal games. Just seems to be their specialty. And what would it mean, James, for an unsigned team to go through the entire online portion of the split and emerge as the #1 team in the land? You can have an unsigned team be #1 in like APAC, in SSA. It surely would never happen in North America or Europe. That's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, and for Two Piece and even for Wavy, who was repping Shopify Rebellion for the last chance qualifier. You know, to be able to put up that performance when your future is on the line. They have so much to play for, like you're saying, Stacks. It really is unthinkable. I never in a million years would have guessed that Redacted would be at this point, playing at this level. This is inspiring stuff from Redacted, but on the other side, the job's not done yet, Stacks. We saw what Shopify Rebellion can do against Foot. We saw what they can do against Redacted in the first 2 games. Now, we'll see if they get the timeout buff or if this series will end here on Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, they say money talks, but there's something to be said for just having pure talent and not being intimidated just because the other team happens to have a nice contract. Big shot here from Two Piece. Sent away by Kofor, and we're underway now in Game 6, and it's match point for Redacted as Wavy goes right between the eyes.
Oh, Wavy, he's up so quickly for this. The trust is there, the placement. LJ watching in horror as he realizes he can't get there in time.
You know, just replace the name Redacted on the scoreboard with your team name here and send that out to every organization out there. You're missing out. Kofor going to work, trying to find an equalizer. No, sir. And then Talk gets that around first killer. He's got a full tank of boost. Here we go. Talk unleashed.
Oh, it's off the post.
He almost scored it. Follow up Two Piece.
He almost scored it himself, but generated the chance for a teammate. Talk. The flip reset gets the separation to get by the bump, pushes the ball forward, bounces off the post. Doesn't get the goal himself, but made that chance happen. And it's finished by Two Piece. Such a good play from Talk, reminding you what he's all about.
Oh, first killer beats Talk to the punch. He was too slow getting to the backboard, and Shopify Rebellion are back on the board.
Good card control from first killer. Tipped there by Wavy, but back down to the ground quickly, not losing a second of reaction time. Back on that ball and a kickoff goal, highly important there for Shopify Rebellion, giving them a little bit of stability here in this uncertain start of a game for them. Shopify Rebellion gonna be battling from the back foot.
Remember when the grand finals were just gonna be first killer versus NRG all over again for the 11,000th time? Well, that felt like a day ago at this point. Kofor.
Yeah.
Stopped by Two Piece. High off the corner. Left it for Talk, and LJ would just boom it away. They're having none of these shenanigans.
Yeah, I was half expecting it to be first killer to end another perfect sweep attempt by Atomic. But sometimes things change. And right now, we're seeing Redacted make a case for being the best team in NA with a performance like this. Wavy on the reset, the shot will be high. Panic now for Shopify Rebellion as the screws starting to tighten around Rebellion. The light starting to go out at the end of the tunnel.
This could be trouble. Two Piece to the corner. Here comes Talk. And LJ meets them. Point blank range. Oh, Wavy gets cleared out of the way. First killer just above the mark, and Wavy, who ends up landing on the backboard, just holds his ground. And now Two Piece will get it away only as far as first killer. This is trouble now for Redacted. And LJ pops it up. Two Piece in a real tough spot. Make sure to get it out to the corner.
Even in that really tight situation, Redacted come out on top without conceding the goal. But just a reminder that Rebellion aren't down and out just yet.
Oh, that certainly would have helped their case. And LJ just barely making the save. It doesn't turn into her first killer goal this time. That's the second time that LJ's had to pinch one off the post just to keep it out.
Huge save from LJ. Redacted, though, still threatening. Wavy has that boost, but is waiting for the hit. Pre-jumps, but doesn't time it right. LJ still pushing forward. First killer trying to get a pass out to Kofor. Kofor collecting, but shut down by Wavy.
Talk did well, get that high off the backboard, but everybody was back, and that's that boost problem that Redacted has kind of been their Achilles heel. Two-piece gonna get beaten to the boost by LJ as well. There is very, very little in the tag. Wavy trying to keep it close. Two-piece can't get there in time, and LJ and Rebellion successfully starve out Redacted.
LJ getting there just in time. That 50 from First Killer popped out and allowed LJ to pounce on it. Kofor pressing forward. First Killer, that little touch that made all the difference.
8 goals and 3 assists for First Killer here in this semifinal. He tries to will Rebellion to Champions Field. It's Kofor taking charge high in the air. And Wavy can grab the midfield boost as he got that out towards First Killer. First Killer didn't have anything else to work with, doesn't have any teammates helping him out either. Now Wavy trying to put the mechs on display. Got Kofor to the back wall at least, and Redacted have gained quite a bit of a foothold here in the last minute of regulation after conceding a couple in a row.
You can see the boost starting to run out. Kofor gonna go for a self pass, nice little double pushing it downfield. First Killer moving in now. First Killer doesn't get that touch on it, but it does leak out to LJ. LJ still on the ball. The low 50 Talk will clear it off the line.
Wavy trying to get a piece of Kofor. He did. First Killer able to stay with that. The rebound not pushed too far away, and everybody was back for Redacted. I mean, they're giving Rebellion a lot of respect in the later stages of Game 6. First Killer plays around Wavy. Final countdown of regulation. Here's Kofor for the win. Too high, and nobody to follow it up. And will Redacted let it go down? No, they actually served it for LJ. That could have been catastrophic. If they were going to go downfield, they had to let this go to ground. They do get to OT, though.
Well, it's good kickoff.
Kickoff goal. No, two-piece to save.
Redacted another big-time save on the goal line. LJ will keep pressing, trying to go for an air dribble, but Wavy shuts that down.
Kofor, two-piece, basically neutral. LJ now with First Killer lurking behind him. Talk can't get there, but two-piece can, and the follow-up save by Wavy.
How does Redacted keep doing it, but they're not out of it just yet? Flip reset from Kofor is shut down. Redacted barely hanging on in overtime.
Wavy relying on pads, and he got up just enough to send that ball away. Was threatening to be a very short overtime. What a win by Talk! But nobody else could dive in time. He could turn on this, though. He stole the boost away. Almost got that off of two-piece.
A First Killer, calm, collected, moving the ball downfield, gets the boost snag from him, but LJ, oh, he looked like he was looking for First Killer, maybe hoping for a redirect. Kofor, sealing pass down, getting touches on it. First Killer has to retreat, not much boost for First Killer, but the mid-boost spawned for him.
Oh, Talk had to turn away from First Killer, and Kofor there to make the save, fall into his back wall. And then First Killer eats a demo. So now
Wavy's hunting.
With Wavy, yeah, Wavy almost took out LJ, forced him into the net at least.
Oh, they jumped.
Now two-piece to Talk for the win. No, LJ the save.
Double commit, low boost for Shopify Rebellion. Can Redacted convert?
That's a great job by Wavy getting back to that ball too. He was knocked to the ceiling, still remained a factor in the play, and he's still in there. Wavy off the corner,
huge speed
the other way, and well wide.
Excellent speed from Kofor there, winning that race to the ball in a critical moment. Shopify Rebellion finally getting some breathing room and now trying to get on the attack themselves. But two-piece has some space in the air, the reset, the pass to the middle. Oh, close call.
Close only counts in horseshoes. First Killer now. Didn't have anything. That's kind of a double between Talk and Wavy, but still, Talk came away the better of it. Now Kofor, trying to pinch that across, not happening. Two-piece and Wavy, plenty in the tank to work with.
Oh, that Talk might be going for the dunk there. Such a high-speed reset from Talk. First Killer's gonna try to keep it close. Another low 50. We've seen First Killer do that quite a few times successfully. Now LJ, light control. Air dribble 50. Gets a 50 forward. Not enough boost to follow it up.
First killer trying not to let Redacted breathe at all. They will get some reprieve. And it could get a game winner.
Wavy rebound.
Winner, Wavy! No, denied by first killer. Wavy looking in Wavy's direction after he took out LJ. That's a good win by two-piece. Everybody bundled in the corner now for Rebellion. And Gopher has to do all he can just to get that out of harm's way, if only for a moment. Is it enough? It is, as Wavy couldn't connect with two-piece.
But Wavy has been landing so many bumps and so many demos. Situation starting to look a little dire for Shopify Rebellion, who keep getting pushed further and further back.
Gopher has LJ in support. He gets knocked to the ceiling or to the wall. That could be open to the other way.
Oh, LJ, he's awkward.
Into the net. It's a high bouncer. Wavy beaten by first killer.
And needed to be a better shot there. LJ was awkward in net. Redacted couldn't get control of their car well enough to get a meaningful shot. Shopify Rebellion catch a break. Will they be able to make the most of that?
Keep playing on with some gaudy numbers in the shots column. Even more impressive in the saves. Talk leaves it for Wavy. Little floater denied by Gopher. Fifth save of the 10, or rather 12, that Rebellion have made in this game. First killer down in front, and Wavy gets that out of harm's way as well. Gopher the full tank though, going up against Talk. Another stop, and two-piece double commit. Take charge, double commit in the corner. Could be disastrous as two-piece
demo as well.
The day. They're still getting starved out. Talk awkward on the wall of the goal, and Wavy in to save the day. How did Rebellion not punish them?
Feels like Redacted have 9 lives. But we see Shopify Rebellion start picking those lives off one by one.
Out to the corner, LJ. The race to the boost and possession. And he stays with that, trying to beat two, but Wavy takes charge. One-on-one with first killer.
The 50!
Forced it through! Wavy just lulled him to sleep.
Oh, first killer's waiting for the pass, but Wavy goes for goal. First killer too slow to recognize, and the 50. Look, to score in that position with no boost like Wavy had, that is crazy.
Who beats first killer like that in that spot?
Wavy.
Answer, Wavy.
What a game. What a game all around from everyone on Redacted. Everyone had their moment. Wavy, the killer instinct, and that a beautiful play from Wavy, generating something from nothing. You pause that play early, you'll see Wavy's position, Wavy's boost amount up against first killer, who's got plenty of boost in the tank, has a nice position. Unimaginable that Wavy scores from there, but he does, and ends the series. After an 0-2 start, not scoring a single goal against Rebellion in the first 2 games, to come roaring back and win like this. My oh my, what a performance.
Absolutely spectacular. And if you didn't get enough of watching NRG and Redacted, boy, do we have a treat for you coming up in the grand finals. Debit left, credit right. Wavy through the heart of the goal, calls game, and puts Redacted into the finals against the world champions next.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents,
Luann?
but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
T-Bates here, and today I have a special unboxing from Blacklight. It's gonna be something you've never seen before. ASMR. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh. Sorry, oh my gosh. It's cool. These are the instructions. It's a piece of art. Smooth as silk. And now, for the finishing touches. The Athena Pro Blacklight Rlcs. Available for pre-order right now.
spectacular fireworks between Shopify Rebellion and Redacted here. Ultimately, Wavy gets the final goal, forcing the quote-unquote own goal out of First Killer on Neo Tokyo to advance to the grand finals and get another shot at NRG. Welcome back to the show, folks. We are moments away from crowning a North American regional champion, knowing who the #1 seed for North America is going to be at the Boston Major here. Stacked, this has been a spectacular day of Rocket League so far, and if the last time Redacted NRG played is anything to go off of, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I think this is the second time in the last couple of weeks where we've had a team go negative goal differential in the bracket and still come out on top. I mean, Redacted were dominated for the first couple games of this series. It was a Shopify Rebellion highlight reel, and then all of a sudden, out of the timeout, it's just a completely different series. I mean, after a goal like that, a lot of teams would have been deflated. And then, you know, everybody just hop on two pieces' shoulders and let them carry you to victory in the early stages of the comeback. And then talk got going. Wavy was spectacular all series long. He stood on his head to keep Rebellion out of the net. He set up opportunity after opportunity. His 50 game was just immaculate, and Redacted put all the pieces together to stymie Rebellion. It was a treat to watch.
Yeah, well, James, for viewers who are maybe enjoying RLCS for the first time today, they might have watched that and been like, man, this is one of the greatest esports ever. And they're not wrong. But that overtime, one of the best overtimes I've seen in the last 5 years, maybe ever in RLCS, like back and forth, so close, on the goal line over and over again. That's why you come to watch the show.
Yeah, I think with 0-second goals and overtime goals, it is just so fun to watch. And then this play here. Wavy, so icy to go for goal in that situation against First Killer, who was playing phenomenally well that series as well. I think First Killer had so many good defensive plays, so many good touches, but to be beaten by Wavy in that situation, I mean, I think that just reinforces that Redacted are the real deal. These guys are elite.
And with that, they have tied for second place here with NRG at 27 points. The winner, I believe, gets 3 points and will leap forward to the first place spot here in the grand finals. Shopify Rebellion, they are currently sitting at #1, but they will be #2 after the grand finals is concluded. The winner will be the first seed. The loser will be the third seed in Boston here. We started out with 8 teams yesterday. We're down to just 2. The unsigned roster who shall not be named, Redacted, taking on the reigning world champs, the defending regional champs, looking to go back-to-back here. And it's a rematch from yesterday that went all the way to Champions Field.
Yeah, just unreal. Like when you look at the story of this first split, the reigning world champions miss out on the lion's share of the first open. And then you start asking the question, all right, who's going to be the top team in North America going into the first major? The reigning world champions, or let me just check my notes, this unsigned team called Redacted. And I know we make a lot of the fact that they're unsigned. They clearly have a wealth of talent and just smarts to go with it too. I mean, you know, we've seen how great Wavy has been, and regardless of who's scoring for Redacted, he's been at the center of the vast majority of their plays.
Yeah, and I mean, the way I feel about it as well, Stacks, is that yes, we've seen Wavy be that linchpin, but it's the load is shared equally. You've seen the crazy offensive plays out of Talk. I think last series though, defensively, Talk was a monster, getting some really difficult saves, and then Two Piece also showing what he's capable of offensively, and then you pair that in with the smart first man play from Wavy, also the ruthless bumps and demos that he was able to land. It's a complete package all around. But I think the one thing about Redacted is that they've shown they are at the top or near the top, but they have not proven yet that they are the top dog. They fell short against Rebellion in the first open. They fell short against NRG in the second open. And now they're going to have another whack at getting that total victory here, but NRG has been looking pretty good.
NRG has looked, they have been shaky at times throughout the course of this bracket, but they have always found a way to win when it mattered, when the tournament was on the line. This is a rematch of the Open 2 Grand Finals with Redacted and NRG, where NRG did get the win. The thing is, last time, I mean, well, if I go back and check, I want to see, just make sure I'm not misquoting here. Redacted versus Shopify was a semifinal there as well. Went to game 7. Redacted got the win there, but that was a back and forth. Redacted got the win in game 1. It was an overtime in game 2, kind of flip-flopping there. Then so Shopify Rebellion got 3 in a row before Redacted comes back and wins 3 in a row. Here, they started off dropping 7 goals in 2 games against Shopify Rebellion before bouncing back to win 4 straight. That is a measure of mental resolve we do not see from rosters this new, Stacks, very often. So I've never been less confident, I feel like, in an NRG regional victory than I am in this one right now.
Yeah, well, it's memory and 2-piece coming back to haunt Shopify Rebellion, right? I am still confident in NRG, but after watching Redacted, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm not as confident. Okay. But it is still the reigning world champions. It is still Championship Sunday. Number 1 in the land on the line. James, there's sure you're the one that won't curse NRG right now, right?
I don't consider it cursing NRG because most of the time when I pick NRG, they still win. So I'm going to go NRG. I think they tie this one up. And they show you why.
When I pick one of the winningest teams, they win. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with you picking them, but they're just good at the game.
Well, I mean, that's why I say you pick them, because they win. They're good at the game.
I'm right here with you. You know, I mean, I picked them too. Honestly, I've never been less confident, but it is NRG. It is Championship Sunday. Stacks said it best here. Chat is right down the middle on this one, despite how popular Redacted is. It's NRG, folks, for the title of North American Regional Champion once again. NRG, they've been in this boat so many times. They have so many of these titles in their trophy cabinet. Redacted would love to steal this one and make it their first on their story, folks. The road to Boston is concluded. Who's going to be leading the charge for North America? It's NRG versus Redacted.
Well, it was so good the first time. Let's do it again. Grand Finals, Redacted versus NRG. We had banger part 1, James. Time for banger part 2.
Yeah, right. Let's run it back. And, I will say there was one game in the last regional grand final that was a Brazil. You remember that?
Yes.
So that, I think Redacted is hungry for revenge. They let those first 2 games get out of hand against NRG in the last grand final, but they are warmed up and ready to go now.
It's funny, though, in this very same tournament, Redacted fell 2-0 to NRG, called a timeout, ripped 3 straight game wins. What they do against Rebellion? Almost the same exact thing! And this guy right here is cold as ice! Wavy opens the scoring up.
Wavy, who hit the overtime winner, that put him through, hits this shot, gets up, puts that away from the defense as well. So icy from Wavy.
That just started. You gotta love, 2-piece especially. How's he got to be feeling on this team? Man's gone through the gauntlet. Long-time partner with Parth. Has left the roost. Found himself with Talkin' Wavy and almost never looked better. Really have never looked better. 2-piece trying to get this going here. NRG obviously looked class in their last match. We didn't see any of the vulnerabilities we saw earlier this weekend, James. Do we get more of that? Will Redacted continue to push him? Daniel tries for the 50, has to leave it. Make it a little awkward for 2-piece, but he handles the 50 well.
Oh, nice from Wavy as well to dodge the bump from beast mode and get the boost. Going back to what you were saying about 2-piece, how good it must feel to finally get these sustained results. I saw a message or a tweet from Rlcs about Talk saying, hey man, Talk, you're making me look bad. Talk comes in place of Rlcs, same team otherwise, and look at what they've been able to put together. I think 2-piece, it has to be redeeming. And it has to be a situation where he gets a boost of confidence, knowing that he has that in him to be at this level, to get these results. But there is one more result that's been elusive, and it's claiming total victory in that open. Can Redacted finally reach that next level?
So far, so good. Although, NRG knocking at the door. Two-Piece was in the air trying to grab. They're trying to rip the pass away here from Beast Mode. He sees Daniel there, but you see him, he took the bump angle on Beast Mode. A little closer to defending a shot than he was trying to get to the pass. And Daniel collects on it, puts it to the top shelf. It wasn't going to take long for NRG, was it?
It was a great pass from Beast Mode. Beast Mode, the most famous first man. I mean,
I like
you could call that.
I still like Butter Mode.
That's what I would call the first man, is the Beast Man.
The Beast Man?
Beast Mode does it the best.
I like that. But Talk, he likes the space. Actually goes for the deep pass, connects. Two-Piece Musty. That's a little more on the line. Back to Talk, saved by Daniel, who had to avoid a bump.
Needed more mustard on that shot. Daniel was out of position, but because the shot was light, was able to get back just in time to get that save. Talk, nice 50 though. Beast Mode, what can he do? Up around Talk. Beast Mode doing so well, buying time for a teammate.
Talk flings it. That's the other thing about Redacted. Really like seeing is you can see their awareness, how they move the ball around, the decision they decide to go for on ball or off ball. They also have the ability to get creative when they do finally get some possession. Like throwing feints with their first man, letting second man take it. It does feel like a lot of times if Talk's got boost, they just want to find a way to get him the ball. Why wouldn't you? Here he is on the point. That's just a hard chip again. He feels the pressure. Got it to Two-Piece, who couldn't connect after his reset.
Well, good ball here. Atomic has the half flip. He's slow to it. Still gets a hand up. But a pass back. Atomic trying to get there. Can't do it. And a slot from Two-Piece. And that little touch from Wavy, his second effort, was enough to open that gap.
Yeah, Atomic had no boost. Had to stretch and just hope that the shot wasn't well placed, that something would go wrong for Redacted, but nothing went wrong there. And you called it, Wavy getting that little touch to give him the space. Continues to deliver, actually creating some pressure. But good job down the field, Daniel and Atomic were in the area. Two-Piece was caught between a rock and a hard place there. Happy to have that ball fall to the corner and Wavy to get the clear out. Back to Talk, who might have the boost and the space and the goal if he can find it. Double commit.
Talk did hit some clips against NRG, didn't he? Atomic, no boost, but trying to hide it. Two-Piece, not the best hit. It's going to open a chance for NRG. Talk right there to help. Hits it right into Daniel, who pushes it up and over. Rebound out in front of net. Beast Mode locks it in. Tie ball game.
Well, look, the new kid on the block is nice and shiny for sure, but this kid has been around it a couple of times. Daniel sets it up for Beast Mode, no problem. Making it easy to punch that one in, but excellent job from Daniel squeezing that ball, making Talk look silly, giving the free shot out to Beast Mode. NRG, exactly what the doctor ordered here with less than a minute remaining.
And if you've been watching this tournament and you've been watching NRG's games, you know that it's been Daniel who's been playing at the top level every single series. He's been the one producing for NRG. Does it again. Now the Musty attempted rebound out to Daniel, goes for the high double, but Two-Piece was there to shut that down.
Beast Mode almost got a double bump. Talk had just, well, I wouldn't say he avoided him more, that Beast Mode just couldn't land on him. The way they get downfield, James, I mean, you were watching Redacted's defense.
Oh, baby!
The part this time! Beast Mode puts the butter on it!
Beast Mode says, I got to pass to the best player myself. Gets the reset, chases that ball down. Nobody on that field read the bounce other than Beast Mode, getting the goal with only 20 seconds left.
Just like that. I was going to talk about Redacted's defense, but Beast Mode just got in the way. Atomic actually loses that big time to Wavy. Two-Piece diving in on Beast Mode at the end of regulation. Talk, 70 boost in the tank. Pre-jump from Wavy, put that ball right in to NRG's bumpers. And Beast Mode will carry it the whole way downfield. Reloaded, NRG take the game.
Huge play. That is what I think of when I think of Beast Man. Plays like that. First man play from Beast Mode. He, you know, so many people are expecting a different touch, but what Beast Mode does better than any other player in the world is he gets that hard ceiling bounce and gets his flip reset off that same touch. He makes it so difficult for the defense to read what the heck he's doing. But I mean, it's easy to go for a ceiling pass, Jordy, but to get a ceiling hit like that, get your reset, and be the only person that reads the bounce, that is special.
Always been a special player. And James, you know, yesterday, in the first matchup between these two this weekend, Talk was getting the better of Beast Mode, and it would pop my eyes every time. Because Talk's control was just exquisite. He beat Beast Mode on a 50, or swing around him on the ground, or just straight up fly by him in the air. And I'm thinking, like, dude, if you're beating Beast Mode like that, like, that's just insane. But Beast Mode just comes right back, and he does stuff like that that just makes you go, wow, how do you beat this guy? And like, it's just insane. Redacted had a lot of great tries there, some good defensive tries, but Beast Mode all over it. And of course, Daniel maybe taking second fiddle for a second, but central to their success and picking up both goals that helped tie the game.
Certainly, I think Daniel, you got to give him credit, but man, that Beast Mode stole the show with that last goal. And I think it just reminds you of how difficult NRG is to beat on Championship Sunday. It's a different game. Big tip from Daniel as well.
Just insane to me how regional after regional and LAN, NRG just always find a way to bring their A game. No matter how much they win, doesn't matter.
Oh,
The post! I don't even know how Daniel got a piece of that. James, I'll be honest, I was on wavy POV, so I was in the middle of that.
Oh,
like it was
man.
a mosh pit.
Oh, and that goes in. Two-piece clanged it. I think Two-piece maybe could have scored. It doesn't convert on that chance. And then Atomic, the reset. Or I don't even know if he got a reset there. Just gets a little tap by. And that is enough to score. That is a tilter for Redacted. Crazy stuff.
I think he changed the direction. I was just air rolling into the ball.
And I mean, it looked like the defense was expecting the flick. I wouldn't be surprised if Atomic had that and just opted not to use it to fake out the defense.
Yeah. How about that, Atomic? We were talking about Daniel, talking about Beast Mode. Atomic has to deliver one as well. So everyone on NRG bringing the big guns. Redacted trying to set inside the trenches. As Atomic flips this one by, and Redacted don't want to play defense for too long. Wavy avoids a pump. Talk does not get a pop. Daniel carries this one out. A lot of boost for NRG, opening up some space, but Wavy just chucked that ball downfield. All of NRG were pressed above the third.
And that's a nice touch as well from Daniel on low boost to try to keep it close, ensure that he can go back in for a challenge if necessary. Beast Mode trying to cook. Atomic wait out at the midfield, now dives in, and that is something that NRG does very well. Like you had mentioned before, you let that first man be in the play, but then bail out, surprise the defense, let the second man go. NRG, when they're really taking it to the next level, I think that is part of their game that they really excel at. You can see the fake as well. NRG really feeling comfortable, starting to warm up.
Redacted weren't fooled though. Able to get back to the midfield. That's a free ball for Two-piece. Great catch with a reset, with the save. Atomic gets their diving stop. Wavy gets chipped by Atomic. He still gets this 50. Talk avoids the bump, gets around one, swishes it around Beast Mode. Wavy gets this boost. Here come Redacted again off the ceiling. Two-piece has to avoid another bump. Well, James, they're like Neo out here in the Matrix. Redacted narrowly avoiding about 3 or 4 bumps to keep this possession.
They're dodging it, but remember, Neo got skimmed by a bullet, so didn't get out for free.
I need to plug in right now. It's Two-piece. As this chip out back to Talk with a landing. Was it a fake, a mistake? NRG certainly can't figure it out. They finally get the ball, and Daniel happy to let this one go back to Beast.
Oh!
Two-piece off the corner of the post in the bar. Rips it back to the midfield line. Beast Mode.
Here it is again.
Dropped off.
Oh my goodness.
Talk ripped on his own post. More havoc, but no one from NRG can get the rebound. Daniel diving back. And holy moly, NRG just keep on firing.
Oh, the same ceiling double reset. Now a shot, the fake. Rebound out is looking good for Daniel. Off the post. Rebound is put in by Beast Mode. NRG are smothering Redacted.
It's death by 1,000 cuts. Beast Mode hands the final one in. Two-piece Was not sure how that ball was going to bounce. You see him flip as he goes across the net, thinking he's going to catch it. Instead, it bounces back in, right to beast mode. And NRG, despite all of that defense and all of that desperation from Redacted, they could not keep them out. Now they got to fight 2 back.
I feel like I'm experiencing deja vu, a glitch in the Matrix. I swear this same thing just happened against Redacted in the Rebellion series. I foresee a timeout after this game, Jorby. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe, but Beast Mode will take this out. That's been Redacted's story. I don't know what memory has in his vocal cords, but clearly he must be a bard in a different life. Whenever he calls that tactical timeout, they seem to be able to get things going. NRG, Atomic fakes the touch. His reaction right afterwards, that was pure reaction speed there from Talk on the backboard.
But it's plays like that, the fakes from NRG. They're so creative with them. I think some fakes are telegraphed. Many of them are. You kind of see them developing. But NRG, even as a viewer, they surprise you with what they go for. And Daniel, is it surprising that he puts this one in? I don't think so, Jorby. NRG are on fire.
Daniel hit a double reset today across the entire pitch, okay? I am not surprised that he hits literally the most basic shot that I boot up when I'm a bronze first playing the game. Although, I tell you what, a bronze ain't hitting the ball that hard. Well, here goes 30 seconds left in game number 2. I definitely echo your sentiments, James, about a tactical timeout incoming for Redacted. They had a couple of nice tries early in the game, and then the defense was heroic. And I know that the famous saying is heroes never die, but someone's never read a Game of Thrones novel. This one comes straight down.
I thought that was from Sandlot. But
well,
maybe you're right.
I'm saying whoever said that never read.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Martin novel. But either way, NRG up 2-0. And waiting to see if Redacted do call a tactical timeout. They do. Fun stat for everybody sitting at home. Redacted post timeout in series, in games, excuse me, are 12-4 online. So memory, I'm telling you, he's a bard. 12-4 post timeout. Against NRG, they went down 2-0 yesterday, ripped 3 straight games before eventually going to game 7 and winning. And then just now against Rebellion, went down 2-0, where Rebellion smashed them those first 2 games. And then they came out looking like a completely different team. So whatever memory's got in the tank, hopefully he has more to help Redacted get over the hump here.
Yeah, this is a really big game for Redacted. You feel like it's all in right now for Redacted. They're really going to need that timeout buff in this one. I think what's going to play against them, though, is that NRG, they've been in this situation before. They just watched this exact scenario happen in the last series with Shopify Rebellion. And you remember from the last matchup in Open 2 Grand Final, it was very similar, although NRG actually put up 3 straight wins in that one. So I don't think NRG is going to make the same mistake of letting off the gas, going into autopilot. I wouldn't be surprised if NRG finished the job here. But what we've seen in the past is that Rebellion have what it takes. These players, they have the talent, they have the ability, they have the mental to bring it back, but this is the game.
And Redacted will get that extra minute, get it figured out. They've been able to adapt. And that's something that a lot of upstart teams, that's the thing they lack. A lot of upstart teams will come in and they'll surprise teams with either how fast they are, how they approach the ball. But the best teams in the world will figure you out. And it doesn't take long. And then it's how you react to that and how you can overcome that that makes you a great team. Redacted have been in this situation more than once now where they've had to adapt mid-series, and they've done exactly that. So they've proven it. But NRG, look, man, they're the best in North America. They're the defending world champions. This is the ultimate test, and it always is in North America. Now you got to fight back. You're in the hole. Time to find a way to climb out.
Yeah, this is another great start from NRG. Timeout buff. Will we see it for Redacted? Who are you watching, Jorby? Who do you think starts it for Redacted if they do come back?
How about Talk? Oh, Wavy almost put it in too. Oh, yeah, did do it. Atomic makes the save.
What a start there, but in the last series, somehow Redacted was able to find ways. And oh, look at this touch from Two-Piece. He's in a battle against Atomic. He doesn't have any boost whatsoever. Finally picks up that corner boost, races over and gets the tip. Insane from Two-Piece to be able to beat Atomic to that ball.
He got non-Euclidean on that one. Great shot from Two-Piece. And, oh gosh, Beast Mode got so much power on that. And Atomic will race back after an equally powerful clear. But to actually answer your question, James, Two-Piece gets bumped and Daniel will score. Doesn't take long.
Yeah, what were you gonna say?
Doesn't matter anymore.
Daniel bumps the rotator, bumps Two-Piece, gets the goal. What a troll. Daniel getting under the skin of Redacted.
And Daniel's just got to be so annoying. Redacted, they just like to have a lead for more than 30 seconds. And Daniel simply will not allow it. Talk gets around it. Pre-flip with no boost. Two-Piece. Close angle. Couldn't find the target.
It's an awkward ball. You can see Two-Piece waiting for some help. Atomic has plenty of space there. Talk will shut it down, but he's out of boost as well and won't get that corner either.
Beast Mode, excellent carry up the side wall. Unfortunate for him, Two-Piece was following the whole way. How about a demo? It was actually Talk demoing Beast Mode. Atomic takes out Wavy. I think there was a demo before that as well.
Getting a little chaotic.
Demos, yeah. Redacted get down the field. Daniel with no boost. Excellent touch out to Atomic with an extra air roll and nothing much more. Well, that not a good touch. Wavy's trying to make up for it and happy that Beast Mode wasn't able to put something more threatening on there. Redacted still under some pressure.
But a nice clear. Atomic will try to catch it on the dribble, pushing it downfield quickly. Trying to get a bump himself. Wavy out to the middle. Two-Piece couldn't get there either, and NRG's been doing a good job of maintaining possession. Now another chance. This one off the bar and out.
And Wavy got bumped too. Just a little high. Two-Piece, no boost, and somehow gets the better of that 50 there. Daniel has the ball, has the boost, drops the reset. It does feel like Redacted are just lagging a little bit behind. Might need to flush the DNS. Get this chip downfield. Beast Mode has the touch and
he gets the skin.
If only I get the Beast Mode Psycho in my lifetime.
But still, that was a nice clear downfield to get some breathing room. But now Beast Mode trying to break up the pass, does get this one contested. Beast Mode again, he doesn't have any boost and he's still going for it. Gets the bump on Talk.
Despite the bump, still, there's just nowhere for NRG to go right now. Talk harasses Beast Mode and he recovers excellently. Wow. Still though, NRG have to find some actual possession. Oh, Two-Piece is half flipping out of the play. He wasn't really in a good spot to handle it. Now Wavy's got to help protect the retreat. Hard shot from Atomic denied. Wavy in traffic, finds the save and needs a little bit more than that. 50's Beast Mode out of the play. Atomic locks again, back to Beast Mode, but too easy and down the field. Wavy's there, he's got boost, turns it up, redirect Wavy!
End-to-end action, but it's Redacted that come out on top. The sailing pass from Talk, and Wavy gets it around Atomic. Beautiful outlet pass, beautiful counter-attack from Redacted to take the lead.
I mean, Wavy's clutch gene is insane. How many times do you need a goal? Call Wavy's name. 50 goes down the field. Atomic gets his boost. He'll let it bounce. That'll create a little bit of time for him. Talk underneath for the first bout on defense. Daniel right behind Atomic. The push for NRG. Beast Mode will take the clear. Has to really shade across. Steals the boost as well.
But you can see Atomic didn't have any boost. The mid boost wasn't there when he was in the area. Still Beast Mode trying to stay in there. Daniel opting for a corner boost steal, but leaving Atomic in a 2v1. Atomic gets the tip over. Trying to get it to the corner. Daniel waiting to move in. Two-Piece already airborne shot opportunity. It comes on target. Double commit from NRG, who are running out of boost.
Daniel looking for Atomic, but that was a heavy touch. Still gets back to the 50. Beast Mode's
huge beat.
Where's Talk? He's right in front of the
ball. It's open.
No one's there. Insurance for Redacted. Game 3s are just unbeatable for them.
Beast Mode was trying to calculate, do I have enough boost to get there first? And he didn't. Last man, that was an all-in play. Maybe would have had more of a chance circling back, just playing last man. And this is the response from Redacted off kickoff, another goal. The timeout buff is real for Redacted.
I don't understand. Somebody needs to download Memory's brain and figure out how in the world that one works, because whatever he says to these three has worked almost every single time. Wavy, his second goal of the game, off of 3 shots, talking 2-piece. Each have a goal. 2 assists for Talk, and an assist for 2-piece. Everybody getting involved in this Redacted offense and trying to get back into this series. What a way to do it.
Certainly is, and I think for Redacted, confidence booster as well. I mean, they had this same blueprint of a series against Rebellion. They dropped those 2 games, didn't even score in those first 2 games against Rebellion, but then roared back, winning 4 straight.
Whoa, and that's not the touch NRG we're hoping for. One more for the road.
It still is.
You gotta go for that, you know, 4-1, you gotta hit it.
And that tough touch, Daniel was trying to break up the play, ended up being a perfect pass out, Talk faking out Atomic, and Wavy will get one for the road, padding the stats, hat trick in this grand finals game. And you know it's gonna be personal. You know, I'm sure Redacted remember that Brazil from the last grand final and some payback.
That would be something. Don't think they're gonna get it though. I think they'll take 5-1 all day. As 2-piece rolls this one around. I mentioned him at the start of this game, James, or at the start of the series. And you asked who you're watching for the comeback. Well, apparently we need to be watching the whole dang team. I don't think I can pick one, but that man right there, you need a goal. You call Wavy's number. In big moments, he's stepping up. A hat trick for Wavy. And much earned. All the talk yesterday was about Talk, as it should have been. But Wavy stepping up big time here. 2-piece, delivering an incredible redirect in front of the box as well. Redacted just have so much in the tank that they can offer to threaten NRG.
Well, I think, you know, had you not seen that last series, maybe you wouldn't believe in what Redacted could do. But after witnessing what they did against Shopify Rebellion, you have to be a believer. You have to think, man, this is still a competitive series. Great stuff out of Redacted, and you mentioned Wavy. Wavy has been so good today. All around, I think everyone from Redacted playing so well. You got to take down Shopify Rebellion to get to a grand final. But Wavy, it feels like a special performance from him today, Jorby.
And they got to keep going. You know, history does not guarantee future results. But just to iterate it once again, the first time they played, NRG win the first 2 games, 5-2, 2-1. And then Redacted call a timeout, and they rip 3 straight on NRG, who had to fight what was a tough battle on Neo Tokyo to force Game 7. Now Redacted trying to do it 3 times in a row, twice to NRG to keep the comeback alive. 2-piece. It wasn't the most quality Zen touch, but hey, it got on the 50, and that's all that matters here. It's Wavy getting up high there against Atomic. Beast Mode, call off by Daniel, and this is the weak side of the rotation as well. For Redacted, 50 goes out, and Atomic, shelf!
This was so clean from Daniel. He hits this ball downfield, only picks up a single pad, but gets the pass out to Atomic, somehow finding a way.
I mean, you just get the goal, no problem. Atomic finds it. Everyone was racing back. Daniel, reset, no dunk. Wavy had the momentum, gets the clear. $50 for Talk. 2-piece was playing back, goes back to Talk. He fakes the first one. Unfortunately for him, Daniel was right there. Daniel trying the old 360 no scope.
Haven't seen anyone do that since Pernovi.
Actually, didn't we see Mech do it in Open 2? I think he did 360. Well, how about Daniel putting a shot there? Almost between the eyes. Atomic next one. It's NRG, James. Looks like they want to get right back to how much pressure they put on in those first 2 games against Redacted. Beast Mode hanging on to the midfield line, drops it for Atomic. Doesn't have a lot of boost though. Daniel nearby, 2-piece staying with it the whole way.
And nice stuff from 2-piece. Now Talk going for the redirect. Atomic getting a hand up there. Now an infield pass is gorgeous, but Beast Mode reads the lane. Atomic 50ing it forward. You can see him scrambling. NRG many times this series have been low on boost. They had their boost whittled away by the attack of Redacted. This is a very close game, but the net's wide open. If that shot's on, oh no. Wavy had enough boost to get back. It looked open for a second, but Wavy had it covered.
Called off by Talk. He's got nothing now. 2-piece also looking for boost. They got the midfields. Both midfield boosts belong to Redacted, but they gave up control of the ball. And 2-piece can't handle it. Daniel just ripped it off the ramp. Beast Mode up high. Has to let it drop. No one in the area immediately. Daniel looking. I think Beast Mode more looked for that ball than Daniel looked for Beast Mode. As Wavy puts this one up high, avoids Beast Mode, but no more boost to do anything.
Layers to that play. The willingness to fake by NRG quite apparent. So we hit the halfway point. Still such a close game. Wavy trying to play it slow. It pinches across the field. 2-piece on the scene. It's bumped off the ball, leaving Atomic space to move in. What will Wavy do here? Talk tries to help. Great 50 from Daniel. Atomic going for the high double, but that's saved nicely by 2-piece.
2-piece has been placed so nicely on defense, but you let that one go!
Daniel calls the bluff. 2-piece tries to fake it. Daniel says, thank you very much.
I mean, he's right there. I don't know what he thought he would fake. Daniel was full bore. He didn't shade what he was trying to do at all there. NRG rewriting the script of the weekend and getting it back to your daily programming here in North America, which is NRG on top. They got to hold this lead for another 2.
Reset, maybe? Rebound out to Daniel. Daniel taking a wide berth on the ball. Goes for a hard bang. It does break through the defense. This is awkward for Redacted.
Ooh, Talk. It's a good try on that catch initially. Wavy, follow-up 50.
It's actually kind of fortunate that Beast Mode got bumped back into rotation to be able to get a touch on that ball.
Great Talk. That one slips through. Redacted are somehow turning this into a possession. Didn't really feel like it, but the 50s just keep squeezing back out to their cars. Even right here, Beast Mode. You see 2-piece acted like he was going to go, force Beast Mode to pull up a little bit. As Wavy tries to the air dribble, but he can't keep his nose behind the ball. It's going to be hard to win 50s if your nose ain't behind it. It's 2-piece, tried to flip back into it for a cheeky pass. Talk takes over, but Redacted really struggling to actually command an offensive possession. Just barely hanging on to some of these balls, barely getting to these 50s. They are keeping NRG honest, but honest is all they're getting.
Oh, double commit with a low boost NRG as well. This could be promising for Redacted. The shot doesn't come through. Talk missing the opportunity.
Looked like it would have been blocked anyway. Now they reload. Talk with the reset. Flips it through. Beast Mode, no boost. Wavy, heavy catch, got the 50. 2-piece has to hold. Looks for Talk on the right. Talk to the right. Or to the left, excuse me, as Daniel has Beast Mode, wants to support Beast Mode, jumping to defend a shot. NRG maybe starting to feel the pressure a little bit at the end of regulation, but they've wasted a ton of time off the clock. It's looking like NRG's.
Yeah, they've done enough. NRG, good defensively. We did see some moments where Redacted had that glimmer, that opportunity. But in the end, NRG slams the door on Redacted, a shutout. And now NRG are on match point.
Well, get out your butter boxes, NRG fans.
About to eat.
Beast Mode about to serve you. There's one more game, and they are yet again North American Regional Champions, as they have been so often. So many saves from Redacted in this game, James. 12 saves from Redacted. But just not enough, especially when you're only putting 4 shots on target.
And then, I mean, this game, too, I think Daniel fearless. Daniel, the center of this game, gets that touch. It's a nice shot from Atomic, but to somehow get that ball out in the middle, was amazing. And then Daniel, again, he is just the heart of NRG right now, calling the bluff on 2P, scoring a goal like that in a grand final, so disrespectful. Daniel, you know, at pros, a lot of times you respect the space. You'd be like, okay, you're gonna be there first, you know, I'll lay off, fake challenge, go back. Daniel says, nope, I'm going.
Ripping it. And I mean, you know, fair to, I guess, Redacted with how much NRG have been kind of faking their approaches, or at least showing multiple options, and a lot of times taking the second option rather than just drilling the ball with a 50 with first man. So, you know, 2P's, I guess maybe you can think that that's not going to happen, but I don't know. You look at 2P's POV and you just see Daniel flying. Yeah, I don't think he's going to pull off on that one.
No, not at all, especially when he's got Atomic in beast mode on the flank. But now, this is the last life for Redacted. Can they do it? It would be an even more impressive comeback than the Shopify Rebellion series. They did mount a brief comeback against NRG when they were down 3 games before, but this one looks like maybe NRG is too fast, too strong, and now double tap opportunity for Atomic, and the Atomizer finishes it.
I mean, if you look at his POV here, it's savable, but he doesn't exactly know where Atomic's going with that. He defends something across the box is where he points his nose. He tilts his nose the whole way up, and if he just tilts it down, that's a save. Instead, Atomic threads it right through him, and Redacted left dizzy after that one.
Beautiful play from Atomic. Late reset here. The ideal touch from 2Ps gives up the ball. It's getting past there from Beast Mode. Daniel looking for a flip reset. Beast Mode up early again. Little touch. Atomic patient. He's expecting Talk to get another touch on that ball. Now Daniel taking this downfield. NRG have the 1-goal lead. They can start padding that as well. Put this game out of reach quickly for Redacted, unless Redacted can dig deep and find that level they reached against Shopify when they were down in that series.
Wavy, try to hold the midfield. Good neutral 50. Good second neutral 50. A good third neutral 50. Back to Talk. Looking for Wavy, trying to get out of his way. Talk will recover. His 2-piece will buy time. Wavy's still downfield, top of the box. Same thing happening to Redacted, James, where they do get set up in the midfield. NRG even kind of give them the third a little bit. But then as soon as they show their hand, NRG immediately bounce on it. Atomic forces 2, and that's how scared they are of him right now. Beast Mode uses the ceiling. Tipper!
The king of the ceiling! Beast Mode does it again!
That's Beast Man to you!
Who does that?
Beast Mode! 2-0 NRG. Planting their flag in Redacted's territory. Planting their flag on North American soil. How many NRG flags are there? I can't count that high. Back to Wavy. Denied.
Oh, it's open. Open net.
Easy peasy.
NRG are piling it on. A weekend that was less than ideal for them. They struggled early on. They lost to Dignitas in Swiss stage. Series going the distance that you didn't expect. People wondering if maybe NRG had lost their edge. But now we see NRG sharper than ever. A 3-goal lead as we approach the halfway point in this game. This is going to take a miracle for Redacted to come back from.
Redacted getting declawed in real time. Beast Mode. Challenge knocked away, but Daniel rips it. Double. Right back to Beast Mode. Beast Mode with nary a touch there. As Wavy just trying to get a beat on anybody, and he can't. It's just a complete flip from what we saw yesterday. But yesterday's NRG ain't anything like NRG's today. It's Championship Sunday. The same team shows up every time. And now Redacted are missing the ball.
That was a tough lesson Spaceman had to learn as well. tweeting on Saturday about beating NRG. But on Sunday, it's a different beast altogether.
Spaceman catching a stray is crazy, but hey, I'm here for it. And I'm here for the NRG dominance, I guess, even though would have been sick. And who knows, maybe Redacted will pull off something crazy, but I know what mode NRG are in right now.
But Jorby, just thinking back to the first Open, who would have thought after seeing NRG finish outside of the top 8 that they would be locking in the #1 seed for North America?
Just crazy. After that, everyone preying on their downfall after Open 1. I think Redacted might find their way as the 1 seed, as an unsigned team headed to the Boston Major. But NRG, somehow, someway, the minute plus, it does feel like a victory lap. I've just seen this story. I've heard this song. This team is too strong. Their consistency is almost unlike anything we've seen. Really, it is unlike anything we've seen out of a single unit in Rocket League in any region. It's just insane how consistent they've been over multiple years of Rocket League. And even when Redacted look as good as they have, it's still not enough.
And respect to Redacted, such a good run this tournament. I think proving that they're elite level, and now getting a late goal. This is possible, but now you're gonna wonder what kickoff tricks that Redacted have, because it feels like it has to be a kickoff that makes the difference. At least one kickoff goal has to go in for Redacted.
I do it. Yeah, let's see what they have. Just going for the quick cheat. They
Back
do
right.
get the 2-piece, avoids the pop. Atomic has boost, but yeah, that's just too far. Atomic had it covered downfield. So now you're just hoping you score with any time left on the clock. Get a good 50. Can you get a bump? 2-piece chasing.
Oh!
And it's just knocked to the side. 2-piece diving. 2-piece 50, but it's away. And more time chewed off the clock. And yet another regional championship for NRG to pin to their vest. What a performance on Championship Sunday from NRG, your Open 3 champions.
NRG lock in the #1 seed for North America. And to do it after finishing with only 2 points in Open 1, having to watch the kickoff land from home. Well, Jorby, I think that they use that as motivation. And a motivated NRG, that's a scary thing to behold.
Now, glory to the butter. I hope Beast Mode keeps it loaded with cereal at all times.
I bet we are going to see those in the crowd at Boston. I hope people bring those butter bins full of confetti or something.
Bring some country butter. If you're going to Boston, go to the store. They sell it everywhere, not just in regional places. You can find that country butter pretty much in any grocery store. Go buy it and bring it.
And now if Beast Mode says he eats Redacted for breakfast, I'll believe it, because they could all fit in that thing. Wow, what a fun event. Open 3, really one to remember. Redacted, such a memorable performance. They beat NRG on Saturday. It was a thriller of a series, the best series of the day. You thought they were gonna maybe pull it out. They beat Shopify Rebellion after getting shut out those first 2 games. An immaculate recovery. Redacted, I think, capturing the imagination of all those Rocket League fans at home. I think a lot of people now Redacted fans, but in the end, it's the Titan, NRG, that claims victory once more.
NRG buttered the bread with butter to the post desk to close things out. Thank you all for watching.
Back-to-back regional champs yet again. NRG, they finally get it done in a convincing fashion. We went to Game 7 so many times over the course of this event, Jorby, and yet here they are, 5 games up and down. Redacted made it close. They tried, but no, NRG was speaking.
Yeah, I thought after Game 3, we'd get that same story, and then, pick your player on NRG. Which player popped off? All of them. Like Beast Mode probably had the best highlight reel looks, but Daniel set up a lot of stabilizing opportunities, and Atomic shot late in that series were insane. That was NRG in prime form. And man, they are just so tough to beat. And you could see it on Wavy's face, man. He wanted that. He wanted it so badly. NRG, they're just too high up the ladder, man.
I think James made a great point when we were talking at the end of the semifinals about how NRG is such a great three-headed monster, about how, you know, everybody's setting up plays, everybody's getting involved in plays. Yeah, that also reminds me of Redacted. The problem is that Redacted kind of does it on like a budget level compared to NRG, which I know sounds disrespectful to Redacted. That's just how good
they're
NRG
the redacted
is.
version of NRG. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. It's just there, you know, I mean, Redacted will be there at some point. Unfortunately, the old guard, or unfortunately for them, the old guard is still around until further notice.
We could talk about how good any of these teams are on any given moment, and then people will debate, like, is NRG even like actually the best team in North America? They're the best team in the world. People would argue about it, but the thing that NRG has that everybody doesn't seem to have is ice in grand finals. The nerves of grand finals gets to everybody, Jorby, not this team.
No, they've been there, done that, and honestly, I genuinely don't know how they keep motivating themselves. Like, do you get bored of winning? Eventually, you're just like, yeah, we've already proved all this. We don't really care. Yep. When you listen to Beast Mode, that almost is what it feels like. He's like, yeah, you know, we win these games. We're not really surprised by it, but like, you're still winning.
It is. They're still winning. We're joined by Atomic, one of the winners. Atomic, I got to tell you, that's your 10th regional win as a trio out of 15 possible wins. I'm just going to steal Jorby's question. That's all? What do you mean? That's crazy. Do you get bored of winning, man? Like, does it still feel good?
Definitely considering we got 9th through 12th the first tournament and missed a whole land. So, I mean, that makes this all the better because we've been more motivated now than maybe ever as a team.
This Redacted team, you've seen them plenty now here in this first split. I mean, they've kind of been a thorn in your side, but you get them in back-to-back grand finals and you take care of business. Where does this team stack up for you? Like, where are they at in relation to you guys as you get a kind of first front row seat for their gameplay?
I mean, I think results aside, I think they're the second best team in NA. The way they play the game is like closest to EU, I think, that I've seen in a while from an NA team. And I think they're going to do great at the major. I think right now they've shown the best level out of us. And I think also in terms of like applicability to like international teams, they're the highest besides us.
Ooh, well, that's high praise, Atomic, especially coming from you. But this weekend or today, man, you passed over 1,000 games played in the RLCS, which is you're the first North American player to eclipse that total, the second all-time following Torsauce. You know, you got to tell me, because Beast Mode taught us his secret sauce with his butter bowl of cereal. You know, what's your secret, man? What's your secret to the longevity?
To the longevity? I don't know. I mean, I'd say me and Sathu, we always watch replays. We never let ourselves kind of get too confident, you know. Besides after Worlds, I'd say that definitely happened. But besides that, we're always like looking at what we can do better, and we don't just take like a win as a indication that we're like clearly the best, you know. Like certain brackets, you can have favorable matchups. So we just look at what we do on the field and tweak it until we feel it's the best it can be.
Well, you're doing absolutely the best you need to do right now. Top of the region, #1 seed going into Boston. After a 9th-12 start, kind of crazy, you guys got all the way back up to that #1 spot here. I've mentioned that you guys, this is your 10th regional win as a trio. It also happens to be NRG's 17th regional win across the history of RLCS, including things like Season X majors and League Play regional championships. One of the most storied organizations in Rocket League. What does it mean to be playing for NRG?
It's the only, well, actually besides Cloud9, the only other org to win Worlds. G2 was kind of cursed. We talked about that whenever we first switched to NRG. So, I mean, the players that have played for this org have been like the best in NA. So, yeah, I mean, it's an honor to play for them.
You got it up there. Atomic, congratulations on the victory. Any final shout outs you want to make before I let you go?
thank you to my team. Shout out NRG fans. Glad we righted the ship from how bad it started this split. And yeah.
Atomic, back-to-back regional champs yet again. Congratulations, sir. See you in Boston.
Thank you, Punk.
That is Atomic, one of the greatest to do it from our region. Also, fun fact, we're just talking about the accolades this team has. A person in one of my chats let me know this week, and I do think it's right. There are 2 other teams in the history of RLCS, like trios, that have won a regional championship in 3 different years. Do y'all know who the other 2 are? Oh. This goes all the way back to season. I mean, the season 1 victory wasn't one of them, obviously. Side by Power Cosmic wasn't the thing where I guess NRG won. And there was Kings of Urban winning in season 1 there. But it was wild card roster have won in 3 different years.
Really?
And Dignitas / Gale Force Esports, the original GOAT combo of all time.
Wow.
Gale Force, what a callback there.
Yeah,
I was feeling old telling Atomic he'd played 1,000 games in the RLCS, but you just made me feel even older bringing that up.
I mean, to be fair, also it's more of a testament of how long they have stuck together as a roster, maybe more so than how good they've been at the top, right? Because just so few teams even stick together, even when they are winning. But yeah, what an accomplishment there. 32 points, NRG up on top. Shopify Rebellion will be the number 2 seed going to Boston. Redacted will be the number 3, and Space Station Gaming rounds out the NA top 4. Heading to Boston here. So we got to quickly play a game. We got to finish our game from beforehand, guys, because we were given a one word accolade or a 1-word descriptor to all the teams, but we didn't know the final 2 NA teams. So Stacks, go with you first. NRG. What's the 1 word? Oh, actually, never mind. Let's Jorby, let's go with you first with Space Station here.
Oh, Space Station?
What's the 1 word to describe Space Station? I'm putting you on the spot here. I didn't let you know this was coming.
I'll say underdogs.
Underdog. I'm actually surprised underdogs didn't get used earlier.
Right.
Also, underdogs for Space Station. I'm okay. I mean, it's of the NA teams, I guess.
Especially after today, I think they are clear underdogs. I think that Group C, if you've looked at it, it is not a pretty one. And Space Station are definitely in the group of death when it comes to Boston. So underdog is definitely how I would label them. They got a shot for sure, but that's kind of how I feel, especially after today.
Okay. Stacks. The reigning, defending Rocket League champions of the world, NRG.
That's too many words, unfortunately.
I can't.
Well, this one's
inevitable.
Easy, Stacks.
Yeah, I know. Inevitable.
Oh, well, that's better.
Inevitable. They were dropped, and then here they are.
Yeah, it's just like they strike me. They're like if you assemble all the stones and then you just go, okay, that was fun, and you scatter them yourself just so you can then go reacquire them and put the gauntlet together again. Like that's what NRG is putting together here.
It's more like Sonic the Hedgehog than it is Infinity War.
I love it. I love it so much. That does complete all of our teams now. All 16 have a moniker. I still gotta love the one French organization with no French players being French, but hey, they're not. It's still not technically correct.
The quotation marks
hazy for Furia is so weird. What is hazy?
I think kind of like roller coaster maybe is a better, or like kind of like top to like their results.
You know
what
I'm calling Furia? Sleeping.
Sleep. Oh, the Sleeping Panthers.
That's a good one.
Yes.
There you go.
Don't wake them up.
Because I'm sleeping on my boys. All right, wake me up, please, Furia. Wake me up.
Come on, inside even. It's going to be a great competition, folks. These teams are going to be competing in Boston here in just a few weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can be competing as well if you want, especially if you're in college right now. The CRL is back. The qualifiers will be on the 15th with qualification or registration ending on the 10th. So you have a few more days to get you and your buddies qualified there. 16 teams in league play, so an expanded league play. There's 2v2 and 3v3, so lots of different ways to compete. If you're a college student who likes Rocket League, make sure you play in the CRL this season, or at least sign up to give yourselves a chance. Head over to that link on your screen to get it there, folks. And if you aren't competing, or if you are competing but you'd like to be going to one of the best events in the world, this is the best time to start being a Rocket League fan right here. Before the Boston Major was one of the most spectacular events last time we were there. We're getting to go back again in beautiful green and purple colors this time around to close out the first half of the 2026 Rocket League Championship Series season. It's going to be a special one, folks, as we're on the road to the World Championship again, as always in these seasons. Make sure you get your tickets. Head to the link on your screen. Comes with a Rocket Pass, so if you haven't already gotten this season's Rocket Pass, or if you got a friend you want to give it to, you can get that code just by buying a ticket to Boston. It's going to be a good one, Stacks. That's the online season concluded so far for split number 1.
It is, and now we look forward to the major, and it's just, one of the great highlights of the year. You get all of Rocket League's greatest fans all together in one spot. You see the best players in the world. You get a front row seat for it. There's nothing like it, man. We're going to make that a real special show to kick off our major schedule.
Absolutely.
February 19th through 22nd here, Jorby.
Yep, I'm excited. Also, go Seahawks.
Go Seahawks. We'll see, or however you and your family celebrate, folks. You can go the other way as well. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been a fantastic season. We will be back for the Boston Major February 19th through 22nd. We'll see you guys out there. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Solar eclipses.
Going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.